Shalom, shalom, family. This is Elder Yara, giving all praises to Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to Yeshua, Mashiach, Yahushua, however you give him praise today. We thank him for another Shabbat. Give glory and all praises and all honor to our ancestors, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we're going to get it in today, family. We're going to go into, again, Devarim 28. And we're going to deal with verse 68 today. Cognitive dissonance is a disease, family. It's a disease. It's the inability to accept new information. And so we're going to get into some things. It's unfortunate that even in this day and time, all of the things that we've gone through since we were brought to this land, 1619, since the first documented and recorded slaves set foot Jamestown, Virginia, and our ancestors, therefore, after that, toiled and worked hard. Hold on. And we have to look at the things that have been falling our people. Some say we're no longer in captivity, but we're going to deal with that today. Some people have a misunderstanding or misconception of what captivity really means. And so we're going to deal with that today. Shout out to Commanding General Yashar, who's on the panel with us. We're going to have a special guest who's going to come on in a second. But go ahead, Op.
Yeah, shalom, shalom. We're about to get it in, family. Get your pens and your pads together. We're about to get these scriptures out, get some understanding. Dismiss, do away with all these lies that are always coming out, about certain topics, So get ready.
Yeah, let's deal with it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video, and we're going to deal with the Elaine riots or the Elaine massacres of 1919. Most of you may not be familiar with it, but we're going to get into it, and then we're going to tie all this in with Deuteronomy chapter 28 and 68. You know, we're going to talk about that today. I think we got. Welcome, Commissioner SVDL. So the Vision Debate League. Solomon, what's going on with your family?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, shalom, Solar.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, man. So we're gonna get it in a little bit, but I want to play this video right now. Let me show my screen. So it's a few minutes long, but it's important that we take a look at this.
It was called the Red Summer of 1919, named for the blood that ran through America's cities during months of racial unrest. African American soldiers had returned home from the Great War, World War I, to a country still teeming with discrimination. And in their quest for civil rights, tensions between blacks and whites reached a tipping point. Deadly race riots broke out in over 24 cities, but one rural town, Elaine, Arkansas, would become the epicenter for the bloodshed. The violence there, lynch mobs, torture, indiscriminate murder, was so horrific it would go down in history not as a race riot, but as the Elaine Massacre. This is history. Dark history. During World War I, more than 350,000 African American soldiers enlisted to serve. But while they fought for democracy abroad, their own country, America, was still not willing to see them as equal.
White supremacy was very mainstream at this time in the United States. Basically, a lot of African Americans were seeking to obtain their full rights and equality in the United States. And violence was often used by mobs of whites.
Tensions reached a boiling point in the summer of 1919. Race riots broke out in dozens of cities across the country. But in the rural South, something even more menacing was taking form. There, slavery existed in all but name. In a system called sharecropping, farmers provided landowners with labor for a share of crops produced. But the system was rigged. Sharecroppers were often kept in perpetual debt.
One black sharecropper raised $500 worth of cotton, and his landlord told him, "Yeah, but you used $697 worth of supplies, so you owe me money."
Everyone who has any power at this point is working to make sure they keep African American laborers tied to the land.
For roughly 50 years, the system went unchecked. In the fall of 1918, a black man from Arkansas had had enough. Robert Hill had decided to form a union to represent sharecroppers. It was a dangerous decision, and one that would set off a chain of events involving mass murder, torture, and a landmark Supreme Court ruling. But first, he would need to organize.
In his message, Hill was pretty simple and direct. Why is it that we cannot have fair payment for the honest and hard work we do?
Despite the inherent risk involved with challenging whites, World War I veterans and other black sharecroppers became card-carrying members of the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America.
He believed that by paying dues, these members could have the services of lawyers and sue plantation owners for cotton that had been stolen from them and false numbers that had been placed in the plantation stores' books.
On the night of September 30th, 1919, Union members gathered in Elaine to discuss their legal plan.
This is in Phillips County. It's basically just a crossroads at this time, a road, a few houses, a railroad siding, no streetlights. There's also a one-room wooden church, and that's where the Union met. Expecting that they might have trouble, the Union posted a guard of about 6 men. They had shotguns and rifles. The meeting's taking place. While they're having this discussion, a car rolls up the road.
2 white men were in the car.
By one account, one of the white men in the car said, "You all get away from there." And shortly thereafter, a shot was fired.
Though it remains unclear who fired first, a barrage of gunfire broke out. One of the white men was killed almost instantly. The rumor of a black uprising spread in a matter of hours. The idea of a sharecropping rebellion conveniently played into the hands of landowners who did not want their sharecropping practices scrutinized. They did all they could, as quickly as they could, to sound alarms that black farmers were out for white blood.
The story gets magnified that the town is under attack, that blacks are killing people in the streets, that there is a revolution afoot.
The sharecroppers quickly formed self-defense groups, expecting repercussions of the death of a white man. But they could not have predicted just how severe the response would be. The following morning, under the watchful eye of Sheriff Frank Kitchens and his deputies, posses of white men were sent to find, detain, and kill the offenders.
When you have an out-of-control mob just being told there's a Negro insurrection going on, that mob's being very indiscriminate in its violence. You see houses being attacked, black homes being ransacked,
The black schools burnt, notable families were killed.
Black women and children have to go literally hide out in the woods because many of these people are indiscriminately shooting at African American women and their children.
Black veterans and other African Americans took up arms in self-defense.
This no doubt just feeds into the mob for the fact that, oh, they're daring to shoot back at us. This must really be an insurrection.
One historian has identified more than 20 different killing sites where African Americans were being killed.
There are stories that mob members were taking souvenirs, such as ears or fingers from the bodies of fallen African Americans.
One of the leading black families of the county, they weren't even in the town, they had just received a brother back from the French front. They were pulled from a train, put in the back of a car, and they're stabbed, shot, and their mutilated bodies are left on the side of the road.
Within 2 days, 500 U.S. troops were sent to quell the supposed black uprising.
You don't find any blacks killing or shooting down the streets. In fact, Colonel Jenks reports that the city is filled with hundreds and hundreds of white men with guns. Many of the individuals who were hiding in the thickets were former soldiers who had just gotten back from the war. And when they see the army troops come, they rush out, believing that the army troops are there to assist. The army believes that these people are rushing toward them to attack, and they're cut down by machine gun fire.
Although the exact number will never be known, a recent estimate suggests 237 black men, women, and children were killed.
Hi, it's Sam Barker here from Motley
And
Hi.
let's go there.
This
Okay, so we start this right here.
What's a bustling and booming shopping center just a stone's throw away from Motley headquarters is now a sad shell of its former self. The only store open Prime delivered you.
All right. So let's get into it, family. And so we see here that even in 1919, contrary to popular belief, we always hear about the Tulsa bombings, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We hear about Greenwood, Mississippi. We hear about Rosewood. We hear about a lot of different things, but here we simply see a different scenario here. A different scenario. These are black men just coming home from fighting the war, U.S. war, and then they come home simply looking to earn a living. And so they offer themselves, they go into what is basically voluntary servitude to the white sharecroppers, to the white farm owners, and basically going to voluntary servitude to sharecropping, just simply picking cotton again, simply just to make a living. Simply just to make a living. And you see in the video where all they wanted to do was earn a decent wage. They wanted to be paid fairly. They wanted to procure or obtain a honest business agreement. You have farmland, we have workers, and we just want to come and work. That's it. To feed our families. But what do we see? We see poor business practices. We see them not being paid an honest wage for an honest day's work. And in turn, for all of the work that they've done, they were told, you owe us for hiring you to do the work. But we have people say that if we look at Deuteronomy chapter 28 to 68, that those curses and those things still haven't befallen our people. We're no longer in captivity. That only happened at that specific time in history. But we clearly see that we're still dealing even today with modern day slavery. And so we know there's an inequality in wages between white men and black men who have the same level of education, the same degree. Both come from upper middle class families. Same background and experience. But simply because of the color of their skin, they're paid lesser than their white counterparts. We know this to be true. No one argues that in this country. No one argues that in this country. And so to say we're still under an oppressive regime, which is what Deuteronomy chapter 28, and when you get to verse 68, really begins to deal with, in the understanding of the difference of Egypt or Mizraim, which is the geographical location, has really less to do with the understanding of and the memorial of being under what is called a house of bondage. We know that the word Mizraim, or the definition of it, is not house of bondage. But again, as I said in my previous lesson on this, that it's not talking about that the house of bondage means Mizraim people, but it's talking about the oppressive regime, the oppressive government. That's what it's referring to when it says the house of bondage. This is why when you see in certain verses, when it talks about the Exodus, it clearly says, I brought you out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of bondage. It makes a distinction. So the distinction is that the house of bondage was about the oppressor. Was clearly about the oppressive regime. It was dealing with the Assyrian supremacy. And people say, what do you mean the Assyrian supremacy? Aren't you talking about Egypt? Well, if you actually study, you'll see that it was the Assyrians who brought with them into Egypt at the time of the Exodus. They brought in with them the Babylonian system of debt and slavery and oppression, and not paying a man for what he's worth, for a honest day's wage. That was the Babylonian system. That these Assyrians had always practiced. This is the same thing you see in America today. So the correlation in the scripture It's simply that. It's simply that. It's talking about Egypt and the house of bondage. So it separates the two.
Yeah. If I want to add a little bit to the conversation. Yeah, after seeing that Elaine race riots, that's actually how my grandparents came to Philly. They was it wasn't from the Elaine riots, but we was living in South Carolina, and my great grandfather was a sharecropper, and the same thing happened with what they were showing, where they used the tools and supplies, and I guess they charge them in a way that not only that they actually already got what they were supposed to financially, the work that they actually put in, but then they actually owed them money. And I guess my great grandfather was unaware of that, the whole thing. Or maybe it happened too many times. So he got a shotgun and he robbed the whoever he was working for, the white man he was working for. And I guess that they immediately moved, I guess, from a fear of retaliation to Philadelphia. So yeah, it was going down back then. And a lot of times, as what you've seen in the video, they try to make it out like the black men were like complacent and afraid. Nah, and especially when they came into the First World War, you could see like correlation between like the wars and the revolutions, and then the same thing happened after World War II. Because a lot of times when you're over there fighting, not only that you're trained in warfare, but you gotta see the fact, you gotta see, the human aspect of white people. Sometimes like with them being in charge all the time, it got this like undefeatable position. But now they see in the wars, they seen the white boys crying and screaming and scared, and sometimes the black dudes had to save the day, and a lot of those white boys be bitching up in the wars. And so when they come home, they done fought in that war, and they actually played a key role in actually winning the wars or winning some battles. So they were more demanding of equal rights. They had a whole movement, and this is right after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, going into the early 20th century. They was making an effort to proselytize Islam, and they targeted the African Americans. So that's where you kind of see, like the movements like the Noble Drew Ali and Fareed Muhammad and Mufti Muhammad Sadiq. They actually was trying to, and the reason why they was doing that because they seen that black people could be used as an asset, and they knew that they were being treated as second class citizens. So that was their effort into trying to get that resource, and which is much needed, which is the role that black people actually played in helping build America into the superpower that it is today. So I just want to add that to the conversation. Far as hold on a second. I had a when a sneeze coming up.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, as far as with the Deuteronomy 28:68, the Bible, I believe the Bible has been tampered with, but at the same time, the Bible is an encoded book, so not only is it talking about, and that's what actually protects certain aspects of the Bible, is that they wouldn't even know how to distort it because it was written encoded in a way that what they think they trying to tamper with is they can't tamper with it anyway. Like the aspects of certain stories,
Exactly.
which is it was far beyond their comprehension. I mean because that's what they did then. You know what I'm saying? Like they were literal masters, literary masters of the pen, and that goes far behind European comprehension. And even like, you know, that's why they had to have those certain incremental councils, because they was trying to figure out a way to use it to their advantage. But like the Deuteronomy 28:68, and I actually did a PowerPoint presentation. I cannot find that PowerPoint, so I'm gonna have to do it over because I want to add some stuff to it anyway. So,
Okay.
but the Deuteronomy 28:68, and I said, "What I would bring thee into Egypt in ships," and I was showing how this is the modern day Egypt. Not even from the land of bondage, because this is the land of bondage. Because, like, you know, when you look at it from the standpoint of the foundation of this land was predicated around slave labor. So this is the land of bondage, you know, and that is what fueled capitalism, which is dominant around the world today. So this is the land of bondage based off of that. And this is also the land of bondage by simply the fact that we have the largest prison system in the world. The United States have, I mean, the land of the free have the largest incarceration in the world. We have over 1 million people in prison, and we have people going in and out of prison. We need to we industrialize the prison. You know, so this is the land of bondage. Based off of that, this is the land of bondage. But not only this is the land of bondage, this is also the new Egypt. You know what I'm saying? From them, even they're naming the rivers, they're naming certain towns. You know, they building up, they erecting the same type of monuments as the Egyptians. I mean, the Washington Monument is just an obelisk.
It's an obelisk.
Yeah. So if this is the new Egypt, and even from the standpoint, which is very interesting, I'm gonna pass the mic. Even from the standpoint of what the Black Leadbacks do right today, like y'all the only ones that is like claiming Egypt culturally. Nobody else in the world is doing that. Not the Arabs over there in Egypt that claiming to be descendants of those people. They don't practice the culture of the Egyptians. They don't do that. That in itself is a phenomenon that was reemerged here in America. Just actually wearing the ankh and actually embracing certain aspects of what y'all consider that culture to be. Nobody else in the world does that. Nobody else is walking around with ankhs, and only y'all guys, and you know, do that and actually resurrected that. So even from that standpoint, this would be the new Egypt.
Absolutely. And even when we look at, because most people want to say, and I wanted to bring this out, and then I'm gonna get into some scriptures too, but I want to show this. I'm gonna look up, and I did this yesterday, but let me look up modern day slavery. It's actually a working definition for a family. Modern day slavery. So let me go share my screen.
All right, so that was a great point, man. You know, I ain't never even really paid attention and really even looked at it like that, to the extent that, you know, nobody is trying to represent and do what they did over there in Egypt. Not even them that's over there right now that's living in the land. The only ones that's trying to bring that back would be us. And then what you see is other nations following after us, because y'all are rocking those unks. So now you see the pale skins. Now you see other Arabs rocking the unk. It's like, it's crazy. But at the end of the day, you know, you still can't see that this is the new Egypt. And I mean, man, bro, that was awesome. Go ahead, Elder. You got it.
Yeah.
I agree, man. When you look at Deuteronomy, I've never even heard anybody say that before. This is the first time I heard somebody make that correlation.
When you look at Deuteronomy 20, Exodus 20 and 2, and Deuteronomy. Well, it's a bunch of scriptures in Deuteronomy that refers to the house of bondage. But each time, you know, you see a comma right there, right? And it makes the distinction is when you see house and land. So let's read Exodus 20, verse 2. It says, I am the Lord thy God. Stop. The reason why you stop because there's a comma there. You know what I'm saying? And soak that in. Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Stop. You know, and that's a whole nother saying right there. Out of the house of bondage. Now, you know, that you get more into the house of bondage, your understanding. Like how it reads in Deuteronomy 28, you know, when I Deuteronomy 28, Deuteronomy 7 and 8, you know, it is more what you was talking about earlier, you know what I'm saying, to be able to distinct the two. And Deuteronomy 7 and 8 says, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, you know. So there's another separation right there. So yeah, so I guess when people read, especially when you dive into literature, especially literature as old as this, you have to pay attention to the comments, you know, and the colons, like so your reading comprehension has to step up when you're reading literature like this, because you couldn't read it all. If you read it all together, then yeah, you'll be confused, and the people you're trying to teach it to don't be confused because you're not pausing. You're just running on. You're reading all fast. You know.
Con. And so let me read this, and then we're going to get in a little bit further, because I want to deal with Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 68, right? Because I want to show some people some things from the video we watched, from what we just heard from Solomon, giving his breakdown, and then the scripture DJ Black Charm just read, and the things that the brothers just mentioned. I'm going to show you some things. I'm going to show you something here. And so this is from the anti-slavery website, right? It's from the anti-slavery website. And they're a not-for-profit organization that fights against slavery around the world, worldwide, right? So let's read here. For those of us who like to carry the narrative that there's no captivity in America, because that's all slavery is, that there's no captivity, right? In America or around the world in most places. But listen to the working definition that they give for modern day slavery. It says modern day slavery is the severe exploitation of other people for personal or commercial gain. Stop. Right, DJ Black Charm, stop. It's a period right there. Let me read that again.
Yeah, stop. Yeah, don't read it all together so you can get an understanding. Then start it over again. Read it again.
Modern day slavery is the severe exploitation of other people for personal or commercial gain. Right? Let's continue. Modern slavery is all around us. Stop again. Comma. Pause. Modern day slavery is all around us, but often just out of sight. People can become entrapped making our clothes, serving our food, picking our crops, working in factories, or working in houses as cooks, cleaners, and nannies. From the outside, it can look like a normal job, but people are being controlled. They can face violence or threats, be forced into inescapable debt, or have had their passport taken away and are being threatened with deportation. Many have fallen into the oppressive trap simply because they were trying to escape poverty or insecurity, improve their lives, and support their families. Now they can't leave. This is what we just saw during the Elaine massacre and what Sola talked about. People being caught in an oppressive trap in this country. This still happens today. More than 50% of African Americans in this country live at or below the poverty line.
Let me say this, Elder. When you look at that, it can look like from the outside, that third paragraph, from the outside, it can look like a normal job. Most of us wake up and dip out the house like it's a normal job. I think I refer everybody to this video by Earl Nightingale called The Strangest Secret. And in The Strangest Secret, he talks about this. You know what I'm saying? That you have out of 100 people, 5% gonna be wealthy, and he breaks it on down, but he gets into a big old amount of dang near 80% of people. He didn't get into color, none of this stuff. But 80% of people wake up and go to work and or leave out their house and stuff like that, going to work and don't know why, and why they on that rat wheel like that. They don't know they don't know how to get off the rat wheel. They don't even know how to explain to their children why they on it or how to get their children from getting on it. They just know that it's normal, is normal life. It became normal life to wake up and serve somebody. Now watch this though, Elder. When you talk to the Christian, like myself and others, you know what I'm saying, they'll say, well, we supposed to be children of Israel, we supposed to serve, but not that kind of serve.
Come. And now let me read this. And then I want to get into scriptures dealing with that Deuteronomy 28:68. And this is just showing how we're still in captivity, even though we just read from modern day slavery. It appears people going out to their normal jobs. But you're going to jobs, you're working 8, 12, 10 hours a day, and you're not getting paid a job. You can barely make ends meet. People can barely still feed their families in this country. We're talking about our people. So when I hear people say, no, we're no longer oppressed because I'm doing so well, or we're no longer in captivity because Michael Jordan could drive a Bentley and buy a mansion. So we're no longer in captivity. Get out and go get you a job. That has nothing to do with the oppressive regime of racism and white supremacy that is still prevalent and evident and oppressive to our people in this country. Let's read this. This is from the Joint Economic Committee. This is from 2020. The Economic State of Black America in 2020. And I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to just get into it a little bit. It says, over the past half century, just 50 years, Black Americans have made substantial social and economic progress, gaining political rights that long had been denied to them, entering professions from which they had been blocked, and largely overcoming centuries of overt racism and oppression. They're just talking about only 50 years. But we're going to look at what they're calling gains in this under this overt racism and oppression. We're going to look at what they're saying, how much we've actually gained, right? While there were only 5 Black members of Congress when the Civil Rights Act became law in 1964, there currently are 56 Black members of Congress, including 12% of the House of Representatives. Black activists, scholars, and social commentators have raised awareness about the importance of diversity, shaped the national conversation around race inequality. There has been a proliferation of Black writers, screenwriters, artists, poets, athletes, musicians who have become superstars in their respective fields. And the 21st century saw the election of the first Black American, Barack Obama, as president of the United States. But here's the telling part here, family. However, these very visible signs of improvement mask deep inequalities. It's just what we just read on the definition of what modern day slavery is. It appears because people are getting up and going to work, it appears that these people are not being held captive to racism and white supremacy in this country. It appears that way. It appears that they're not being oppressed because you can drive a forklift and someone else has to clean toilets that you find funny or you make fun of. But listen to what it says. It says, however, these very visible signs of improvement mask deep inequities, that relegate tens of millions of Black Americans to second-class status, with far fewer opportunities to achieve good health, political influence, prosperity, and security than other Americans. Is this saying this is due because we're lazy? Is this saying we're facing these inequities because black folks don't want to work or because they lack the education? It's not what this is telling us, family. What it's simply saying is this, is that there is a system of overt racism and white supremacy and oppression that still exists in this country today. Today. Let's continue. The majority of Americans fail to recognize the magnitude of these problems. And when it says Americans, that means some of you Negroes in this country. Y'all fail to recognize the magnitude of these problems because you think you're doing better than the guy down the street or next door. So you think it's not a problem. You think the problem is just a shiftless foot, a lazy video game playing Negroes. That's how you dismiss the problem. But you're dismissing the symptom, not the cause. You're not dealing with the cause. And clearly it's racism and white supremacy, covert and overt oppression of a people in this country. Listen to what it says, family, pay attention. It says, for example, a 2019 study found that over 97% of respondents vastly underestimated the huge gap between the median wealth held by black families, just $17,000, and white families, $171,000. Do y'all see that, people? This is from 2019. This ain't from 50 years ago. This is not from 100 years ago. This is not from 400 years ago. We're not talking about 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. We're talking about today. Black families with the median wealth income of only $17,000 versus the white counterparts or white families at $171,000. You can't even really call that a wealth gap. That's literally not even pennies on the dollar. That's not even pennies on the dollar in comparison. A ratio of 10 to 1. The respondents estimate the gap to be 80 percentage points smaller than the actual divide. So they're telling you it's barely a dime, if that. For every dollar the white family earns in this country, black folks get about a dime or less.
Elder.
But you have the audacity to say we're not under an oppressive regime, that this is not the house of bondage. This is not a government that is steeped in racism and white supremacy and oppression. Go ahead, Art.
I wanted to say this. Who? Somebody else about to speak right quick?
No, I thought one of you guys. I thought it was you.
Okay, yeah. I was going. What I wanted to say is this right here. When you look at those numbers, right? 17,000 and then 171,000. So a lot of times that comes with exposure, right? So some people are exposed to making 17,000, and some people are exposed to making 171,000. Now here's the catch-22. With both of those, they come with a boss, and that boss got a cap. on how he doing. Now you got to know if that person making 17,000, the person who paid him 17,000, how much more than him did he make? Even the person that made 171,000. Now I know what a lot of people saying. All the hustlers, what they saying, don't be pocket watching. That ain't how business go, you know. And that's the mentality. That's how you know that you one of the ones that whether you a slave or an oppressor. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you say don't pocket watch. You know, that's when you get. And then you got the other people that say, you know, well, if you work 3 $17,000 a year jobs, you know what I'm saying? Like you just don't go. You just now you become a robot. You know, people they work 8 hours, they go home, go to sleep, and they go to another job and work 5-6 hours on that, go home, you know what I'm saying? And they do other little stuff in between that, you know. And those people, they don't really enjoy their life. So when you talk about retirement and stuff like that, people ain't really enjoying their lives till they turn 50 and 60 years old, if they make it that far.
Okay. Absolutely.
Now, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. So this is what I wanted to add to what you was talking about, Elder, talking about the injustice that's still going on in 2020, right? So this is from the Tampa Bay News, and this is dealing with 2020 election, right? And this is what it says. It says first-time voters had 2.54% of their mail ballots rejected. I'm gonna read that again. It says first-time voters had 2.54% of their mail ballots rejected, while 2.32% of black voters who voted by mail had their ballots go uncounted. Okay, so let me read that again so that we can be very clear with what's being said here. Now, mind you, this is 2020, right? From Tampa Bay News, and you can check it out for yourself. It says, while 2.32% of black voters who voted by mail had their ballots go uncounted, Democrats were slightly more likely to have their mail ballots uncounted than Republicans. So what we still seeing right here, family, is the injustice that the elder was speaking about when it comes down to how we're treated. So a lot of brothers like to talk about getting into the political realm, into the political arena to fight an unfair fight, to deal with some individuals that laugh at us behind closed doors and smile at us in our face and say, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and then do the complete opposite. And we looking at and the people looking at them like, well, what's going on? You supposed to be representing us. Come on, family. Go ahead, Elder.
And we're dealing with again, racism and white supremacy. We're dealing with a house of bondage. We're dealing with an oppressive regime. Right? And I'm gonna read this, and then I want to get to Deuteronomy 28:68. If one of you brothers can get that for me, we're going to get into that real quick. We're reading again from the Joint Economic Committee. Congressman Don Beyer, Vice Chair, the Economic State of Black America in 2020. He says the data reveal a much different story, with leading indicators of social and economic well-being show that on average, Black Americans face much more difficult circumstances than their white counterparts. For example, Black Americans take home less income, are far less likely to own their homes, and live shorter lives than white Americans. So even in that statement there, we clearly see that it not only affects how we live, but it affects our health, and it affects our mortality rate. This oppressive regime, or this house of bondage that we're under in America, according to their own research and work, is literally killing us. It's killing us as a people. This is what we see during oppressive regimes and being in captivity and being oppressed. It's literally killing us. This is what they're saying. Let me read it again. For example, Black Americans take home less income, are far less likely to own their homes, and live shorter lives than white Americans. Evaluating the state of Black Americans requires acknowledging that while the United States has made some progress in the last 50 years, as he's preferenced this, only in the last 50 years, we've made some progress. Very large disparities continue to exist. Recognizing both the progress, the minimal progress really, and the challenges is essential to ensure that all Americans, including Black Americans, have a realistic chance to achieve success. Because right now, according to their research, we don't have a realistic chance. It's just, we don't, under this oppressive regime. Does that mean we should sit on our hands and not do anything? No, the scripture tells us he'll bless whatever we set our hands to do. But we have to understand that we're fighting against a system of economic oppression that serves only to destroy us. And this is not something that the Most High God put on us. We're going to get into that. Somebody bring me Deuteronomy chapter 28:68. You can.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 68 reads, "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you."
Now I want to ask an important question there. Why do we see the term there, bondmen and bondwomen? Because there's clearly in other verses of scripture that we see the term slave being used, right? In certain aspects. But why do we see bondmen and bondwomen there? Because what we see, read that verse one more time, DJ Blackchorn.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you."
Right. And so when we get to that point where it says, "And no man shall buy you," right? When we see bondmen and bondwomen, right, that goes beyond just what we see the term of what we understand chattel slavery to be. And I brought this out in my debate against Inyame, right? That what we're talking about here, not in that instance there, you're not talking about chattel slavery, as some people like to pose. And so they try to allude to where it says, and no one will buy you. They try to correlate it to the fact of us standing in the square and being auctioned off, and no one would buy you. That's not what it's talking about there. What it's referring to as bondmen and bondwomen, that you would place yourself, so you would place yourself where you would be in voluntary servitude. It's talking about voluntary servitude. And involuntary servitude, you submit your services to someone in exchange to procure something or to acquire a wage. And so when that scripture talks about "and no one will buy you," it's simply telling you that you will submit yourself in service, but then no one will pay you a fair wage, or they will look to steal from you. They will look to not deal with you with integrity in business, right? And so This is what we have to understand, because when you read the text and it says, and no one, first of all, it says, and you will go back into Egypt with ships, right? And then it says, what did it say after that, DJ Black Charm? After you will go back into Egypt with ships, then what will happen?
It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. And then it goes
right there, real quick. It says the Lord will bring you back into Egypt again with ships.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now read that next part, that very next part.
By the way of I spake unto thee.
Uh-huh.
Then the next part says, thou shalt see it no more again.
Right. So if you're going to be, if the Most High is going to be bringing you back into the land of Egypt by ships, by the way that he told you, how is it that you're not going to see it again if he's bringing you back there? Did anyone just understand what I just said? If the Most High is saying he's going to bring you back into Egypt with ships, he's saying he's going to bring you there, right? For your disobedience. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to befall you. You're going to be taken back into Egypt again with ships. But then how is it that you're going to be there, but you're not going to see it again? Isn't that what it reads, DJ? You're on mute, DJ.
Sorry, I had a phone call come in. I'm sorry.
All right.
Say it again. You asked me a question. Sorry.
Yeah. So the scripture says if we're going to be brought back into Egypt by ships, right?
Yeah. And by ships, by the way of I spake unto thee, come.
Right. And
thou shalt see it no more again.
Right. So how is it that we're going to be taken back into Egypt with ships, but then we're not going to see it anymore again? You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
I understand what you're saying. I'm sitting here going through the scripture trying to explain it to him. Saying, hold on. You know what I'm saying? And so I won't be too slow, you know. But in this whole scripture from 15 through 68 is talking about being in Egypt. And it said right here, I'll bring you to Egypt again with ships, and you shall see it no more again. So is it talking about seeing some type of freedom or feeling some type of freedom again?
See, this is what I'm saying. It has to not, it can't specifically only be talking about the land if you're going to be brought back there, but then you're not going to see it again.
Mm-hmm. Because
at that point in the scripture, they're no longer in Egypt.
Yeah, right.
They've been bought out. Shout out to Elder A Unity in the building.
Yo, shalom, bro. Peace,
shalom.
Family. Peace to all the brothers.
All right, so at this point, when he says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Mm-hmm.
So are they in Egypt at that moment?
They're not in Egypt at that moment.
Okay. So where are they at that moment?
At that moment, they're out. They've been. The Exodus has occurred.
The Exodus has occurred. So now they're experiencing what they think is a freedom.
Right.
They're
no longer under that oppressive rule.
Right. So because they ain't under that oppressive rule, and now we're gonna talk about civil. My questioning is going towards civilization. Mm-hmm. So or not civilization. Let's do it like this.
Oh, he fell off.
Yeah. I don't know what happened just then. It just kicked me off. But it's not civilization, but being civil or civilized, right? Mm-hmm. So now you're talking about 1 through 14 is about being obedient. 15 through 68 is talking about being disobedient. So it's a 2-part chapter, you know, in that thing right there. So, you know, how I look at it as okay, being civil outside of Egypt. Now, were they civil in Egypt?
Were the Israelites civil in Egypt?
Yeah, what I mean, because it was a civil, like, what was that civil
Well,
type
they
living,
were-
or was they not to be living like that at all? However they was living in that time, you know what I'm saying, in Egypt, where they, you know, like to say, okay, now you out of this, now you out of this place. So it's kind of like you let your children outside and they just start acting, running all wild, acting, you know what I'm saying? And you like, hold on, y'all need to calm down before y'all mess around and hurt y'all.
Yeah. Again, and you have to say no at this point, because they're in a civilized society, but it's not one of their own.
Okay.
Right? And what happened is that in order for you to even form your own civilization or civil society, you have to have certain things. You have to first have your own land, which we know at the time they were oppressed in Egypt. So they weren't in their own land. You have to have your own language. You have to have your own writing system. You have to have your own trade system or economic system in place. And then you have to have your own religion. And then you have to have your own way of agriculture type of thing. So there's about 7 things that you need in order to consider something a civilization, or to consider people civilized.
So, and so Deuteronomy 28 is checking them. 68, 15 through 68 is kind of checking you. Like, if you're gonna have these things, then you can't be X, Y, and Z.
Exactly. And so so this is what Moses brings, right? What he brings, and what he brings is he brings the civilization of a people, right? He goes into, let's not do as the Egyptians do. Let's not partake in swine, eating kosher and different things like that. So he goes into these things, how you deal with things. He sets up a government, theocratic rule, and he sets these things in motion, right? And so you start to see Israel becoming a civilized nation of people, because before then the scripture tells us that the Most High chose these people because they were least considered among all at the time in the land. Like they literally were a byword. They literally were not thought of, right, as a people. And so we started to see this transformation, right? But I really want to deal with the Deuteronomy 28 and the part of us still being in captivity, right? Because we're still under oppressive rule and regime in this country. And that's clearly what we see here.
Clearly.
Anonymous, you want to add something to it, Doc?
Excuse me. Yeah. I was just I was letting y'all get it out real quick. I think Solar had spoke on it earlier about the Bible having all these literary tools in it. This is part of the huge misconception with people that just pick up the book after they've been heard, or when they don't really have anybody to teach them the deeper understanding of this of what it means to really read this book. If you understand everything, and I think it was Elder DJ Black that was bringing it out from verses 16 all the way down to 68, you're dealing with a concept, right? And the concept is you're going to be ripped out of your home and be put back into some form of bondage, right? Put back into a form of oppression. And we fail to understand that this happened several times to these people, right? This is not just, we're taking you back again to Egypt as in Mitzrayim. This is taking you back into the concept of bondage. This is why Elder Yara brought out the bondmen and bondwomen. But even when you go deeper into 28:68, if you understand how to parse verbs, and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but like when it says, "And there you shall be sold," If you understand how it's parsed, this is a hithpel stem, right? This is actually talking about you selling yourself.
Okay.
Right? And then if you understand that, then when you go to no man shall buy you, now it makes more sense, because then in this qual active participle, it's telling you that now no man will employ you. No man will put you in a situation where you can help yourself. This is why part of the law tells you to help your brother if you can. You can never just take one verse or even one section of scripture and try to read it in a vacuum. That's the beauty of this book. No matter how much someone has tried to come to it, and I ain't gonna say everybody tried to change it. There's some people who honestly would call themselves doing some form of translation, right? But if you don't have the context and you don't understand the beginning of it, then you'll never be able to properly explain it. And so that's the problem when this chapter is attacked, or even when some overzealous brothers try to use it. There's no true understanding of how to explain this. You get the same thing, and I want to say, was it Leviticus 26? When you play, you get in the same breakdown. The overall understanding of this has to be that this will happen to you perpetually. And we see that happening. This happens over and over and over again to these people. And those of us that identify as those people, we don't just identify with the curses. I pray that you don't just identify with the curses. But one of the ways that we are able to wake up and see, like, man, that sounds a lot like us, is through the curses. So just moving forward, I just wanted to just bring that part out. Is you have to read the Bible in concepts, right, and understand overall connection. Right? That's why when you go to Deuteronomy 30, that's why when you get to Deuteronomy 30, you get the explanation of how you'll overcome these things. You will overcome these things in the last days, so to speak, or in the end of the age while you're in your captivity. That has not come to pass yet. So we understand that this is talking about overall captivities, and at the end, in that final captivity, you'll be spread across the world, and you'll start to rethink yourself, and you'll do the things that I told you to do, i.e. Jeremiah, plant vineyards, build houses, build an infrastructure, do the things that Elder Yar was just talking about that we don't have. We don't have any agricultural representation, no political representation. We don't have any of these things. But if you understand this book, and every time we were able to come out of captivity, is because the Most High put someone in a position in these political arenas, or in the, like, even if you deal with Esther's situation, you put someone in a position to have the ear of the regime to cause them to stop whatever it is they was doing and show favor upon the people of the Most High. So it's a practical application. That's all I got right now. It's a great build.
I appreciate you. Art. And so again, this is what, and so this is the understanding of the things that we see when we're dealing with these texts. And we have people trying to, conflate the fact that because when they read the scripture and it says Mizraim, that it was, it's being taken as that's the actual, that the definition of Mizraim means house of bondage. And I said this before in my lesson a couple of days ago, on this same chapter, Deuteronomy 28, that people say it wasn't addressed. But if you go back and listen, I clearly addressed the fact that the scripture never says that Egypt is the house of bondage. It's simply referring to the oppressive regime. That's why in many different scriptures, it clearly makes the distinction of Mizraim,
right,
and the house of bondage. I mean, it's clear that it should not even be a discussion. But again, cognitive dissonance is a disease that requires a cure, right? And so
it's also a form of confirmation bias. So I just wanted to just
go right.
Like,
absolutely.
I mean, because think about it. Like, you hear some new stuff, you want to attack the Bible, you heard some new teaching, and so you want to take that and just run with that without taking the time to go back and actually apply the Bible like you normally would. For instance, a lot of people that put down the Bible but still want to use the Bible. When it's convenient, they'll teach from the Bible. They'll give the concepts from the Bible. But then when it's time for them to get back on their soapbox and feed into the hate that they have, now all of that conceptual application that you had when you were doing your thing, teaching from the Bible, that goes out the window. And then you just lean strictly onto what we call eisegesis. This is a problem. And it's a problem on both sides, right? We have got to get to the point where if we really going to deal with these things, we got to deal with them straight up and evenly across the board. So, yeah.
Right. Exactly. And so then the next thing I want to talk about, even with this, you know, we often have people saying, well, this is where the Bible denigrates or desecrates ancient Kemet or Egypt. And it talks about, you know, what we should do, you know, and how we treat Egypt and why we view Egypt in a negative light and how we view, when the Bible never does that. This scripture is not indicative of that.
Man, bring that out. Yo. Say that again, man.
We're gonna bring that out. General Yashar, are you still on, fam?
Yes, sir.
Bring out that Isaiah 54 and let's deal with this.
Gotcha. Hold tight.
We're gonna deal with this.
This is Isaiah 52 and 4. And this is what it reads. It says, "For thus saith the Lord God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause."
Can you read that last part again? Read that last part again.
Okay. It says, "My people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause."
The scripture clearly tells us here in Isaiah 54 and verse 2 that when the Israelites went down into Egypt, it tells us who the oppressors were. It didn't tell us that it was the indigenous people of the land of Kemet. It tells us who were the oppressors in that land.
And what's also that needs to be pointed out is what aforetime means. It means the first time we went into Egypt.
Huh.
So you can't relate this to any other time. Okay, it's impossible for you to do that.
And it clearly tells us the Assyrians were the oppressors, not the people of Egypt, the indigenous people of that land. They were not our oppressors during that time. So we're reading Deuteronomy chapter 28 and 68, simply because it says, "I will take you back into Egypt again with ships," or Mizraim. It's talking about the land in that instance, but it talks about you shall not see it again, no more again, but you will be under this oppression, this house of bondage. Who brought that house of bondage into Egypt? The Assyrians, not the native people of that land. The scripture clearly tells us to what? Not to hate an Egyptian. Why? Because we were sojourners in their land. Because we were sojourners in their land, they took us in. That's what it tells you. Those were the indigenous people of that land of Africa. When the scripture tells us not to hate an Egyptian because he is my brother. These are our people. And not to abhor an Edomite. So it's telling us in that instance that these people were not were the indigenous people of that land at the time. And when we get to Isaiah 54, verse 2, it clearly tells us who the oppressors were, who were on top. Even the Egyptians, the native Egyptians, were under oppression at the time. We were as well, because when we clearly read and deal with certain aspects, we see that these Egyptians were not always, they also were being, they were also afraid of the ruling regime, of the ruling party. And that's important because when we talk again about America, we see the same Assyrian tactics, the same that came through Babylon. These same people who is later established the Babylonian Empire. And so when we get into when we start talking about the Assyrian captivity, we still see we're still under oppression by the same people again. And this system of debt that we're facing and that we're in, that's the oppression. This system and cycle of debt that we're in America, we still see this same Babylonian Assyrian tactic of oppression. If you study older ancient Assyriology, they'll tell you that it's the Babylonians, it's the Assyrians that came up with the whole debt system. And they referred to debt as sin, S-I-N. And so we have to understand that when we hear folks say you're not under under oppression and captivity, we read from the let me pull it back up here, the economic state of blacks in America in 2020 from the Joint Economic Committee. We read that, still showing that black families, the wealth gap, the wealth divide in America held by blacks is 17,000 versus the white family counterparts at 171,000. This goes right along with Elder Anonymous brought out in regards to being paid an honest wage or being dealt with in a system of fair and balance, of being fair and being balanced. This is what we see took place with the Elaine massacre that we started out with at the beginning of this show. They simply wanted to be paid a fair wage. This is in 1919. And as we see this economic report here from 2019 to 2020, from 2020 actually, still says and still shows we're still being oppressed by a system in the cycle of debt. We show what modern day slavery is. The working definition of modern day slavery for those of you who say we are no longer in captivity. But you have the audacity to say that just because one or two are free, that we're all free. I'm not free unless my brother is free. What do I look like having the keys in my hand? I can unlock the shackles and the chains off my feet, but I'm gonna look at my brother laying next to me and I won't unlock his. And then I run off, but yet I can call myself free.
Facts. And if you understand the book, you violating the Torah if you do that.
Am I my brother's keeper?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
I don't think some brothers understand what, but I mean, you know, that's a classic when we was in the world and they still don't get it.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, again, they give us a working definition today. This is from the anti-slavery website. They deal with oppression and slavery around the world. And listen how they define slavery. It's not just about folks being shackled and chained in slave boats. It says modern slavery is the severe exploitation of other people for personal or commercial gain. When we look at this, that's clear exploitation. Black families, the wealth of black families, $17,000 versus white families of $171,000 in 2019, family. You're going to tell me that that's not exploitation? Listen to what the next line says. I'm going to read it again for those of you who didn't get it. It says the data reveal a much different story with leading indicators of social and economic well-being showing that on average, Black Americans face much more difficult circumstances than their white counterparts. That's due to racism and white supremacy. That's due to oppression. And you're only oppressed when you're under a system of captivity. For example, Black Americans take home less income, are far less likely to own their homes, and live shorter lives than white Americans. It's a matter of life and death. And you're going to tell me when you read the scripture and we listen, I'm going to pull this up because I think people need to kind of like get a working understanding of this, right? Go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, let's if we not to move from what we talking about at all, right? But it's just when you keep reading, things just start to just pop out. You know what I mean? Just right in your face. And it's like people just be dismissing just all type of information. So in here we see in 52 and 4, the elder was bringing out, you know, we see who's oppressing us, right? But then it goes into this individual that they say is not mentioned in the Old Testament, who we call the Mashiach. It goes right into it. Listen to what it says in verse 6. He says, therefore my people shall know my name. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I. Verse 7. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him, not them, but him, just one, that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy power reigneth. Verse 8, thy watchmen shall lift up thy voice with the voice together, shall sing, together shall they sing, for they shall see eye to eye, when the Lord shall bring again Zion. Break forth into joy, sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem. For the Lord hath comforted his people, he hath redeemed Jerusalem. And the Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our power. Right here is very clear that this is a description of the Mashiach, from the point where his feet is on a mountain to every aspect of what's being explained in detail, from the bringing forth good tidings of good. It's only one that got good. It's only one that the scripture says is good, and that's the Father. And the tidings is coming from him. So he's bringing good tidings from good. I mean, it's talking about him, family. But you got people like Chris Harris saying that the Mashiach is not mentioned in the Old Testament.
But we go.
Go ahead, Elder. You got it.
Con. But again, we see these things. Well, and as you read out, is that these things will what be taken to the ends of the world, right? Not just simply what their understanding of the world is at that time, but it will be taken throughout the ends of the world, throughout generations to come. So again, as Elder Anonymous brought out earlier, we clearly see in Deuteronomy 28:68 and Deuteronomy chapter 28 that these things are perpetual, the blessings as well as the curses. I can identify with the blessings just as well as we can identify with the curses. That's what needs to be said more. Again, it's a contract.
Man, I was hoping that you went, because I want to, there's a comment in the chat. It's just a comment that I'm not going to, I ain't trying to get it nobody.
Go ahead in. Go
but
fam.
It's just
Go
funny,
ahead.
like the goal of people to take one soundbite of something that you say and use that as your entire narrative without addressing everything else you say. I've made it clear that we should be focused more on living in the first half of Deuteronomy 28 than the second half. But since everybody want to keep bringing up this, I'm on here to address it, right? But if you address or live in the first part of Deuteronomy 28, then part of that is financial blessing. So person said, according to Anonymous, that's all due to Black people being financially ignorant, not Deuteronomy 28. When he's talking about basically people being financially destitute. No, it has a lot to do with not understanding the first part of this chapter as well, because the first part of this chapter teaches you how to actually live. And when I say live, I mean on a day-to-day basis, right? There are certain things that you must do in order to govern yourself the way that the Bible makes it clear that you should govern yourself. And one of those things is having an understanding of what to do with economics, i.e., I don't just take money and hoard it up for myself. And you can compare this with the front of the book and the back of the book, right? If you understand the parable of the talents, you can't just take your one little bitty treasure and put it in the dirt. You have to take it and utilize it, put it back into the system, put it back into rotation. So now others can also become wealthy. Others can also start to help all of those who are oppressed. This is why I kept saying part of the Torah is you should be trying to redeem or buy back, or really what it's talking about is empower your brother if you see him being oppressed, right? This has nothing to do with just, oh, I want money, right, family? Or I was smart enough to just go get some money. No, I'm using the principles from the Torah to create wealth for not only myself, but the people that I consider to be the people of the Most High. And you'll never understand that if you just on an accusation campaign. If all day, all you want to do is try to find fault with what people are saying. You understand what I'm saying? So what we're talking about is actually putting people in a position to overcome what has been done. We're not denying that it happened. We're just trying to show you the opportunities that we have in the prescription for overcoming this. This is why non-participation, which the brother's going to find out on October 11th, is a horrible idea.
Facts. And what does Deuteronomy 28 teaches us, Elder, when he talks about we shall be the lender and not the borrower?
Bro, let me bring up some scripts real quick, because I know I got it open. We just deal with the whole first half of the chapter, first 15 verses. Right? Because you got to understand, like, this other thing, people don't know what's going on when you're dealing with the book of Deuteronomy or Devarim, right? This is a recap of everything that they've gone through over the last 40 years.
Important.
Right? This is not just, oh, I'm making this up or I'm giving this up. This is why when somebody says, oh, well, this was written in this century or this century, has no bearing on the conversation, honestly, because it all lines up with the previous books, because it is a recap. So when you get to Deuteronomy 28, you start at verse 1, it starts talking about all these things will come on to you. And the first, out of the fourth word in the second chapter is blessings. All these or the second verse, all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Right? Blessed shall you be, blessed shall you be, blessed, 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 blessed. The Lord shall cause thy enemies to rise up against thee. They'll be smitten. right? But I want to get down to plenteous. Here we go. So let's start here. Verse 11. And the Lord shall make thee, and Yah shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, and in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Right? Watch this. And the Lord shall open upon thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain unto the land, until thy land is in his season. Please forgive me. And to bless all the work of thine hand, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Okay. Verse 13. And Yah shall make thee the head and not the tail, and thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If that thou hearken unto the commandments of Yah thy Elohim, which I command thee this day to observe and do them. Now you may say, well, this only applies for going into the land. But in Deuteronomy chapter 30, which I'll bring out for you real quick, so I'm not just giving lip service, right? Deuteronomy chapter 30, this is the finalization of all of this. And it shall come to pass, this is verse 1, Deuteronomy 30 and 1, and it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations whither Yah thy Elohim have driven thee, and shalt return unto Yah thy Elohim, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Verse 3. Then Yah thy Elohim will gather thee from all the nations whither Yah thy Elohim has scattered thee. And I ain't talking about no aliens coming back. I ain't even finna get into that with people, right? But if you understand this concept, this means while we are scattered, these things will come to mind, and we'll do what we're taught to do in Jeremiah, which is plant vineyards, build houses, create infrastructure, live close to each other, practice group economics with each other, practice the things that we are supposed to be practicing no matter where we are. There are certain things that participate in this law that we can do no matter where we are. That's why Deuteronomy 28 is a summarization of everything. It's not just, oh, I woke up and I wanted to tell you blessings and cursings. The blessings and cursings are tied to what you were taught to do throughout the entire Torah, throughout the first 5 books, throughout the first set of instructions. There are certain blessings and cursings that come through that. So once you understand that, I have no problem telling you that financial education is a part of this. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. And see, what most people don't understand about Deuteronomy 28 is that the very beginning of it is dealing with how to operate with financial integrity and soundness. And this is what they miss, right? They miss this, right? And so what it's telling you again is that you have to understand that debt is a curse. To be in debt is a curse.
Right.
The Most High ain't putting you in debt. Your financial illiteracy is putting you in debt. Debt is a system of oppression instituted by the Babylonian Empire. We see it here in the scriptures. We see it through the Assyrian captivity. We see it throughout history among the Romans, the Greeks and the Romans who adopted the Babylonian system, financial system of debt. This is historical fact, family. This is what's been adopted in America today and around the world. The world. This is why in the book of Revelations, it refers not to Egypt, but to what? Babylon. Do you think John the Revelator thought Egypt was a better place? No, because it was not important about the land of Egypt as it was more important about the house of bondage, the regime that carries over, the oppressive regime, the debt of oppression that carry over is what they always kept in mind. This is why the Mashiach always taught. He taught more about finance than anything. He says you can't serve both God and mammon. If you look research the history, mammon was a deity, a Baal. It was a Baal, a deity of the Babylonians and the Assyrians. They worshiped Baal Hammon or Mammon. And what was he? He was the deity of usury. Look it up, family. Baal Hammon. So he said you can't serve both God and mammon. This is why the Mashiach, as Ark brought out, he talked about he gave the parable of the talents. All it is an investment strategy.
No, I didn't say nothing about using insurance and real estate to overcome the curses. This is, once again, if we want to talk about cult, we talking about cult-like behavior. We talking about deceptive behavior. I clearly said, you see what I'm saying? This is silly, bro.
But see, that's the thing, family. This is what I was saying yesterday when I did the show with Born Knowledge Allah. Shout out to you, family, for the show yesterday. Good show yesterday. Born Knowledge Allah. When you don't understand something, most folks take on their Western mindset or the European mentality. When they don't understand something, the first thing they decide to do is attack it. Why? Because the fear of the unknown. Instead of them seeking to understand the truth of it, they rather destroy it or tear it down to understand it. That is the psychosis of the westernized European mindset that a lot of our people have fallen into. And so when we see something we don't quite understand, we destroy it. Just like we had a moron in the chat saying the Assyrians, right? The Assyrians never ruled in Egypt. Who can take a person like that seriously after that statement?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You understand what I'm saying? That's a person you should never listen to.
Not even engage in a dialogue. You know what I mean? It's not even worth it.
You know what I'm saying? They make it help you, they make it help you put a CPU together or solder a motherboard, but they sure can't teach you anything about history making those types of statements. It's literally an uneducated response. That carries no merit, deserves no weight, shouldn't have even been mentioned by me because it's even beneath our knowledge grade on the Yahweh War Machine. You're not even playing on the same level, fam, making those types of statements.
Yo, it's so much I want to beat this. I'm gonna beat this protege up though. That's fine.
Yeah, we go. Listen, fam. Look,
he just stated like this is.
Look, I've been trying to tailor this conversation to cut all those corners.
Yeah, right. I got
you. See what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. It's like, and I got up on the screen and I had it up here for a while, right? This is in the. Let me read it, fam. Just let me read this real quick, so people can get an understanding, right? The title of it says "Slave Bible from the 1800s." Omitted key passages that could incite rebellion, which is what that says, right? So this is what a slave Bible looked like, right? I think I can play this little 7-minute excerpt. I think this is it. Let me see if I can play it, family.
You might remember that we first visited the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. for its opening last November. As you might imagine, with some 3,000 plus items on display, we were only able to manage a quick overview. So we went back last week to check out a special exhibit, a rare Bible on loan from Fisk University that was published by British missionaries in the 1800s to convert and educate slaves, or perhaps a better word would be indoctrinate them.
If you look here at this, the card here, that's the actual title. Parts of the Holy Bible selected for use among Negro slaves in the British West India Islands.
So that is the actual title of the book, is selected for the use of the Negro slaves.
Yeah, that's the actual title.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Curator Anthony Schmidt joined us in the exhibit where the so-called slave Bible sits in a glass case, propped up for view, the only artifact in the room.
Looks like a regular Bible, but it was produced by British missionaries. The first instance that we know of that it was published was 1807, and it was intended for use among enslaved Africans in the British West Indies, which is modern-day Caribbean, so Jamaica, Barbados, Antigua. But what's unique about it is that it's an abridged version of the Bible. About 90% of the Old Testament is missing.
90%.
90%. 50% of the New Testament is missing. Put it another way, there are 1,189 chapters in a standard Protestant Bible. This Bible contains only 232. We displayed this here, this section. You'll see a jump from Genesis 45, and they've cut out all the material up to Exodus 19 here. And so what they've cut out is the story of the Israelites' captivity in Egypt and their eventual liberation and journey to the Promised Land. And of course, that was a pretty powerful story for enslaved Africans in the Caribbean, but also in the Americas. And so we suspect that they were excising that because it was such a powerful source of inspiration and hope.
The wall next to the Bible's display case highlights other well-known verses that were intentionally left out of this edition. These are among the passages that were cut out.
Yeah, Galatians 3:28, of course, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus.
That's for the King James Version.
These are the King James
Galatians.
versions.
Mm-hmm. And so give us an example of something that was left in.
Right, probably the most famous pro-slavery verse that many pro-slavery people would have cited is the Ephesians 6:5, servants be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of your heart as unto Christ.
So to associate kind of human bondage and human slavery with obedience to the higher power. So
exactly.
Interesting. Also from King James.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's back up a little bit and talk a little bit more about how this whole exhibit came to be. The item itself, which is here, has been on loan from Fisk University since the museum opened last year. But why did you decide to highlight it in this special exhibit space?
So Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee was generously allowed us to display this item. And from the very beginning, people have been shocked to see it. It's drawn a lot of interest. In fact, of all the items we have on display here, it's probably been the most talked about among our guests. So this is an exhibit that uses only one artifact, and it seeks to tell that artifact story and what was inside it. And then we also wanted to give up a space for people to reflect and respond.
So I want to talk about what's in the Bible, but then I also want to talk about how people are responding to it.
Yeah.
So first of all, tell me a little bit more about the work that you have done around discovering the origins of it, who's behind it, what their motivations were. Just tell us a little bit more about that research.
Sure. So the Missionary Society for the Conversion of Negro Slaves in the British West Indies was founded, or you might say refounded, in 1794. Originally, it had been aimed at the conversion and education of Native Americans. After the Revolution, however, those ties broke off, so they were looking for different avenues to direct that revenue.
So what was the intention, though, in excising the Bible or editing it, or
Mm-hmm.
I might say censoring it,
right,
so heavily? What was their intent?
There are several theories and there's several layers to this. The first one being that most of the planter class in the West Indies were opposed to missionary work among enslaved Africans there on their land. And so this can be seen as an attempt to appease the planter class, saying, look, we're coming here, we want to help uplift materially these Africans here, but we're not going to be teaching them anything that could incite rebellion. And so coming in and being able to educate African slaves would prepare them one day for freedom, but at the same time would not cause them to seek it more aggressively.
The sense that I get, this comes with a video where there are students at Fisk encountering the text, and this also, the exhibit has a place for people to reflect on the text. The sense I get from some of the people is that they're shocked.
Yeah.
They are shocked.
Yeah.
To know that this existed. And I have to ask you, were you?
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
You
yeah.
were?
I was talking with a person who was looking at the text, and they kind of verbalized it for me, is that I can't believe it was printed like this. Like it wasn't taking a razor blade or anything like that. It was actually printed like this. And knowing that the intentions behind it. So yeah, that is shocking.
I wonder if this is going to change something.
Right. And so let me put you back in. Let's see. And the reason why I played that is because I wanted people to understand that very last part that he spoke about, that they just didn't cut out pages or rip pages out. They printed it. They printed it, the book, without the stories of the Exodus. They actually printed it without certain aspects and scriptures, as we see in Galatians. They actually printed the book to deceive. And why did they have to reprint the book in the 1800s? If it was their book. They printed this in Britain. This is where it began. They reprinted it in Britain. And the reason why they had to reprint it in Britain is because England owned the copyrights. They weren't the writers, but they owned the copyrights belong to the throne of England. Even the KJV version, it belonged to the throne of England, right? As far as the copyrights, although they were not the authors of the books compiled within it, they owned the copyrights to the KJV version. And so the reason why it was reprinted in Great Britain, and this is how they reprinted it without the story of the Exodus. They reprinted anything that had to do with rebellion, anything that it had to do with retributive justice when it came to how masters dealt with their employees or servants or bond servants or bond maids, anything that had to do with that, it was removed. Why? If it was their book. If it was their book and they created it, why not let it stand? Because they wanted to remove the justice out of the book in order to place their injustice into it. And they can use it to subjugate our people. So when they tell you, oh, they brought our people over, they came into our land, they came into Africa, and they bought us Bibles but left with their land, with our land. Or when they stepped off the slave ship, the first thing they put in their hand was that Bible. Well, what Bible did they put in their hand? We clearly see it was one that not was redacted, but it was printed without those books in it. But as I said, the confirmation bias when people teach this is beyond the realm of ignorance. It's beyond the realm of ignorance. Right? Beyond the realm of ignorance. Right? And so when we see this was being taught to people. They didn't care whether or not that these black folks was Christian converts or whatever they were. They didn't care anything about that. It was simply used to subjugate a people. They simply lied about their book, because if they thought that their book was righteous, you teach the whole book if it was their book. But they knew it wasn't their book, because their whole ideology was based on slavery, racism, and white supremacy. The book clearly taught against it. So they had to remove it. It's simple. It's simple, fam. So when you see these people try to express these things to you, the Bible's anti-African, the Bible supports racism, it supports racism and white supremacy, it teaches you to turn the other cheek and this and that. No, it doesn't.
Yo, you want to know what else is weird real quick? Why don't they talk about all the campaigns these people ran into Nubia and killed all they kings and hung their heads on stuff? And I mean, we could start going into the real oppressors of Africa.
Right.
Like, if you really want to talk about who was oppressing black people or oppressing the African bodies on the continent, like, all these things become real weird to me. I'm just saying, we see what happened. You showed the slave Bible, you showed what they did to it. We can talk about the first campaign down into Nubia. We can start talking about a whole bunch of craziness. Don't none of it include the Israelites.
Facts.
Oppressing black people.
God.
It's weird. Like, take the real rhetoric to the people who are doing it and who have done it. But instead, you tend to argue with people who are not doing it, who have not condoned doing it, and are trying to give you a prescription for how to get out of it. Why you have no solution.
Listen, on the reverse side of that, right? Those who try to oppress us, those black people who try to oppress us, brother, it's impossible. The only way we got caught in the continent of Africa is because of our lack of connection with the Most High. It's the only reason.
So, and this is what, and these are the things we clearly, we clearly have to get a clear understanding with, right? So it's like, again, when we're dealing specifically with these verses, and this is what they want to do. We want to see y'all build a whole doctrine of Deuteronomy chapter 28, 68. No, I mean, yeah, whatever. If that's what they do, that's what some people do. I'm telling you, that's in error. But when we deal with the verse in the entire context, the entire context says, if you deal with what the blessings are, the contingencies, the behavior, how you carry yourself, how you prepare yourself, how you put yourself in the position to be blessed, to be the lender and not the borrower, to be the head and not the tail, it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be there in the verses if it wasn't for you. But it's mighty funny how people want to attribute simply the curses to themselves,
right,
and dismiss the prosperity portion of it. It's simply a contract on behavior. Nothing more, nothing less.
Right.
And it's prevalent and useful for all manner of people. So, I mean, we could go through this intellectual hopscotch with these kids and dealing with these verses. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Let them be ruled by the baby.
You know what I'm saying? You know, you walk around on the, you know what I'm saying, on the internet like Boss Baby.
Man.
Speaking highly intelligent, but still need a diaper change.
Sheesh.
Like for instance,
I just saw a video today that was advertising ice cream baby or something, or baby ice cream or whatever it's called.
You know,
brother, baby ice cream now. So you got a studly man, masculine man, oiled up, dancing with some jeans on, and then open his jeans up and ice cream squirted out his pants for baby ice cream.
Right. And see, and watch this. You got folks that don't even believe in the book. They want to teach you to come up out of the spell or the curses or this understanding the book of Deuteronomy 28:68, telling you curse. They want to tell you it's not you, but they refuse to go to the very top of the chapter and tell you that is you. They want to tell you to come out of that Deuteronomy 28:68. Come out of that. Right? But they never go back up into the top and say that's what you should be looking at, or this is what really he promised you first. See, they're not going to do that. And you know why they're not going to do that? Because then it's going to show them in the light and the deception that the Most High's thoughts, when he says my thoughts for you are what? They're good and not evil.
Look, Elder, this is the stupidity that we have to really deal with, right? So this is what Numbskull said, right? He said the slave Bible was produced in the 19th century, family. Slavery started in the 1500s. So you mean to tell me that I guess we was in Egypt in the 1500s? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Numbskull?
Right. Yeah, that's basically that's basically what he's saying. So since we listen, bro, listen, we can go back as early as the late 1400s, early 1500s, and we can start to see collections of our scrolls being canonized, being printed, being put into books since the here in America, since the advent of the Gutenberg printing press, we start to see reprints. But even before then, before the printing press, we saw they were still printing with block print, right? Without the printing press, without the changeable type machines, they were hand carving, inking, and printing, right? They were scribing and scrolling. They were still printing even before the Gutenberg press was invented. But the problem and the ignorance is that from the 1400s to the 1600s, and we get to the KJV, we still have the Matthew's Bible that was before that, and then going on. So from now, if your claim is that they wrote the book, you mean to tell me it took them what, 2,000 years to figure out that the book was against slavery? That they had to come along in the 1800s? That they had to come along in the 1800s? And that they had to come along in the 1800s and reprint an entirely brand new Bible without the book of Exodus, most of it, without chapters in Galatians, anything that had to do with retributive justice and how a slave or how a master would treat a servant, or an employer treats an employee. You mean to tell me they couldn't figure that out? I'm gonna tell you why they couldn't figure it out. Because we know that most Western and European civilizations that came to power, the literacy rate was extremely high. The illiteracy rate was extremely high. They couldn't read. Even the literacy rate in the antebellum South during the slavery time, they couldn't read either. They couldn't read their own language. So it wasn't until the British in the 1800s began to see and began to become a little bit more educated, and they began to be able to read. They were a little bit higher than be more literate than those in the Americas, even at that time. But it wasn't at that time that they started to read and study the book and say, you know what? Wow, this book is anti-slavery. It's inspiring. It's inspiring the slaves or those to be oppressed to rebel. They're reading the stories of the Mashiach. They're reading the stories of Moses. They're reading the stories of Gideon. And they're being inspired. They're reading the stories of Joshua. And they're being...
I'm tired of this. Let me jump in real quick, Elder.
Go ahead,
look, man. And this is to all of y'all at the end of the day, right? And I'm going to stay away from all the angry rhetoric. But if you have a better solution, family, I'm waiting for you to present it. Like at the end of the day, present something other than non-participation. Wanting to sit on your butt and try to tear something down or do whatever it is that you think works. I still haven't heard any solution. It's only attack, attack, attack. You know why? Because you have no solution. And you're afraid that the prescription that resides in this book will destroy your rhetoric. You're afraid that once this thing really starts to happen, you got to eat them words. You're going to have to apologize and eat crow for trying to lead our people into nothing. You literally have no solution, no direction to go. So all you do is create ad hominems, create all types of logical fallacies, and continue to tell people and misrepresent what we're saying and what we're doing. For instance, I never said anything about Moses III being an Assyrian. And if you understand what the elder, since you're talking about understanding, if you understand what the elder was talking about in Isaiah 52, and when the brother Yashar spoke on it, that's going all the way back to Genesis 46:6, when they first were coming into the land. And we can show the connections of the Assyrians and all of that. So if you really want to have that conversation, I don't play with history either. And it's funny to me how whenever we have these conversations, you get beat up when we talk about who these people are. And you just say, oh, David Rowe. I ain't never dealt with David Rowe. We talk about Manfred B. Tech. All we do is show what his work does and that his work lines up with everything that we say. And don't worry, in a couple weeks, I'll give you all the other PhDs that deal with it. But please, brother, like, come with a solution. We're bringing clear-cut solutions, obviously addressing all of the stuff that you're saying. And all we keep getting is ad homs and misrepresentations, the YouTube scholarship. I'm waiting, bro. I'm just waiting for one of y'all to give real solutions. Don't nobody want to deal with solutions. We only want to argue. But when brothers come on here and give you solutions, give you ways of actually doing this, show you how this works, show you how to do better, show you that, yeah, watch this. So when I said we should be the lender, not the borrower, he says, so we should lend to other nations. The Bible condones debt now. What kind of ignorance is this, bro? We have to have a system, right? So yes, the Bible makes it clear that we should be the lender and not the borrower. And you're against that? You're against us being in a position to actually govern this world correctly? This is insane. This is why you don't want to have the conversations about morality.
Think about it, Doc. You know what I'm saying? You know, they like to throw out, you know, lies and say that, oh, we move like agents. Well, an agent don't want to see his people, you know, economically superior, right? They don't want to see us economically at the top, because when we economically at the top, that means that him and his master are economically at the goddamn bottom. Right. Excuse my language, but that's just the reality of it. And you know,
hold up, and hold up, and real quick,
nothing but rhetoric.
That's not deflection, bro. That's not deflection. I dealt with what you said in the chat. Stop playing, bro. I'm here all season. You will never get away with this all season, bro. You don't just get to throw out deflection and act like it's working. Nah, bro. We actually educating these people on what they can do, and you're afraid of it. Keep going, General. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. You know, it's just, it's just the things that they not gonna never deal with. You know what I'm saying? The reality of it is they are the what you call agents. They are what you call the problems and the issues within our community. Why? Because they never support the solutions. You right? You see what I'm saying? They never support those solutions. Hold on one second. My twin's about to be doing some other stuff real quick.
Right. So at the end of the day, the elder brought out all the information that need to be brought out. We can keep going. But now what I challenge y'all to do is start presenting solutions, because I don't hear none of that. I hear attacks on solutions. We attack capitalism. We attack, oh, you money hungry. Are you? No, we're not. We're trying to show you the tools to use to get yourself out of the oppression that these people are using on you.
I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I will say about the oppression in Egypt. I'm gonna let you know that it wasn't a Camite that was in rule that oppressed us. And I can tell you another thing, Numbskull. You and that King's List, right? The King's List that you guys always harping about, that you cannot show not one king being of the Kemetic bloodline, as you would say, is African. Can you present any of that information? Because I guarantee you, if you start really getting into the information about who these so-called pharaohs and so-called kings were,
bruh.
Because according to y'all, they're supposed to be
like
bloodline.
A lot of them cats, they don't even know who their parents was, bro. Like
right. They're supposed to be bloodline.
Right.
They're supposed to be bloodline pharaohs, right? But at the end of the day, you got new pharaohs coming in and whole regimes being wiped out. Not given a pass to say, you know what, go live a better life over here in that land and y'all good. No, literally erased. Huh? Hello? Well, I mean, what's going on with your Kings List, man? Matter of fact, how about after this show, you start a show right on up and you deal with the first king in the Kings List and let us know his lineage. Since you know so much and you got so much understanding about who was in rule and who was oppressing who in Egypt, because I guarantee you don't know not one lineage of one pharaoh, Kid, Nimrod, uneducated sloop foot pastor. Get your mind right, man.
All I'm saying is bring solutions, right? Bring solutions, bro. Stop with the antagonization. Stop it, bro. Like, it's getting old. Come with solutions. If you ain't got no solutions, back up, because we do. Fall back.
No. I mean, look, man, like, if you want to take the integrity of the verse, don't cherry pick one verse of scripture, bruh. Don't do it. The whole book, the whole chapter tell us we should be the head and not the tail, the lender and not the borrower. It teaches us not to the scripture teaches us not to overtax our individuals. It even teaches us not to tax our brothers at all. Not being given over to lasciviousness and usury, filthy lucre, as we read in the New Testament scripture. Filthy lucre.
When you so programmed, you don't know nothing about your own heritage or your people. Forget all about that. I mean, you just, and when the truth come across your brain or come across your understanding, it's too much.
Right. And if you really want to get into it, we can go through most African economic bartering system or cultural system and see that it mirrors the Bible. Like, go ahead.
I wonder what these governments say who back classical Israel, right, and the Jewish over there, you know, when they continue to have multiple problems, because the Jewishers have tricked them into believing that if you bless classical Israel and Edomite Jewishers, then your country will be blessed. And they don't see that in real life. I wonder how they feel about that. Because they seem to be doubling down constantly. I say that because I see that other people support classical Edomite Israel as well, and try to protect their reputation over true Israel. I yield.
Well, you got to think, Claim, you know, in all this time, they've been getting blessed by these so-called fake Jews. You see what I'm saying? They've been getting blessed by. Matter of fact, I can't even call them fake Jews because they are the real Jews. You know what I'm saying? But these individuals, right, that's there, they've been blessing these other nations. So with the fact that they saying that they are the Most High's people and they able to bless these people with material things and, you know, financial gain, I mean, you know, according to their understanding, they are the people. So, you know, it's deception at a high rate and at a way that, you know, people, you know, just clearly don't know, because for one, they don't teach the scriptures so that the other nation can understand what truth is. They're not like us. They suppress truth. You see what I'm saying? So the other nations will never understand and know the way that we do because we seek it. They don't. They feel like they got it already. What's the purpose of them seeking it when they got it? According to them, you know? Hold on one second. Hey. Guys.
Huh. So dad gang in the building. It's all good. So, I mean, these are things, man, we have to, you know, people really have to understand. Like, folks, they love to say stuff, man, and you know, they love to say stuff, man, where you know, they just it's only to be contentious.
Yeah, to antagonize and be contentious. Exactly.
You know, it has no real weight. You know, you see what I'm saying? And so they
It
just
seems like to me that they're trying to learn, but they seem to be incapable of learning. It doesn't matter how much information you give some people. They can't digest it. They can't process it in their brain.
yeah, and it's what it is. And like if it like let me do this real quick while I'm thinking about it, right? Because you know, listen, let me share this real quick. This is what I mean about not just listening to these folks. I'm doing something about it. Let me just do this. Right. So, you know, he says there was no Assyrians that ruled in Egypt. Well, who is this guy here? Does anybody know? All right. Does anybody know who Sennacherib was?
Is it me or is Elder Mike breaking up?
Is my mic breaking up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Elder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it's breaking up a bit too.
Okay. Is it still breaking up now?
Nah, you
Nah,
good
you
now.
good.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, I had to close that. Yeah, like who was Sennacherib? Like Mona said in history, he wasn't a Syrian. And then he made an advancement on Egypt. He conquered and he ruled. So when you got people telling you that there were no Assyrians that ever ruled in Egypt, I mean, like these guys you can't take seriously because they just want to argue. Man. They just want to argue, and they have no intentions on teaching you the truth. None at all whatsoever. None at all whatsoever. And they're still trying to tell you, drop the link. So they can still come and argue. It's like, bro, like stop. Like, it's beyond the point of ridiculous.
I don't know what's going on, Elder, but your mic is it's breaking up a lot.
Starting to break up again. Yeah. How was that? I don't know.
Now you sound better, yeah. But then let me make this clear: like nobody's saying that none of those Nasuts were African or Kemet, right? But what we're saying is you can definitely find Assyrian bloodline in many of these Nasuts, in many of these pharaohs, in many of these kings. Like,
right.
So that's the point that I'm getting across as it pertains to my debate. I noticed there's a lot of fishing going on, but not a lot of details being handed out on the other side. So if we're going to play Shock Jock Scholarship, I'm going to hold my chips to my vest and show up on the 27th. And we just go ahead and mix it up. Because that's what I see a lot of this is. It's just probing, trying to see what my sources are and what I'm bringing out, which I don't got a problem sharing if it's reciprocal. But since I know it's not going to be, I'm not dealing with it until the day of the debate. Then after that, Lex, we can have all the conversations you want. But considering I do have a debate coming up on that in a few weeks, and my opponent is not one of those that shares his sources, I will not do that either. So, but yeah, I'm not sitting here saying that none of these people were African or Kemet or however you want to say.
Right.
But we do know for a fact that we see, and before the 600 and 700 periods too, we can go back and show links to the Assyrian Empire. Right. This is extremely easy to do. So, I'll deal with that later if I need to, but I'm not sharing my sources. I see the probe campaign.
So what's the purpose in the 24th and the 25th century, right? So you got the 25th century, right? So all these so-called pharaohs, right? They supposed to be, I guess you could say, African. Why in the heck do they got a dynasty or a section of pharaohs called Black Pharaohs? What is that about? What's the purpose of distinctively saying Black pharaohs in the 25th dynasty? Why they just not regular pharaohs? Why they just not African pharaohs? Like the rest of the so-called pharaohs. As a matter of fact, where do it even say African pharaohs? I'm just saying, in Yame, silly man. You guys talk a whole lot, man, but you guys don't be making no damn sense at all. They clearly making a distinction saying Black pharaohs in the 25th dynasty. So I guess your ignorant mind say, oh, they really just saying African. No, because the word African was around. So they could have clearly said the African pharaohs. But why did they say Black pharaohs? Idiots. And how come they just didn't address all the so-called pharaohs as black? What? Y'all got that answer, or y'all don't? Is you crying in the chats, or what? I mean, what are you guys doing? I mean, I'm just saying, like, Inyame, can you show me something? You the oldest liar in the league. Can you show me something? Because that's all you did last year was just lie. Your whole entire debates, you just lied for no apparent reason. And won. That was the crazy part. But what I'm trying to figure out is, can you show me why none of your other Africans or so-called African pharaohs have a title of African pharaohs, but just they have pharaohs. But then when you get to the 25th dynasty, it says black pharaohs. Can you explain that to us? Matter of fact, Elder, can you shoot him the link so he can jump on it and break that down for us? Let's see if he retired his track shoes.
I'll send it to him if you want to deal with him. I'll send it to him.
Yeah, because he like to talk a lot, but don't say shit.
I will be honest. I will be honest about Inyame though. Like at least he don't come and try to create havoc. He really be trying to come and have discussions.
Man, hey.
I feel you, General. I'm just saying, like, he don't.
Just being cool, just being a cool ass liar, man. That ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work, man.
Oh man,
they having me cracking up for 15 minutes over here.
No, I feel you. I'm just saying he don't be trying to come in contentious. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Just it's like just be real calm and collected with the line. Like,
Yeah, shalom to y'all brothers, man. Yeah, Yame don't want that work, man.
Hey,
I mean, he got that information though, Madon.
General Madon.
Yeah, misinformation. You can have misinformation like a mug. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Right. Now, look, I got to go through here, and I'm going to show this guy. One of these guys said, "Oh, I never said that there was no Syrian. I didn't never say there wasn't no Syrians ruled in Egypt. That's a straw man." He said he never said that, right? These guys, man, they hilarious, man. These cats are hilarious, man. Watch what he say. I guess we wait for Inyame to jump on. I guess we wait for Inyame to jump in.
Nah, he ain't gonna do it.
So according to Lex,
too many tanks in here. He ain't coming.
According to Lex, he know my sources.
I was looking for something. Yahshua dropped over there. Yahshua, the crazy scholar. I call him Theodore, the chipmunk, and that brother dropped a source that it was Jews being round. They called them Jews being round up in the boats to come over here. But I can't even find it right this second. That jump was heavy.
I'm waiting for the absent-minded professor to come tell me what my sources are.
Oh, you want me to let him in on the panel?
Is he in the back?
Yeah.
You know what? All I want to know is the sources. If he gonna come in and do all the other ignorant stuff, he could dip. I just want him to tell me what my sources are. Tell me what sources.
I think Yama here.
He ain't been acting crazy.
I think they was waiting on each other.
They know no information. They wicked and they liars.
I hear the fear in
Hey,
your
look, so
soul.
I'm gonna make this clear. Hold up. This ain't gonna be no ignorance. We're gonna have a conversation. You started going crazy, I'm just gonna ask the elder to put you right back in non-participation's butthole. All right? Just be cool. We gotta have a good convo. Go ahead, Yashar and young man.
Yeah. Go ahead and tell us about this. These why there is a distinction of the 25th dynasty being called Black Pharaohs, and all the rest of them just being X'd out, just being just regular pharaohs. I guess none of them ever being labeled African pharaohs ever. So go ahead and break that down for us, Inyame.
Quit Googling, man. Get to it. Spit it out. Don't you know the information?
So that's what you stand on.
Wow.
I can't even believe he's asking that question. That is so.
There we go. You got the answer. Let him.
The answer is.
We don't need your commentation. We don't need your commentation. No, he's not intelligent.
So I can't answer the question.
No, you're not intelligent enough to address that question, brother.
All right. So you're doing exactly what you say we're going to do when someone comes on the panel.
No, I'm just talking to Inyame right now. But
he's not talking
Anonymous
right now.
want to address you though, right? Anonymous would like to address
the reason why they said the Nubians were black pharaohs is because at the time
hold on, bro.
you're dealing with white scholarship they were trying to say the Egyptians were white.
So what does Nubian mean? Bro. Watch this. What does Nubian mean? Since you want to talk about the Nubians, what does the Nubians mean?
Now you're switching up. You said why did they call them?
I said black pharaohs.
Right.
You came in talking about Nubians. So tell me what Nubian means, since you want to bring up Nubians.
Bro, what the fuck? You crazy as hell, bro.
That's why I didn't want to have that conversation.
I was about
with your
to shoot
dumb
you,
ass,
bro. You like what the hell? I'm not that serious. I'm just saying, I'm like, this dude is tripping.
Go ahead and address the conversation, bro.
You Mexicans are crazy, bro. All right.
Mute your mic, bro.
Right.
Yo,
you don't know that dude in your avatar. Mute your mic, bro.
Yeah, that's my boy El Chiziapo.
Yo, is it Yame here?
Nah, dude was. Oh
hey,
man,
hold on.
never mind.
Is Yame on? Yame, are you available to speak?
He having technical difficulties when he don't have no
answer.
He's
still in the dark side.
All right, so Lex. All right, so hold on. So I'm not here for all the other stuff because I'm not.
What other stuff?
I'm not finna spit my whole presentation for you, but I want to know. You said you know my sources.
Can I address the Nubian thing, bro? That's all I want to do right now.
I'm dealing with you right now. No, I asked you specifically on. I'm the only reason you're on the panel, bro. Don't nobody else want to talk to you.
No, you're not the only reason I'm on the panel, bro.
I'm the only reason they allowed you on the panel. I'm being honest.
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
There we go. There goes.
Oh, okay. Well, good night. It's not a privilege for me to be here. If y'all scared to talk to me, I really don't give a damn. Like you're the only reason. Like
you can jump back off.
Go ahead and talk to Anami, you coward.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you can jump off, or you can wait your turn. Go ahead, Inyami.
So first of all, I want to the first part of the show. The first part of the show was okay. That's the best I can do. It was okay. It has some history to it, and you know I like to mix the knowledge in with the history. But then the other part, where Yashar is trying to say, why are they saying that the 25th dynasty was the black part and the rest was just regular. That's part of the white supremacy. That's what we've been fighting all this time is in history. This is why we took over history, saying, "Look,
what was their purpose of doing that?"
Because they knew that Western civilization was built off of African civilization.
That's stupid, bro. That makes absolutely no damn sense on why they gonna just say, you know what? Out of 1 through 25, 25 is the best one to choose to say that these Mickey Fickies is the black ones, right? That just make a whole lot of sense to you, right? They just chose the 25th instead of the 12th.
Is y'all were on here? Right? If y'all were on here, because you have to know history to understand what I'm talking about.
Man,
you just can't. Just
so now at the 25th dynasty is when they started to use the word black to describe what? Us?
No, the 25th dynasty is the only dynasty they recognize that was purely African.
Are you stupid? But according to you people like you, all of them was African, right? Or wrong?
No, all of them was not African. You're talking about you're talking about a nation that was almost 4,000 years old.
African?
You talking about an empire?
I'm asking you a simple question. Which pharaoh?
Man, I can't even speak.
Tell me one.
If I can't speak, it doesn't make any sense.
Tell me one pharaoh that wasn't African. In Yame?
Didn't you just ask me?
Tell me one pharaoh that wasn't African, since you said not all of them was African. Tell me one. What's the name of it? What's his name?
There was Africans during the Hyksos period. The Hyksos period. Listen. If you ask a question, let me answer the question. God damn!
Let him answer. He asked you.
Bro, I didn't even ask you nothing about nothing African, bro.
He asked you which one were not
African. I said what pharaoh was not African? That's what I asked the man.
During the Hyksos period. During the Hyksos period.
The Hyksos period was not African.
You know what, man? This is why I do not like you dishonest idiots. I can't stand y'all.
There go the information right there.
Every time. That's why, man. I'm done with it. I'm done with it, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't like talking.
All right, so you got Hyksos. Remember that? So he said Hyksos. So that is an answer. So he said the Hyksos are
bro,
not
that's
African.
not an answer, bro. We already know that the Hyksos, bro.
Is that an answer?
That was the whole purpose of this.
Is that an answer?
We
know
show, bro,
that they are
to bring out who the Assyrians was. We already talked about that. So now, bro, hold on 1 second, bro. We talked about that right now. So he ain't telling me something that I don't know already. This is something we bringing out. I asked this idiot, you understand what I'm saying? Because they say that all of the pharaohs, bro. And then, matter of fact, what's the name? Matter of fact, let's go with the Hyksos. Who was the Hyksos pharaoh? What was his name?
You don't know that.
No, he gotta know that. Since he bringing that shit up, he gotta know that. What's the pharaoh name of the Hyksos? You shouldn't take you that long to Google that.
A9, can I talk to you, A9? I need somebody with logic.
You lying ass people.
I need somebody with logic.
This is why I don't like dealing with you lying ass people, because for one, every time you get asked a question about the shit that you supposed to stand
and
on,
I answered the question and you didn't want to receive it. If you don't want to receive it, just move on.
Ain't no moving on. Because this is what you want to do. You want to fucking lie to my people and then just move on. Nah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna expose you for
what the hell are you talking about?
We're gonna expose you for the lie that you are. That's what I'm talking about. Let's
go back to the original question he asked me.
Talking about you stand on this African shit. I asked you about your so-called African rulers in Egypt, and you don't have a fucking answer. Now what?
They don't study.
Does this guy make sense to you guys? The first question he asked me was, why was the 25th dynasty the only black dynasty and the rest of them was not black? That's what he asked.
Right.
And then I told him.
Just let him speak for a second.
let her speak, and I want to say this to the
white
family.
supremacists whitewashed this.
Hold on a second. I want y'all to have a dialogue. Y'all go in and exchange the information. I do not want anybody to encroach on Elder Anonymous debate coming up, because I know most at the end of the day.
What's the title of the debate?
I'm just talking about pharaohs, bro.
It's who's the Exodus? Who's the pharaoh of the Exodus?
No, we ain't talking about that.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to encroach on that.
No, it's not. Hold on. No, it's not.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
It is. Did the Exodus happen according to the biblical narrative? And I must prove that Thutmose III was the pharaoh of the Exodus.
Okay.
See, that's the other thing. That brother's gonna try to make it strictly about the pharaoh. That's gonna be a problem for him. But let's let Inyame. Let's go ahead and let Inyame expound, and then just let the brother talk. You know what I'm saying?
Let me summarize your answer.
Go ahead.
To be sure that I got you. You said that the white supremacists whitewashed the King's List, and you guys took over history in order to correct their whitewashing.
Yeah.
You know the little black paper floor back there.
You gotta let Inyame speak for herself.
Boy, I asked permission to do that.
Who disagrees with that answer?
That sounds like nobody.
What answer?
That Kemet came from African kingdoms, such as Nubia.
Explaining. Hold on, Inyame, because I don't want it's gonna get contingent.
You say Kemet came from an African what?
He was explaining why the 25th dynasty was called the African rulers or whatever, and he was
the black
pharaoh. Yeah, the black rulers. So that's what he was answering.
Yeah, he said white supremacy.
Right, because that's the only dynasty they recognize.
It sounds like we got the same problem here, brother.
That's the only dynasty that they recognize as African
as well. But you guys continue to bang on us and make us your target.
No. But if you pay attention to what he's saying, he keep harping on what they doing, right? Even though I asked the question, I'm trying to figure out how come they sticking to that. Like, this is what they stick to. They'll repeat these same things. They'll talk about they'll say the black pharaohs in the 25th dynasty. They will literally say this. They won't say it's just the pharaohs of the 25th dynasty. They'll literally say that. So I'm trying to figure out how come you repeating if you know the truth, and you know that they was just using that just to, for whatever, I guess, agenda that you feel like they was using it for. I don't even know how that shit is even working. What purpose did are they even separating y'all or the pharaohs by stating that they were black? Anyway, like, what purpose would they even want to give a black man any type of credit that he ruled any goddamn thing? Like, that just don't make no damn sense.
They have no choice. They have no choice.
What you mean they have no choice?
Because the Nubians, they were so well known by the 25th dynasty, they can't deny them.
What does Nubian mean? What does the word Nubian mean?
I don't know what Nubian means. I don't know what the word means.
This is sad, man. This is sad, yo. How come you don't know what that word means? Because if you knew what that word means, you wouldn't be calling the Nubians Africans.
I don't understand that question at all.
That wasn't a question. I said if you knew what the word Nubian means, you wouldn't be calling Nubians Africans. That was a statement.
Anyway.
That's sad, man.
Anyway.
Now, mind you, this man right here stands on the so-called African spirituality. He's supposed to know all this shit about the so-called Africans, the Nubians. He jumped on here acting like he knew some shit and was about to put me in my place. But then when I ask him simple questions about simple words that he should know, he get lost in space.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It just don't even matter.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you better look for some help.
Yeah. A9, do you understand what I'm saying?
You mind if I jump in, General? Or did you have anything else you want to say?
Man, go ahead, do your thing. Mute up.
Yeah, I understand. I will say that for what his questioning is, I think y'all just looking at it from different understandings in terms of he's really trying to get to the core of the matter as to why they chose those specific ones. And we know that particular dynasty is undeniable, right? But that speaks to his point of, what about the ones previous to that? Why are they able to be questioned so easy, right? It's the same concept of how y'all kind of treat us as it pertains to the Bible of, like, why is there no evidence here? Why is there not this, or why is there not that? That's really the point that he's getting to. But you brought it out as to the Hyksos. And I mean, we have several other different dynasties that we can look at and clearly see that they were not pure blood Africans.
That's right.
Right. So
yeah, but it's 4,000 years.
Right.
Of course, in 4,000 years, during a hostile period, you're gonna have some wins, you're gonna have some losses, you're gonna have invasions, you're gonna have all that.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, you gotta understand. You got the old kingdom, the middle kingdom, and the new kingdom.
Your voice start, Madonna. And that happens a lot when I'm on here. Check this out. Do you claim the Ptolemies or not?
No, I don't claim the Ptolemies.
Okay, so where do you stop claiming Egyptian? Are you? Let me ask you another question. Are you a reincarnated Nasut?
Am I reincarnated? No, I'm not a reincarnated Nasut, but I am a Nasut.
Are you a descendant of a Nasut?
No.
Who has recognized you as a Nasut? No, you do realize that the pharaohs are still intact over there in Switzerland.
In Switzerland, I don't know nothing about that.
That's amazing. So who recognized you as a Nasut?
I recognize myself.
What's that?
I'm a Nasut over my family.
Go ahead, Madonna. I can accept that. Over your family, I can accept that.
Right.
But go ahead, Madonna.
Oh no, I was just saying. I just bringing out. You got the old kingdom, new kingdom, middle kingdom. Egypt got a long history, man. So that's shrouded in mystery. But go ahead, young man.
It's not really shrouded in mystery. It's convoluted history because they lied for so long. Like, they know that the pre-dynastic, I'm just gonna say Egyptians, the pre-dynastic Egyptians came up out of Nubia. It's African culture. Is African, the way Africans anoint their kings, the matrilineal lines, it's all African. But they tried to say that it was dark-skinned Caucasians that came in and started coming. But they recognized the Nubian period because the Nubian period was so powerful at its time that everybody knew it. It's so well written about that they say, okay, the first black or African dynasty in Kemet was Nubia. But what Nubia was doing, Kemet had been run over for so long, they was reestablishing their rule because the Nile Valley was being overtaken by foreigners, in particular Assyrians. And so they was reestablishing their authority.
The Assyrians are taking over and conquering Egypt. And that's what General has been saying here. So now that you understand that, where do you go?
How is it there? Now that I understand it? I just clearly said that's what the Nubians was doing. Matter of fact,
those Assyrians at that time could pass for black.
No, they might have been dark skinned, but they wasn't from the Nile Valley.
No, that's not what I'm saying. All I said was those Assyrians at that time could pass for being black. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. They had big.
I try to stay away from the color game.
Wow.
Because it gets murky.
Right, it confuses you.
Yeah, when I'm talking Nile Valley, I'm talking Africa, and you might have heard me say before. This is why Taharka. Well, it wasn't Taharka, but it was I think it's Shabitku, which was a Nubian. They were all the way up into the Levant, protecting Israel. getting the Syrians up out of Israel.
That's correct.
It's a reason. This is why.
Talking
Hold
about
on, hold on, hold on.
No. He's right though.
So this is why I asked you, what do you know about the word Nubian? What do you understand the word to mean? Because it relates back to us. They're not gonna if this people was a so-called African blood people, they're not gonna cross their brother's land to go fight for us. So far away from their own homeland. It's not gonna happen, bro. That's not how it worked back then. So you gotta understand who you talking about.
Kemet always controlled that land.
Bro,
always
you ain't listening.
controlled.
So see you this is the problem with y'all, man.
You just
always
said
want to you guys always want to just be in
Kemet
rude or some
always
shit
controlled.
and just
Ptolemies
dismiss the
came
information
in,
that's
and
being
it's
mentioned.
always
It's
controlled.
cool. It's cool.
How
Go
the
ahead.
Ptolemies
Keep on
came in
thinking
and
that shit.
Kemet always controlled the land? How?
What's
Make it
that?
make sense.
What's that?
You just said different invaders came into the land and conquered the land. You said the
Right.
Assyrians came in and conquered the land. You said the Ptolemies came in and conquered the land. You don't claim this Ptolemies. And these, but then you just contradict yourself 13 seconds.
How is that a
You just
contradiction?
said Kemet controlled the land always. To this day. To this day!
Okay, let me not use the word always. I thought I was speaking to black people. That's let me be more
Hold on, you ain't
technical.
got to do the last part in y'all, man. Damn,
Let me be more well if you're gonna judge me by every little word, let me be more.
Well, you're right. More Pacific.
Yeah. Wait, not Pacific. Now, when I'm talking to black people, I say Pacific. But when
right.
Let me be more specific for you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
We ruled over the Levant at long periods of time. Not always, but at different periods of times. Kemet, that was a vassal state of Kemet, the Levant area, and in particular Jerusalem, that they call
how far up did that go?
You've been introducing this information. What is it?
Under Ramesu or Ramesses, it went all the way up to the Euphrates.
Far. Okay.
You're breaking up A9.
Right.
A
so
unity.
how far east? How far north?
I say as far as east to the Indian Ocean.
What Ramses is you talking about? Because majority of your family pharaohs is known as Ramses.
Ramesses 1 and Ramesses 2. That
the third.
Yeah.
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, one.
You just said 1 and 2, bro.
I think it was under 2.
Okay.
Ramesses was second.
So what did Ramesses? So what did Yame? So Yame, what did Ramesses' name derive from? Did it represent a person first or a land?
Ramesses was his Nasut name. So a couple.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the land of Ramesses was mentioned in Genesis, long before the Exodus.
Mentioned in Genesis. Come on.
Yeah. The land of Ramesses. I'm gonna get that for you.
Oh man.
So what does that mean, Madon? If the name was mentioned.
Well, to me, what I've been studying is that you know how they talk about the land of Ramesses when they talk about the Exodus and stuff like that. The land of Ramesses is from what I was watching, it was mentioned early on in Genesis. I'm gonna get it so I can break it down better. I'm gonna get it. Y'all go ahead.
So I'm just gonna finish. If y'all look at the Hezekiah seals, go pull it up, and why Hezekiah had an ankh and a scarab.
All of that has nothing to do with what you would consider to be Egyptian culture or Egyptian anything.
It has everything to do with Kemetic culture.
Do you? Man, it does not. I'm gonna just keep it all the way real with you. It has everything to do with language.
It has
to do with the language.
But it has to do with also their connection to Egypt at that time. Like, I mean, what's
no, bro?
But exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It's not how. This is what I'm saying, bro.
I'm saying that history has been erased.
They was using that symbol. They was using that symbol in Babylon. They was using that symbol in what you call ancient Samaria. So now what we talking about, family? Is it just Egyptian stuff or what? You don't even know the history of what you're talking about in Yame. You just all want to link everything to Egyptian this, Egyptian that, bro. Do some more research, man. Outside of Egypt. Because trust me, you're going to find out that everything didn't start there.
Right. You do concede that Samaria was before Egypt, don't you?
No.
That's amazing. And did anything see Egypt?
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you believe that Mesopotamia had any? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, Claim. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, what was that kingdom called? Dynasty?
Wait, I didn't hear Anon.
Brother, I just asked you a particular question. Can you hear me clearly?
I thought Anon said something.
I'm trying to let the
gave me the
brothers
mic
say
back.
question. I'll ask my questions once the brothers are finished. I don't want to. They were asking questions first, so I'm trying to be respectful.
So I asked you, did anything precede Egypt? You said yes, and I said who?
You said who?
Yeah, that's right.
Cush.
Cush was in Samaria. Did you not know that?
Cush was in Samaria.
Holy shit. Brother, okay, so you thinking Cush was the Nubians below?
When you say Samaria, you talking about ancient Sumer, Claim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So that's you know, I'm speaking from the biblical perspective of Babylon. But before it was called Babylon, it was called
I'm not speaking of the biblical.
I don't care. I'm asking you information to be sure that you're lining up properly with the Bible, and you did.
I'm clearly not. I'm clearly not lining up with the Bible.
You said that Cush preceded Egypt. That's lining up perfectly with the Bible. What are you talking about? So that's what I wanted to know, and that's it. But I did want to go further than that and say who preceded Cush.
I don't think we know who preceded Cush.
Okay, good
idea. But we know there was other cultures. We just don't know their names.
That's a good idea. All right, I'm done.
There definitely was other cultures that preceded Cush.
That's a great idea, brother. Don't know. It's best. That's best if you don't know. It takes a high clearance to understand these things.
Like Clarence Thomas.
High clearance. You're worse than Lex, brother. I heard you was the leader of the dark side too.
Yeah, but let me say this. In regards to
it's from Genesis, it's Genesis 47 and 11 in Yame.
Right now, he's not. Look, he's not denying that it's in the Bible.
Right. And so, I'm sorry.
No. I was just letting him know that the land of Ramesses was mentioned early on. But go ahead. That's another topic.
No, we could deal with that part. I know we trying to stay away from this. I don't mind dealing with this part, right? Because I kind of want to start bringing some of this out before the debate, because some of it I may not be able to get into. So we can deal with this part if you don't mind. What's your point of making
the
that
land
statement?
was named Ramses before the Nasuk was named Ramses.
Hold on,
brother. Yeah. Hey, I want y'all to let Anon rock out because he's going into parts of his debate he can't bring out. So so let him rock this out real quick.
So
he told us to. Oh.
Go ahead. You got something else you want to bring out, brother? I'll let you bring it out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Clem. I didn't know you had something else.
Yeah, no, he told us to talk about it. He told Madon to talk about it, and then I took the mic out of Madon's hand for no reason. Oh, because I love him. And I was saying that they named the land Ramses before then the Nasuk took on the name. He assumed the name of the land that was built for him, the city that was built for him. So when he was born, then he was, you know what I'm saying, and then he came to power. They changed their name to the locations that's built for them. And Ramses is one of those pharaohs that happened to. How you?
Okay. So is it the brothers' belief on the panel then that during the time that
dispatches
is it Is it the brothers' belief then that during the time of Genesis that area was actually named Ramesses? Is that what y'all saying?
Yeah. I don't know
Yeah,
if Madonna's saying that. Yeah, okay.
Are you
yeah,
saying
that's
that,
what
Madonna?
I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wholeheartedly disagree. So
Because I think I think if I'm not mistaken, I think it's synonymous with the land of Goshen at the same time.
once again, then okay, so what time period do you think that like Genesis 46, Genesis 47, what time period in history or in antiquity do you think that is?
I'll say around. Let me see what dynasty. I know that's the time of Joseph. I'm not sure exactly on the time.
That's critical with
Okay.
understanding
The
what
time that I would give you is you got to say what did I calculate there? 1800-ish.
Okay, so
Around that.
let's go with 1800. I would maybe push back a little bit, but that's fine. Let's go
That's
like
Joseph.
1800. Okay,
What
so we're
what
dealing with
dynasty?
Joseph
What
then.
dynasty would you put that in,
So
Anonymous?
all right, so we're dealing with Joseph then. So we're dealing with we can deal with 1800s as it depicts Joseph then. We have no archaeological proof of that area being called Ramesses, right? And that's why the Bible tells you the priesthood that he was dealing with. He was dealing with the priest of or On, and that becomes very, very in terms of what that area was named, right?
Right, but
So
you got to remember that the Israelites were not tasked to build the cities of Ramesses until the 1500s
even in the
and
1500s,
the 1400s.
the area that they built would not have been called Ramesses or Pithom. That would not have been the actual names of those areas. So now we can address anachronisms really quick, right? As it pertains to this Bible, there are anachronisms. Some because people say redactions, but mainly because when we actually get the modern or the more modern day penning of what we're reading, and if you understand what an anachronism is, it is not just a misrepresentation of history. It is also a literary device. So you must understand when these people was putting this down, they were trying to use something contemporaneous with their time period to give a literary depiction of something that was happening in antiquity. And we know this because this is what even people like, well, I ain't even gonna put their names out there, but what scholars who you try to use to beat up the Bible agree with. We have plenty of scholars who disagree with certain things, but that agree with this information that we're talking about. So the point that I'm making is you have to be very, very critical with timing. Maybe you don't get down to the date, but you have to narrow this thing down to within a decade of each other, maybe even 2 decades at times, because that's where you have archaeological and historical proof. And until we get more archaeological and historical proof to line up with it, we have to go with what we have now. But there's more than enough proof and more than enough evidence to make the statements, but we have to stay within the parameters of what we read in the text, what we know, and how we know that we got the current text, and then line that up with history and archaeology. So I do not see anything in antiquity that puts Ramesses as a city in 1800s. Now, if you have some scholastic sources that show me that, I will gladly accept that.
Right. No, I had corrected it to the 1500s, but you said they couldn't existed then either.
Yeah, I don't have any. I have not seen any historical or archaeological proof that says that exists. If someone else has that, I will gladly stand corrected and actually run with that and grow with that. But I have not seen any evidence that says that. We do, however, know that city. We do know the name evolution of that particular city, and we know how it got there. We know why it got there. That's exactly what we do know.
So that's on Heliopolis became known as the city of Ramesses.
We get a little too deep into the debate, but we do know that.
Well, you said talk about this.
Great question. That's a great question, and most of the stuff I will address closer to the debate. But as we start to deal with that city, we know that city. We know even as it pertains, like I said, to Pithom, as it pertains to Ramesses, and as it pertains to anachronisms. That's the main reason I wanted to bring that out, right? We will never run from these conversations once we do our proper study. But yeah, like I said, if you guys have some type of proof, archaeological, historical evidence that shows that, man, I'll gladly take that. And thank you for that comment saying that I'm garbage, Lex. That is greatly appreciated. Nice to know that you're still listening, bro.
Madonna might have
Bring us a
some
solution though.
information
Well,
on that.
I'll chop it up with the brother. I'm gonna wait to chop it up with the brother in the back chat. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't,
got you.
That's gonna be
Now,
more, to me, that's more respectful. I'm gonna do it like that.
Now, but just real quick, I want to point this out.
It's getting too close to their time.
I want to point this out. I want to understand whenever I say something and whenever I start to deal seriously with these statements, I get called names, right? So he says I'm garbage. He says I think I have some groundbreaking info. I never said that anything I said I had was groundbreaking. I do think that I'm taking all the information and compiling it in a way that we haven't seen too many people do. But I'm not saying it's groundbreaking because it's out there. The information is out there and it's proven by PhD scholars. So instead of
just that you guys don't want to see us in the history.
Right. So, but instead of bringing out proof of what I'm saying that's wrong, I clearly dealt with anachronisms. I clearly dealt with the city of Ramesses and Pithom. Instead of addressing that, he calls me garbage. Right,
bro? It's groundbreaking to him, Anonymous. You see what I'm saying? Like the things that we talking about, because he don't read. You know what I'm saying? He only Google. You know what I mean? You know, Wikipedia. You know, they don't have the sources that we have, bro. They don't dig as deep as we dig. So, you know what I'm saying? The information that we bring out is new to him. That's why it's like, oh, whoa,
he acts like it's groundbreaking.
Like he get lost in the sauce, bro, when we get to talking. You know what I'm saying? He can only refer back to his old rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? That's why his arguments are the same.
I don't even know if it's groundbreaking. I just think he denies it, right? And so that's what you have to do in order to maintain his current paradigm. So like he said, I ain't say nothing about you saying I'm a garbage human being, bro. My confidence is way too high for me to care about what you think about me as a human being, right? We strictly talking about scholarship. So once again, and this is what I keep telling everybody, once you get locked in the conversation with me, all y'all do the same thing. And then you transfer and say we calling y'all names. No. I'm asking you, if my scholarship is garbage, tell me what I said that was wrong. Because everything that I said lines up with scholarship. Black scholarship, white scholarship, don't matter. It lines up. I didn't think so. So go ahead and just keep calling me names from the chat or show me in the chat what I said that was wrong.
Yeah, we invited him in here. He couldn't do it.
Bro, he keeps saying
he has to do lectures. He has to do unsighted lectures for hours.
Right. So now back to Nyame. You there, Nyame?
Yeah, what's up?
Peace, bro. What if any are you familiar with any influence that Mesopotamia had on Egypt?
There definitely was some because they were trading partners.
Got you. Right. And so that's what I wanted to And so I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that, because we can't just say that Nubia was the only one that influenced. I mean, when we really get into the heart and when we start to rise to the height of Kemet, it is an amalgamation of all of these areas, even some from the Indus Valley. So
yeah, but Kemet came out of Kush. Those were so Kush had their kings. Their kings went further up the Nile and united the lands and became that empire. Now, influence. Go ahead.
I'm not even really technically disagreeing with that, but now I'm gonna bring it back to Yashar's statement, because what Yashar is talking about is the connection, between Israel and Nubia. See what I'm saying? Like, we talking about so what we constantly hear basically is just a throwing away of Israelites and especially the Levant region as it pertains to having connections and these people never existed and all of this craziness. So when Shar is making the statements that he's made, The reason he's getting so passionate is because he's constantly hearing the throwing away of Jerusalem and Israel and all of this connection to Nubia and even to areas like Tanis, right? As it pertains to how that kingdom really progressed. And I think that's where his disdain is coming from, is there's always
trying to erase us out of history.
Right. And just for lack of better words. You understand what I'm saying, Yami?
Yeah, but I think the problem is with the biblical text itself. It left out a lot of that history. A lot of the history between the two areas is not mentioned in the book.
Okay, so that's enough for you to erase the rest of our history?
Wait, say that again?
That's enough motivation for you to erase the history that is recorded in the Bible of our ancestors?
No, I don't use the Bible historically. It's definitely literature with history in it, but it's mostly a book of law. And
what?
It's a book of law, and it's a book of a nation's spirituality.
Well, we're happy with that. Could you allow us to just deal with that and leave us alone?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
so
Clay
you
has a good
saying that
point.
you saying the Bible's not a history book, in y'all, man?
No, it's not a history book. It
You
never.
want to debate that? Do you want to hold on? Do you want to debate that?
It never was intended to be a history book.
Do you want to debate that, brother?
That's not really a debatable topic.
Yes, it is. How come?
Because
that's the most arrogant. That's the arrogant shit I heard all year.
How can we debate somebody's intentions? You really can't debate somebody's intentions,
brother. Is the Bible is history book or not, man? That's the debate.
Is but if I prove one mythology in the book, do I get to win the debate?
No, because mythology does not negate history, right? So
exactly.
and let me land.
But let me say this, A9.
Let me just throw this
Go
point,
ahead,
and then y'all can finish. I just throw this quick point or this quick question. Do you believe that we can build a timeline of history, especially if we compare historical and archaeological evidence? Is it possible to build a timeline of history using the Bible?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. That's the point that Madon is making.
So that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Right. I know that's not what he said. That's the point. That's why I wanted to give clarification. This is why we got to be very clear when we have
that's one of the building blocks of history. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, but when you start going into Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and that time,
why do you call yourself Shem? Why do you call yourself
so much history? There's so many characters. There's so many characters in the biblical text that I can bring out without even going there. Right. That we have on history. That we have. We have records.
Is saying in, but on the flip side, then what Yame is saying is those stories and those explanations are part of the Bible. And so what he's saying in his mind, and maybe in a lot of other people's mind, if he takes you to that, you can't line that up. If you can't show that historically, then he says it's not a history book. And that's why I'm trying to make it clear. Some of us are talking about being able to use this book to prove timelines, therefore putting players on the field. And they're specifically talking about prove your mythos, right? And this is on both sides. Like sometimes you got to learn like when to say, okay, we got to agree to disagree. I'm not going to argue with you about Moses parting the sea. I'm going to deal with it, right? But I'm not going to argue with you about Moses parting the sea because this is our people and their way of explaining how the Most High dealt with this.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right. That's an ontology.
Right. So there's no reason to argue about that. There's no reason to argue about
that. Got a question about our ontology. All right. Why do you call yourself Kemet when that is Ham's name?
I don't know. I don't know. Claim.
So are you gonna take the debate, man?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to take that debate.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough.
Yeah, he know he gonna lose. He know he gonna lose.
Yeah, you would lose that, man.
Yeah, he know.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
That's why he don't want it. Yeah, that's a fact.
You got me, especially with Kemet being Ham's name. Yeah, that's.
I ain't even got to go there, man, bruh. I'm telling you, I was gonna go a
He
whole
the
nother
one that
route.
brought it up.
Scene.
He said, when you talk about Ham, Shem, and Japheth, I get lost. There's no use of talking about it. I'm confused. That's what he just said verbatim. I'm quoting him.
No. What I'm saying is, when you mention them around 2500 to 3000 BC, I can show other cultures all the way around the world during that time period that doesn't line up. That's my only point, is to show that it's an ontology. I'm not saying you can't use it in your script. You can't, because it's telling a story. It's really telling a story how this nation is going to build their religious, political, and economic laws. That's what the sages were doing. They really wasn't, and it didn't matter if the history was 100% accurate, because it's all about a vision. Let's say Moses existed. This would have had to been his vision that he saw and then wrote it down.
That's a funny.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Hold on.
Debate? Do you want to?
Let me ask him something. Why do you say that?
Where else will you get such detailed and accurate records from?
From experience.
From experience. Okay.
Man.
Well, do you want to debate? Let me ask you this first. Do you think the Bible is a scientific book?
You have to explain to me what you mean by scientific.
Does the Bible prove what we would call science, or in today's modern world?
Because being a science book, meaning you would have to have a hypothesis, some type of testing of the hypothesis, then the theory, then the testing of
we got that in the scriptures, and I can prove it.
I don't see that. So no.
Well, do you want to debate that?
That's not a debatable topic.
Man,
Bruh.
This guy.
All right,
this?
Man.
I thought this guy was some type of elite debater.
I'm trying to. When
you deny information, hold on, brother. When you deny assertions from somebody and you say it's not true, then therefore that is a debate topic.
Facts.
No. That might be a debate topic for you guys.
On the bottom of the barrel, brother.
You just want to argue a point, but
man, I'm not arguing points. I'm proving points.
You have a premise.
That's what I'm gonna be doing.
A negation to the affirmative and the warrant to the premises. Those type of debates make it very difficult, because then it's just, okay, he says it's true and he says it's true. Which one do I believe the most? And that's it.
Not in the
but when you really
that's not the case. When you're on the negative, all you have to do is deny everything that is said, and you win.
No. See, that's the problem right there. It's not denial.
I was gonna use 2020 physicists to prove my points in Yame.
And that's a problem right there.
How?
Why is that a problem?
Just saying you're going to use 2020 physicists to prove your point doesn't prove your point.
Well, that's debatable.
Okay, what field of science were you going to prove?
He said physics.
Physics?
I'm using the cosmos. I can use the stuff on the earth. I can use the plants, the animals, all that.
So which one is it? Is it geology? Is it physics? Is it chemistry?
I named everything I can use. I told you that I can use to prove my points of the Bible being a scientific book.
So I would rather have a debate. Does the Bible have any contradictions?
Oh no, I'm not going through that mess no more. I did that with Chris Harris, man.
All right, let me get that.
But we can move on to something else, man.
That's the oldest debate in the world. But let me get that. What? Oh my God. Let's go. January 23rd.
Hey, Yami, just save me a debate, bro. I know we still trying to figure one out, but let's just just save me one.
I say no, so I'm in the negative. I might got some time in October. Let me think. I got October 9th. I say November 9th. I got December 9th. I got January 9th. That's an easy debate right there. Let's go with November 23rd. It's 6 p.m. Eastern.
I just pencil you in as a debater, but I can't give you a date right now.
You gonna pencil me in?
Yeah, I got to pencil you in.
What's your schedule look like? You got all 8 of them already locked up or something?
I don't have one debate locked up. I think Yehukanah. That's the only one.
Well, then lock this one up. What's the problem?
Yeah, I mean, I can lock you up, but I can't give you a date right now.
Why not?
If you talk about November, I can't tell you what I'm going to do in November.
Take that. I'll take that. Okay, so contradictions, yeah. It's impossible for y'all to prove that. So I'm ready. Whenever you ready.
Yami, real quick, who do you think
stop running?
Yami, who would you say are the descendant of the ancient Egyptians today?
Most
you ask me a question you can't ask.
Most of the people that's living off the Nile, are descendants. But there's a lot of admixture though. So you can go take the average Egyptian right now, and they're gonna have some descendancy back to ancient Kemet, especially on the maternal side. The men, they're gonna take you all the way back into Turkey and all that, but the women, their DNA is pretty much right there in that Nile Valley.
Oh, so do you think the Egyptians were Asiatic?
Yeah, they was definitely mixed with Asiatic people.
Oh, cool. I bet that. Y'all heard it here first.
Yeah, you did. You brought it out of them. I can't believe it.
But
they're called Hyksos.
Black people in America are mixed with Europeans too.
Not all.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But so do you believe the story about when they say they came from the mountain of the moon and stuff like that?
Nobody has heard that. Nobody has pulled up that primary just yet. So until that primary, I cannot deny.
Do you think they have an Ethiopian origin, or that was some other Ethiopia that they was talking about?
They have they come from Kush, that area in Kush.
Okay.
The archaeological.
Where is it located?
Is there
where is it located? Where's Kush located, brother?
You want me to give you the longitude and the latitude? It's south of Egypt.
That's why I know you don't know what you're talking about. Because Kush was originally in Samaria in the Fertile Crescent. I told you that. I just taught you that 20 minutes ago.
Man.
You don't listen too good. I just taught you that. How you forget that fast? I'm serious. Yeah, I guess that Clarence joke erased your memory, huh?
I guess so, Claim. I guess it did.
Yeah, and y'all, man, I'm trying to have a debate with you, man, because I owe you. You know what I mean? I got robbed twice last year, but that is what it is.
I mean, we got to figure something out. You and I, we usually have some type of political debate.
Yeah. I might think of something political there. I'll stay away from ancient history.
I mean,
I give you my plans, and then you can just read my plans to them and win the debate. I win any political debate in the history of mankind. Because they're taking over the country. Shit ain't gonna never work. That's just retarded.
No,
only dumb people talk like that.
You never heard me say we're gonna take this country over.
No, not you. I'm talking in general for people who say that.
I mean, you gotta let them believe, claim, and then once they
believe, the more that they believe, the more that they get angry with black people, and they think of the Haitian Revolution.
You know what I'm
saying? We're gonna go around and kill the black people first.
Yeah, I do see that happen.
Yeah, don't they say that often? Exactly.
They gonna get so frustrated.
Yeah,
they gonna come looking for black people.
Yeah,
yeah. I believe that's gonna pop up. I think it's gonna be ADOS too. I think they go.
So what's
they don't say.
So what's your stance? What's your stance on evolution?
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, what's your stance on evolution?
Oh, I believe it's a fact.
Okay, so what's your take on when it comes to evolution? What's your take on plant life?
What you mean plant life?
Was there evolution within plant life?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where did the seed evolve from?
Right.
But see, I'm different.
So let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you a real quick question. Why do you think man haven't been able to come create a synthetic seed?
Because he doesn't have that divine intelligence. See, I still believe in divine intelligence. We don't know exactly.
Bible thumper to the panel.
Yeah, y'all go ahead, man. I'm a fall back.
What y'all agreed in Christianity? Hello and may God bless you. Is that how you greet each other in Christianity?
Yo, peace to the brother Bible.
I want to read it right.
What up, man?
So we say shalom. What do y'all say?
Who you talking about? Christians?
Yeah. If he's a Bible thumper, he must be a Christian.
Oh, okay. You talking to him?
But he might be partially deaf though.
Was that a question for me? My bad. I thought you was talking to somebody else. What's going on? What was the question?
Well, welcoming you to the panel. So I wanted to get the greeting that Christians use to welcome each other.
That Christians use? I don't know. I'm not a Christian.
Okay, what's your worldview?
I'll say shalom or peace. You know what I'm saying? I don't really try to keep myself binded by anything like that. But I just called in because I wanted to ask a question because I had just hopped on YouTube and I saw you guys were live and I heard Madan Komet ask a question about evolution. And
hold your question.
Hold it.
Yeah. What's your nationality first?
What's my nationality? I'm black.
Okay. Go ahead with your question, brother.
All right, cool. So as far as evolution goes, I was speaking with a cat a couple months ago, and I'm trying to get y'all's perspective as far as with evolution, right? When you guys, because I believe I heard somebody say they believe in evolution. Do you believe that evolution is real in the sense that an animal actually evolved into another animal, or do you believe that evolution is simply genetic mutations that allow one species or one individual to survive, whereas others would not be able to survive? Because when I look at I'm talking a little bit too much, my bad, but I look at evolution as being like a genetic mutation that allows someone to outlive or maybe give them an advantage. And that's how evolution outlives other things versus it just evolving into a different animal. Is that how you guys see evolution? Can you guys go in on that a little bit?
It's only one guy on here.
And then
I'll let
fall back.
Yame answer that since that's his.
Yeah, I believe.
I'm gonna fall back because I'm taking care of my son right now, so I'm gonna be listening.
Yeah, no,
we respect the father game all day. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe that different species evolved into other species.
Okay, so explain the evolution of an octopus.
I can't explain the evolution of an octopus.
Do you want to debate that?
Yeah,
the evolution of an octopus.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to debate the evolution of an octopus.
What do you want to debate Madon on?
Well, I didn't want to. I mean, because me, I found out that
gave you 3
when it comes to evolution, an octopus is one thing no evolutionist can answer. Not one.
So, do you guys believe that just all the animals just popped up out of the ground?
Yeah, that's what Cambrian explosion says.
No, I believe like the scripture said it happened. That's the most concrete. To me, that's the most. When it comes to the scripture, when they explain how things came forth, that's the most brilliant, most outstanding description I've ever heard. I've read all kind of ancient documents. No one can touch the scriptures, in my humble opinion, when it explains the creation of life and seed after this seeds and all this stuff like that. That, you know what I'm saying?
And Madonna done read thousands of books.
So if you want to call it Bible mythology, it's the best mythology when it comes to this goddamn creation in this planet.
We only read the Darwinism book. That's the only book you ever read in your life. And it's hard to understand anything else, brother.
So what do you think is the point of DNA?
That was the Most High showing. That was the Most High showing that He is the all creator. Because when you look at DNA, man, it's stuff they can't explain when it comes to these things, fixing each other and repairing and preparing and all that. Bruh, that's something man still can't.
It has a language.
Their head starts spinning like a helter skelter. Their head spinning like helter skelters when they look at DNA, man.
Hold on a second. Let's talk serious for a second. You say DNA is a language for one thing. For two, then you need an interpreter of the language. Then you need a processor or something thinking down there and processing the language. So all of that is very complicated information that people that have mapped the genome can't comprehend. So it ain't no need to comprehend it. All you need to comprehend is obedience and obeying the Most High's laws. Right. That's the only thing you need to know.
But do you know with DNA you could turn off certain sections, cut on certain sections?
What does that have to do with that?
You can get every different type of animal by messing with the DNA.
Show it to us. Show us the experiment where that happened.
So would you say that's a program and a code that's already
it's a program. Yeah, it's a program in the code.
Right. Now show it to us.
So when we look at DNA molecules, right, we know they correct, Holy you know shit. What I'm saying? Take error. They can take errors.
You don't want to let them prove what you just said, man.
All right, go ahead, Claims. You got it.
You got to prove what you just said, bro. You can't just say something. No, I'm talking to
all right, Rob. Okay. First, I want Claim to show me a man and a woman come out the ground fully human. Prove it. Go.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
No, I didn't. I said the Cambrian explosion says that millions of species popped out of nowhere. They can't explain. Oh,
show me that.
Hey, you hear y'all, Russell? So you can share my screen. I can't show you right now. Okay, hold on. All right, Cambrian explosion. Here we go. Man, good gracious.
And it better say humans. Pop up in the Cambrian explosion.
What? Quiet! Silence! You're not in your house right now. You are in the house of the Lord. Now, so
look, Pastor, you know how many pastors and I want my ties back, Pastor.
You ain't gave no ties yet. Yo,
yeah, bring that article out.
Here you go, right here. I want to show him. He talking about better say humans. This is what it say. The Cambrian explosion or Cambrian radiation was an event approximately 540.
So you telling me Adam lived 541 million years ago? Is that what you telling me right now?
Silence! Don't ever speak out of turn, brother. Don't do that. Radiation was an event approximately 541 million years ago. That's just clowns lying about that. If that many years.
Wait a minute. So you just said they're lying in the article you presenting as proof?
I said the time frame is a lie, but
everything else is the truth?
Yeah. They got to mix the truth with the lie. Not at all. They got to mix the truth with the lie in order for you to be poisoned and die. And so that's how you poison somebody. You bake a cake and you put cat poison.
And claim your inheritance has figured it out. Well, goddamn.
I mean, a lot of Israelites know this information though. A lot of Israelites know that your scientists are corrupt and they lie about the dates. And they got to say 541 million years ago because even though when you examine any of these fossils, they look exactly the same today. All right, so now let me finish reading this.
They don't find no human. They don't find no human fossil.
Try not to interrupt me, brother.
I mean, Pastor Claim, I can't let you keep going on.
Silence.
Well, let me go on.
You in our house.
Article,
spreading lies and demonic angels of light.
Brother, let me finish reading this. Okay, Cambrian period, when practically all major animal phyla started appearing in the fossil record. It lasted for about 13 million to 25 million years and resulted in the divergence of most modern metazoan phyla. So
what's a metazoan phyla?
They don't know. I'm trying to tell him.
I don't know.
They can't figure out.
Madonna, he don't know either. He don't even know what he just read.
No, I don't know what's a metazoan phyla. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm like, hey, that's me. If I don't know something, I'm gonna see what the fuck that meant.
This is called Black Jewish Hocus Pocus.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
Black Jewish Hocus Pocus.
Talking to me over there. So why can't they explain?
My apologies.
Why can't they explain where these phyla came from? A phyla is just an animal group. It's like a species, so to speak.
So what's a metazoan? Never mind.
That's the time frame.
Yeah, that's the period.
All right, so I understand what it's saying, bro. So just you explain to the people.
Only Claim understand and can figure out these mysteries.
Yeah.
How much is your class?
I know that.
How much is your class?
It's free.
It's free? God damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's free for you, but I expect my payment from the Most High. You see what I'm saying? So when I'm teaching you these things about the Cambrian explosion, where your corrupt scientists don't want to tell you that it was not recent, and they want to tell you that it was 541 million years ago. You see what I'm saying? In order to separate themselves from the biblical text and keep you confused.
I told you to listen to them, but just take out the time frame.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because not listening to them.
You are some type of wizard. You are
brother. The Bible already tells
us. Y'all, man, why you doing this?
Just not understanding who you dealing with.
Y'all, man, what are you doing?
The Bible already tells us what happens in this time frame here. Okay, so it's not Metazoan at all. It's just the time frame that the Most High placed these phyla into the earth. That's all he did. He's an artist. So he just made a bunch of different animals and sea creatures and all over the earth at nearly the same time, within thousands of years from each other, not millions of years.
This is pure wizardry.
Well, that's what our ancestors told us, and I believe them over your homies who you trust with blind faith. Without looking any further into
about the Cambrian period.
Huh?
Your ancestors told you about the Cambrian explosion?
Yeah. It says it right here in Genesis. Hold on. Damn, you got to share my screen again because this guy's still talking.
You going to stop calling my brother a wizard.
This is what it says right here in Genesis. Genesis 1. This is where y'all get stuck at every day of your life.
I got to get with Q because we need Claim's face and put that Merlin the Magician hat on Claim.
Brother, wow. Why? How did I use any form of?
Because you're a powerful wizard,
brother. In Genesis 1, it clearly says, "Okay, I made this, and I made that, I made this, and I made that, and then I made all this, and I made all that, and then I made this, and after they kind, and then they multiplied after they kind, and then once I finished, I said, "Damn, that's good. It's very good."
Right. The Kabbalah ain't got nothing on Claim.
See what I'm saying? It's right there. You see that? He said it was very
Don't talk about my Kabbalah and Yami.
Behold, very good. It don't even say it was. It just says behold, very good.
And that was the Cambrian period right there.
Yeah, all this.
Well, goddamn, I did not know that.
Yeah, that's right. It's the Big Bang. You got the Big Bang right here in the beginning. God created the heaven and earth. You got the Big Bang. Then you got the expansion, right? Okay, that happened right here. And then the light, you see what I'm saying? They had to come after the bang. Because after something
wait, hold on. You had the Big Bang, and then you had the earth, and then you had light.
That's right.
Whoa.
That's right.
God damn, bro.
Yeah, that's what happened. And that's consistent with the fake theories that you guys accept from David Hawkins and all the Moors.
Yeah.
How do you get the earth out of the Big Bang, though?
Yeah, how do you get
How do you get the earth out of the Big Bang immediately?
I'm trying to learn something from this wizard.
It's not immediate. It says that in the beginning, the Most High with wisdom created the heaven, the olive and the tav, and the earth. You don't see that right there? It says it clearly right there. You can't read though. Okay. So now this is an indeterminate amount of time.
Right. So it could be 5 point. So that could have been 500 million years ago.
Right. But the Cambrian explosion is not 500 million years ago. It could happen.
You're aligning this. You're aligning that with the Cambridge explosion. So who's to say that's not that time period?
I'm aligning the phyla here, down here, the phyla. Fill the water in the seas and let the fire multiply in the earth. That's the phyla. You understand English or nah? Okay.
Woo!
So
we need to explode.
That would not be phyla, bro.
Oh my God. So listen carefully. This is an indeterminate amount of time. We don't know.
Okay, verse 2. We got that part, Mr. Wizard.
I mean, but y'all always stuck in this chapter.
Where did the earth come from?
Why don't you get past this and go to the laws and accept that and stop?
I promise y'all gonna stop calling my brother.
Go hunt down and go hunt down the people that's kidnapping kids and stuff.
This is some powerful niggertree.
This is Elaine Maxwell. Why don't you go hunt her down?
No, I think what Claim's bringing out. I think what Claim's bringing out is real interesting, man. Go ahead, Claim. This is real interesting, man. Go ahead, Claim. Go ahead, Claim.
To the master wizard.
I mean, I just confounded them. They don't know what to say.
I do want to say, I want to say,
right?
I am actually confounded right now. You are not lying.
Yeah, Yama, you just got to shake, rattle, and roll.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, right here. Multiply, be fruitful, multiply, and fill the waters and the seas.
No,
and
I want to go back. Wait, Mr. Wizard, you're going too far for me, for my little human mind.
No, I know. I was showing you.
Could you go back to verse 2, please?
I was showing you the Cambrian explosion right here, bro. I got to show you that because you said it's not in the Bible. He said I made all the. He ain't got to draw little fake ass pictures of every sea creature in the world and put it in the Bible. You just said I made everything in the water.
Right.
So
right.
everything that we discover and see in the waters, we know he made it. Okay. Now back to verse 2.
You had the Big Bang.
Right. You just said about DNA. But my bad. Go ahead.
In verse 2, you had the earth was without form. I am totally confused with that, Mr. Wizard.
Right. The earth became without form over time.
Wait. You had the Big Bang, and then the earth became without form. Something ain't right between 1 and 2.
Yeah, this dude's
how do you make land? How do you make land? How do you make land, Nyame? How do you make land?
How do I make land?
Yeah, teach us how.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Wait,
teach us how land is serious, bro.
How do land come about?
You made it. Didn't y'all make it?
Is it a liquid? Is
Wait,
land
how does planets form?
No, the land and the earth. How is that created?
Right.
And since you do it,
according to the scientific theory,
the sun did it. The sun made the dirt. So how did the sun do that?
Listen. Can I finish what I'm saying without interrupting?
How do land come about?
Okay, this is the theory that a star went supernova.
I just want to point that out.
A star with A9. I am definitely confounded by all of this. So a star went supernova, right?
Okay, so what's producing? Let me ask you this real quick. What's producing these new islands that's coming up out the water? What's producing that?
I just asked you, could I finish? And you promised that I could, and then you stopped me right in the middle.
I mean, it's like you going around a curve when you go through a straight line.
But you gotta have a planet.
You're right. I gotta let you answer.
You gotta have a planet before you have an island.
I gotta let you answer your own way. My bad. Go ahead.
How do you have an island before you have a planet? I'm confused.
Man,
I said new islands. How are new islands? Bruh.
Hold on, you didn't let
this shit is like the special scholarship Olympics, man.
He said a supernova way across the other side of the universe, a star exploded and then created.
Wait a minute, who added the way across the universe? Who added that?
That's basically what you said in a nutshell.
Where did it happen?
Man, this is some powerful wizardry going on in here.
Bro, you know they're not serious.
Listen, brother. Where did the supernova take place?
In this very galaxy.
Really?
Yes.
A star blew up in this galaxy.
Yes.
Where's the remnants of it?
You're standing on it, called planet
You're
Earth.
looking at it.
You're looking at it. You are
living in it. Exactly.
Okay. So now what theory is that?
Yo, these guys, you can see it. They seen it happen.
Hey, shut.
Y'all getting bodied right now.
Hold on. This is why I want to understand the information. Okay, teach me. So the supernova was local. Okay. Now, and then you said that the earth cooled and whatnot. All right. So what's the name of this theory that you guys are discussing?
He just debunked it by saying the earth cooled. If the earth's cooled, that means it was in a liquid form. So
you're talking about the four names.
Go ahead, man.
He said, what's the name of you mean the theory of how the planets will form?
No, the theory about the local in this galaxy star exploding and creating the planets in this galaxy.
Well, I don't know about whether the star exploding and what time that happened, but the theory is what I laid out the other day, that the sun's gravitational pull pulled these materials together and they begin to form.
Materials.
It's what they call nebulae, or what, for lack of better term, space dust.
Nebulae or clouds. Okay, space dust. Gotcha. All right. So let's see.
Right. So the gravitational pull begins to pull these materials together, and that forms the bodies that we see now in the solar system.
So
okay. So
would you say it was in a liquid form?
Is that your final question? I mean, is that your final answer?
Yeah.
That's your final answer?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So where can I read about this?
You can go to any scientific website and put in formation of the planets in the solar system. Yeah.
So Wanyama, you said the Earth cooled?
Yes, yes.
You don't want to type in any scientific website.
Does that mean
if you want
in a liquid form? If something cool, so you saying it was a liquid form, it turned to a solid?
Let me help claim out about how to search. So you want to type in. You don't literally want to put in any scientific website.
That's what you told me to put in. So
no, just type in formation of the solar system or something like that.
Is that not it?
Solar system exploration. You could probably find it there.
Okay. So did I not type in the right information? I think I did. So now let's find a more specific article talking about a star.
Right. You would have found that specific article, bro, if you would have just.
Brother, you ain't. Well, where is it at? Well, how do you look it up?
Type in formation of the planets. How about that? How did the planets form? There you go. See how you get a direct.
Mm-hmm. Now, various planets are thought to have formed from the solar nebula.
Is that not what I just told you?
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. Yeah. Of gas and dust left over from the sun's formation. So how did the sun form?
So now you want to look up how did the sun form?
Gotcha. Okay. The currently accepted method by which the planets formed is accretion. Okay. In which the planets began as dust grains in orbit around the central protostar. Okay. How did the sun?
So you're satisfied with the answer about how the planets form? Why did you ask that question?
Not nearly. The hell no.
So why are you going to how the sun is formed now?
Because it's sick. Oh my God, you don't even understand what you're reading. Okay, it clearly says here, it says the disc-shaped cloud of gas and dust left over from the sun's formation.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying that's a different subject than how were the planets formed, bro.
Right. So I'm just going down your silly little rabbit hole so that I can figure out why you guys are insane. Okay. Because you just blindly accepted all of this information because it's here in front of us, instead of looking into it to see if it makes any sense.
Okay, what's wrong? What's Mr. Wizard? What's wrong with the information right now?
Because there's no evidence.
There is evidence.
There's just a story. Oh, this is how we think it happened, and then I'm pretty sure the
claim you don't believe in telescopes, right? You don't believe telescopes exist.
That's insane.
They can actually see stars forming now, I think, and playing like there's still nebulae and space clouds and dust in the universe,
right?
That's being affected by the sun's and stars' magnetic pull.
The scripture's coming out. Be quiet. The sun and the rest of the solar system formed from a giant.
Whoa, that's
rotating cloud of glass.
That is some powerful niggatry going on this channel right now.
That nigga stopped at giant.
He stopped at giant.
Because it has a comma right there.
You saw the mystery. The Nephilim created the sun. God damn.
Elder Black taught us to pause that comma.
Claim you are one powerful.
Giant was describing the rotating cloud of gas, bro.
No,
it wasn't a giant.
I wasn't done reading your
Nephilim
scripture,
fart.
bro.
Did the Nephilim fart and the sun popped out of that?
I was not done reading your scripture, brother.
Oh, okay.
I paused
Okay.
because there's a comma. You're supposed to pause at a comma.
That's right, Clay.
But you made an exclamation point. You just didn't pause. You said from a giant.
You emphasized giant, bro.
Yeah.
You put emphasis on giant.
No,
come on, Pastor Wizard.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, what
no,
the day is, man.
You got coherent skills. That's the problem. Okay, the sun and the rest of the solar system form from a giant. Okay, let me hold on. See, you thought that was an exclamation mark right there because I said giant. Okay, rotating cloud. Okay.
Fall from a giant wet.
It's called a solar nebula. About 4.5 billion years ago. It's a long time ago. So there's no use.
How many years, Clay?
Thinking about that. 4.5.
How many years again? Say how many years again, though?
4.5 billion years ago. As the nebula collapsed because of its overwhelming gravity that we've never discovered. It spun faster and faster.
You don't believe in gravity.
He had to throw his flat earth in there.
Yeah. It's gotta be
This is hilarious. I'm talking about these are the books that you guys read. Like it's pure fantasy. 100% fantasy. Now, if you go here, right, to the article itself, right, I guarantee you somewhere on here says this is pure made up. Watch this. Okay. This side is maintained. Right. Okay. They don't have it in this one. Yeah. They don't say. They don't use the words.
Okay.
But they use that very often in the.
Claim was teaching me about the origin of his existence. Y'all kind of messing up my lesson.
All right. So let's get back to the Bible. So I showed you the Cambrian explosion. I went to Genesis 1 and 2, where you got stuck at. You got stuck right here, and the earth was without form.
Right. So I'm trying to understand why was it without form?
Because
you just said it cooled off. You said it cooled off. So if it cooled off, what stage was it in before it cooled off? Inyame?
It had to be in like a plasma
or a liquid, right?
Yeah, plasma.
So plasma becomes
without form. Could be liquid.
So the earth was liquid?
No, liquid. Yeah, he said. I'm going by what Yame said. He said cooled off. He said the earth
let's
cooled
not go
off.
by what Yame said. Why you
said
that?
Yame said the earth cooled off. So I asked him, was it acceptable or agreeable to say that it was a liquid form? And he said plasma. And I said, can plasma be liquid?
What is the Bible saying?
Go ahead, Claim.
Okay, so the Bible says
he was reading the scripture.
Right.
But you know he's not going to answer that question.
What? Yeah.
What is the Bible saying when it says the earth was out? No, I'm asking him, what does it mean when it says the earth was out form and void?
Yeah, exactly what it says. If you have to look up.
Can you expound a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. Wizard.
What? Why do you need expounding?
Because my little brain.
You know, right? No.
My brain doesn't understand that.
Right. You needed to match your fantasy lesson.
No,
I don't
trying to get an understanding.
Even though I studied Tuhao and Buhao, like
what is that?
You don't know what that is?
Toho and Bohu.
Why would I care about anything about that? Those are not my
Those are the Hebrew words. Those are
the Hebrew words right there, bro.
Hebrew words for what?
For without form and void.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Bohu. Okay.
No, bro.
I didn't have to look that up. Man. I didn't. But you're the wizard now. You're the wizard, so I'm studying you. So,
power to the dark side, man.
That's hilarious.
We know this book better than you, bro.
Why? Because you know Hebrew?
No, because we just dealing with this subject.
So if the answer is no, then shut the fuck up.
But that I never said it was because we knew Hebrew.
So how do you know the book better than that?
We know the book better than you because dealing with this, we knew more information about even what you're reading right now.
Well, let me ask you this, Lex.
I just asked you that 2 seconds ago, you fucking idiot.
Hold on, fam. Like, so you say you knew more information. Like, what did you? Because I don't hear anything.
Tohu and Bohu claim did not know that is like Israelite 101. Like you don't know Tohu Bohu, and you talking about Earth without form and Genesis and all that, and he's trying to tell us how the universe is created, and he don't even understand the Tohu Bohu. So that's why I asked him, what does it mean? Because he's talking about the creation of the earth. What does it mean when the earth is without form and void? He says, why do you need to know that? It says what it says. That's obviously ignorance, bro.
Why is it ignorant?
Hey, Claim, I'm gonna.
And then he says, why is it ignorant?
I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna reveal a secret since I'm the Lord of Darkness. All of this in the Genesis is the beginning of Israel. It's the beginning of Israel.
You got me. Boy, you guys are smart.
Fact.
Thanks for that information. Now,
hold on.
We're still stuck in the second verse.
Hold on. Lex just said facts. So
you can't get past the second verse?
You agree with that, Lex?
No, I was just being facetious. But I agree with it to some degree, though. It's telling about their beginning. This is the people telling the beginning.
That's the beginning. Yeah, it leads to the beginning of the bloodline of the Israelites.
It's an ontology. It's esoteric. They're not trying to give you science. This is where the problem.
No, that's incorrect. They are.
This ain't got nothing to do with the Cambrian explosion. I can tell you that emphatically.
They are trying to give you science, but they're trying. They're giving it to you. They're giving it to you. It's not a science. It's not a science. It's not a scientific.
Bro, this is mind science. This is not anything to do with science in a modern day form. This is psychology and like this is mental.
Come on, bro. Now you know that's incorrect. You don't even believe that yourself because we know this has been studied for thousands of years. We know.
What's the rest of your high priest saying?
The Big Bang Theory itself was based on Genesis chapter 1. You know that.
No, the Big Bang wasn't based on.
Yes, it was. That was the name of it before they changed it, fam. Yes,
Here it is. Here it is, right here. Let me get my speaker. But
the Big Bang Theory was not based on Genesis chapter 1. It was based on the fact that they seen the universe expanding.
No,
and then they said, "Well, Lord, look at that expansion." And we reverse it, they could tell that the universe would be condensed. So the fact that it's expanding, it must have been one at some point. They did not, it wasn't based off of Genesis, bro.
It's called redshift. It's based on the redshift.
There's no other shift.
Y'all have got to stop this stuff, bro.
There's only
I don't understand why y'all do this, bro.
Man, well then just leave us alone. Why do you fucking care?
No, we're not leaving you alone because these are discussions. You're in a debate league. If you want to be left alone, I would advise that you get out of a debate league.
No, I'm saying that you don't have any the only thing you want to do is bang. You don't want to debate. We offer the Madan just offered your Sith Lord.
Madan makes ridiculous debates, bro. Those are not debate topics. Because
anyway, your 4 high priests right here.
Can I say Santa Claus exists?
Your 4
and you
high
say
priest,
no, it doesn't. So we're gonna debate it. No,
right
bro.
Here, your 4 high priests right here in this video clearly say that Genesis 1 is consistent with their fake ass theories.
Okay. So Richard Dawkins believes in the Genesis?
Yeah.
I think you need to do some more studying, bro, because I'm quite familiar with Richard Dawkins. You can even go on YouTube and hear Richard Dawkins making fun and laughing at the book of Genesis.
Yeah, you're talking about in 1983. I'm talking about this is 2007.
But to some degree, if you look at the book of Genesis, it is describing time periods of creation. So in that sense, yeah, things are being developed over a period of time. That's where scientists will say, well, that in part makes sense, because you're still seeing that's evolution. Like, yo, dude, like so unstudied claim is, bro, study the science and then you can.
How about you debate me, guy?
So I mean, you don't even know, bro. Like the book of Genesis.
Debate me then, guy.
What do you want to debate?
Let's figure out if Genesis 1 is consistent with your fake ass theory. How about that?
What is your stance?
That it's
so then you're confirming evolution.
Oh, I'm not. I'm saying that they remixed it to their own.
No, they didn't. So in Genesis chapter 1, is that not an observation of nature?
Genesis chapter 1, is that an observation of nature?
Yes.
I don't know. I can't really say yes or no, because I mean, I guess you could say the priests in Babylon that are writing this, they could be the priests were knowledgeable, so they could be writing that esoterically from some type of observation of nature. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say it, but it's not. But it's not an honest, complete observation of nature. There's, you know what I'm saying? There's religion in there.
What is an honest?
No, they call it scientific foresight.
Meaning that when I mean honest, that if I'm observing nature, there's no way I would have said God said this, and there's no way to observe that.
Well,
but I can observe.
God
I can
told
observe
them to say that.
I can
God
observe.
told them
Hold
to
on,
write
bro.
that
See,
down.
the dummies always mess up the conversation. There's no way to observe. If you're looking at nature, I can observe nature unfolding and meditate upon nature and maybe get revealed some secrets, you know what I'm saying? Like George Washington Carver, you know what I'm saying? But there's no God said this and this and that. That's when it becomes religious.
So what we know about science is the inception of science is that through religious observation. Did it first come through religious observations, just as we see in ancient Kemet?
No, I say a lot of it came from people who were religious, but their observation wasn't religious.
So you mean to tell me when the ancient people of Kemet were worshiping the sun and was saying that the sun was the giver of all life, and when they talk about the Neteru or the Netchers, that they weren't making a spiritual observation coupled with a natural observation?
I mean, if they start talking about what the sun said and telling stories about how this and that, that's religion.
So it's religion when you say it's the sun that gives life, as the ancient Egyptians said it.
No, if I say,
because that's the reason that they worship the sun.
It'll become religious or mythos when I start saying, personifying the sun, saying it did this and did that and fell in love with the moon and all of that type of stuff. Those are stories.
When you personify the sun and you say that you worship the sun.
No, I never personified the sun.
You never personified the sun. So when you say the sun is the creator, isn't that not?
Yeah, that's in scientific truth. Like we just read how the sun formed the planets.
How
didn't say that?
You didn't say the sun formed the planets. You're talking about the nebula, right?
Because the nebula formed the sun, and then Yame said that
the sun. I mean, pull the article back. Pull the article back up, bro. I know the information.
How you know the information when you just said it incorrectly?
I didn't say it into it. The sun did form the planets from its gravitational pull, bro.
So the gravitational pull of the sun.
See, now y'all getting into another debate whether you agree with that or not.
Oh no. So the gravitational pull of the sun captured this, basically in a nutshell, certain debris in the universe was captured in the gravitational pull of the sun, which meld and conformed these planets.
And Yame said that the sun exploded.
So that's the sun. And what I mean is that's actual. Now, if I start going into there was this guy named the sun who ordered this and this and that, I'm saying natural observation, the sun is doing that. That's what it is.
Is the sun doing that, or is it gravity? We see that throughout the universe.
It's the sun's gravitational pull.
Is that unique? But gravity is not unique to the sun.
No.
Okay. Is that something that exists throughout the universe before the creation of the sun, scientifically speaking? That gravity had to exist first. Even for a nebula to exist, there had to be gravity. So gravity is not unique to the sun. So obviously that's not the sun's power.
I mean, you can look at it like that. I mean, that doesn't,
scientifically, that's not the sun's power.
Like it doesn't exclusively belong to the sun. It's a force in the universe.
It's a force in the universe. So this force in the universe that existed before the sun is from what power? Where do we get gravity from throughout the universe?
I have no idea.
You have no idea, right?
No, nobody knows.
Therefore, without gravity, could we even have a sun?
No.
Okay, so then the sun cannot be the ultimate source of power. It has to be something that gives us this gravitation. So we know, like black holes, right?
Hold up, what is that? Now, hold up, before you go on, what does that got to do with the fact that the sun formed the planets?
It has everything to do
with
That's
what I'm saying. I know what you're arguing, but you're mixing your argument right now. Understand, bro, I made the statement that the sun...
Hold on, fam. You don't have to defend that, because that's not asking you to defend that.
Well, there's two different conversations going on.
No, it's not. You said the sun created something by its use of gravity.
It formed the planets. That's a fact.
You said by its use of gravity.
The sun's gravitational pull.
Right.
Yes.
Move on to gravity. Where did gravity come from? And then it's coming from somewhere.
But you know, gravity is also created
you said
in certain
you have
instances.
No idea.
Get them, Klein.
You know that, right?
You said you have no idea where gravity comes from.
No, I don't like where gravity is.
Hold on. As we know in every
can I continue talking to Yara, bro? Because you're not equipped to have that conversation. Please, bro. Gravity.
Hey, put them in the bosom. Because won't be we're gonna do y'all.
I mean, me and Yara was having a conversation, bro.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say something here. So, like I said, you said there's no gravity. At that point, you said I have no earthly idea. So I'm trying to fill in that part for you. Okay. So in every single galaxy.
You don't even believe in gravity, bro.
I know that. I'm speaking.
So how are you gonna tell me where it comes from?
Because I'm speaking from. Like I already know where it comes from. Everything originates.
So does it exist or don't it exist? You're gonna tell me where it comes from. So then there's no. This is what I'm saying about you, bro.
Your theory. I'm talking about your theory. I know your theory better than you. So in every single galaxy, you got lost on gravity. You don't even know where.
Gravity. No one can tell you where gravity came from.
Right. Silence.
Like nobody.
You still talking. So I'm trying to fill in your that you're unaware of. Yeah, you're unaware of where gravity comes from. So I'm digressing it back to at least one part of that, one portion of that theory, wherein in every single galaxy, in the center of every single galaxy, is either one or two black holes that hold the galaxies together. Each individual galaxy has a dual black hole that spin around each other, that's trying to suck each other in. As they're doing that, they're pulling around material that creates the galaxies. and including holding stars in place, suns in place, hundreds of thousands of suns. This is your theories and your stupid ass theories. You
Black
understand?
hole is a vacuum, bro.
No shit. That's why
Not gravity.
You telling me there's no gravity in a black hole? You idiot.
It's a vacuum.
You're a funny guy, brother. All right,
All right,
so that filled in your information for that part.
No, it didn't. And that shows you thought you knew. But anyway, like I was saying, what I was saying to Yara is we're having two different conversations. You're trying to, when you talk about, okay, what formed the planets? The sun's gravitational pull. And we was talking about observation. And I said, that's just pure observation. Now, going beyond that and turning the sun into something and saying maybe if I could say, well, the sun was speaking, or good, that's going beyond observation. So when you get priest, the priest, and this is what something y'all don't understand about your religions, is they come from priesthoods. They come from priestly cults, and the priests were the scientists of those days.
Oh, okay, that's what I want you to say. So when we talk about things in terms of the scripture and the biblical narrative, there really was no difference between the priest and the scientists of its day. Now,
at that time, no
advances, right? So we know science does advance. We do know that. So I agree with that, right? So when we talk about in terms of Genesis chapter 1, we're seeing a scientific observation of the priesthoods or the scientists of that day. This is what we're
mixed with.
No, that's not what the head wizard is saying.
Yeah, it's mixed with.
I'm telling
Yara, it's mixed with esoteric other stuff though. Like there's other meanings within it. It's not just, they're not just trying to explain the formation of the universe. They're explaining stuff with the mind and the beginnings of Israel.
That's nothing more than a theory though, right?
Nah. That we know that all priesthoods work like that.
Like when we talk about, when we talk about theories versus a scientific theory can be proven, So this is not that's not what I'm talking. This is what I'm saying. Like there's a almost I can't even say a fine line. Like just like most alchemists, right? Most alchemists that we understood that we have ancient writings about that practice alchemy. This was something that was practiced among priesthoods, but they were considered science. We would consider them scientists today, as they were.
Right. That's where the name chemistry comes from.
We don't have I have no contention with what you're saying right now.
So that's what I'm saying. So when we're reading the biblical narratives and when we're reading the book of Genesis, we're talking about these observations that are being made in a scientific scope. I don't disagree with you that there is some religious overtones to it, because that's how they viewed the world. That was the lens that they viewed the world through. So to say this, no, it has nothing to do with science.
That's why I made the statement: pure, honest, scientific observation. Scientists today are not. They're just looking. They're not. There's no religious overtones.
No, that's not religious. You might not have. There might not be any religious overtones, but most of them have taken on atheistic overtones. The opposite.
And you have to understand this part of it as well. So, as the Most High, the smartest thing that exists, was relaying the information to Moses. I can imagine.
Boy,
shut your. Hey man, listen, bro.
Claim, I thought a wizard had more self-control than that.
Yeah, you're doing exactly what we're talking about. You're about to relay a religious overtone to our conversation.
Be quiet.
Whether God was speaking of Moses, everyone knows Moses didn't even write the books, bro.
Be quiet. So, as the Most High, the smartest thing in existence, was relaying the information to Moses, Moses was like, what is this information? It's too advanced. I don't understand. So he gave him a summary first, and then he started talking about humans, the human existence. I created the humans first, your fathers, your father and mother, Adam and Eve, and then I did this, and then I did that, and
So
then he
that's what
went
I
down the
said.
line talking about this.
Isn't it a vision? So it's all about a vision, right?
Well, it's an experience with a ultimate teacher telling him information that he did not understand, so he had to simplify it as super
Right. So
simplified.
from a human standpoint, it was a vision that somebody had.
No, it was an experience that he had with an actual teacher in front of him, telling him the information that he could not understand.
You see how
so
we
he
can't
super
have that
simplified.
conversation, though, Yara, because that's just
If you
pure.
be quiet, if you be quiet,
for a minute. Let's drive that car for a minute.
right? If you be quiet,
Watch
you
this.
can, yeah.
Simply engage them on this, right? So, if you do you believe that there is one consciousness?
Yeah. I believe that.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
So, if there's one consciousness that relays intelligence and awareness to all consciousness is connected to all consciousness and all conscious beings on whatever anatomical level or whatever level that they are on, then why is it difficult to believe that a higher consciousness that you believe that exists cannot relay messages or information like in a super highway to another individual consciousness?
I believe that.
I
do too.
Okay. So when he when
the dark side.
when scripture says, so if we call that, so if the scientists or the priesthood of that day referred to that consciousness as God, how then can you argue against whether or not they say God spoke this to me? That consciousness, that higher consciousness, revealed to my lower consciousness something that I had not known before.
Because we can see,
and let's not forget that
the reason we can
in a
say
cloud whenever he received this information. So the sun was not in the cloud. The SUN was not in the cloud. It was
the reason why we can come to that conclusion because we can see the human political aspects of it.
Well, that would be more so like somewhat of a corruption of that consciousness. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but that consciousness in and of itself is first pure and light. And so this is why they understood consciousness always attributed to a light. So when you have that, so when that consciousness, or like we say today, the light bulb went off in my head, right?
That's exactly that you have no argument there. The argument is when Jim Jones says God tells people to drink Kool-Aid.
But that's his corruption of the information.
Exactly. And that's the same thing in the Bible.
Right. But the Bible clearly tells us to watch out for those corruptions.
And it also tells you that those same people that told you to watch out for the corruptions were corrupted.
Absolutely. That's why it says only listen to the consciousness.
Okay.
So that consciousness, as he reveals certain levels of consciousness to what those scientists will be referred to in the scriptures as prophets, they began to write what they heard this higher consciousness give them. So this is what we say about the scripture, that is simply inspired of this higher consciousness, or God inspired men to write what they wrote or understood of this connection to a higher consciousness or awareness. And I'm not going to take it down to the level like, Satan and Sinetta and say, well, cockroaches have consciousness. That's completely ignorant. But this is what I'm saying. We're not talking about in that minuscule level. We're talking about how information is received. Matter of fact,
it's a download, bro, just like anything else.
Let's say that it's a download, right? Anything else can be corrupted. This is why the scripture itself, right, is like a firewall, a Chinese firewall, right, that helps you to keep you away or to protect you from viruses or programs that are not pure like the higher consciousness of information. It keeps the information highway clean. This is the consciousness that we reveal. So we have corrupted consciousness. Like, can we say it's a higher consciousness that works within the same mind of a Jeffrey Dahmer or Adolf Hitler? That is a corruption of a knowledge.
Right. And in the same way we could say that same consciousness did not tell another people to go kill people.
Well, it's the same higher.
That's human politics.
Well, it's human politics, but human politics can also be served to help a people as well. Just like we see in Yame, we see in the civil rights movement that had to come from a higher consciousness. Man and of himself does not have the capacity to operate on a higher level of consciousness where he
he does, because
no,
he is that consciousness in itself.
State, bro, man in his natural state is nothing more than an animal.
Well, can you tell us?
It's only the power of
he said something though. He said something
transforms us.
Trying to teach him something when he got a roadblock in his brain, right?
Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, so you gotta when they got a roadblock that throws up, right? That's when you try to dive into their understanding. So you gotta say because you did it extraordinarily well right there. But I just want to compliment you on that. But
Mr. Wizard, I got a question for you.
He said, we have to, or men, or some man somewhere, or woman has the capacity to think on that highest level consciousness. So why don't you give us an example of this man or woman?
Yes, I can. We can give you many examples. Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Martin Luther King. You want me to go on?
Yeah, that's enough, because they are not thinking on the highest level of consciousness that we're talking about.
Nikola Tesla invented things. No, Nikola Tesla invented things that they didn't even know about scientifically.
I can agree with that.
And he said that he was given to him by revelation. That's him tapping into his higher consciousness.
From whom?
From the consciousness. From the, because we are a part of that. We're not separate from that consciousness.
He called that consciousness God, correct?
I'm not aware of that. Maybe he did. It doesn't matter what he called it, no matter what you call it.
Okay, now I can agree with Nikola Tesla, but as far as Einstein, he was an idiot. And then let's see who else.
Einstein was an idiot.
Martin Luther King.
Right. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Albert Einstein was an idiot, but claimed is smart. You see what I'm talking? Like, yo, bro, like
we can
that don't even make no sense, bro.
But I want to go back to what y'all.
We can debate anytime you're ready. All I did my whole life was study science.
Who gave anybody the right to put those particular books or scrolls together in that canon?
That was just a community decision. They came together and decided.
That was not a community decision.
Which ones they were going to put in there?
Political decision.
He said a community decision.
Politics are established by people. People create a community that in the body of politics. And so these people decided that, okay, let's just put these books in here.
What people?
The people that compiled the canon.
Yeah, what people were those?
So what's your next question then, you know what I mean?
What's that?
Wasn't a community. It was a particular people seeking power and control.
Okay, what?
Well, was no community of people. Like it was
right,
like
so they used the Bible for that power and control, and you burning it so you can lose power and control.
No, I'm burning it to take away their power and control.
What are you going to replace your power and control with?
Well, there doesn't need to be a replacement.
Well, you can't burn it for them. They already have it and going to keep it. You just burned it for yourself.
Yeah,
you burned your power and control for yourself.
Oh,
they still have the power and control because the Bible is never, ever, never,
yeah,
ever,
the
never
power and control is what they push on people, silly. So they can have it all they want. If you don't accept it, it has to be utilized.
Yeah,
so if someone is using a tool to control or power you, then I think that might be something you don't want to give them power to do. So in order for them to use it, you got to believe in what they put together.
Right. No, you don't. You are living in their society now. Right now.
Oh my God, bro. Do you know what mind control is, bro? In order to control the people.
America was founded, they had dedicated ground zero to God. Okay, that was in New York. That was when America was founded. Crazy, man. So they keep the Bible. So they're using the Bible as power, and they have these systems in place based on the Bible literature that tells them to put these systems in place. So the power's there, and by you burning it to yourself,
so then what's wrong with their power?
Eliminating your own power.
So what's wrong with their power then?
As Elder tried to teach you, that people become corrupt over time and forget.
So they wasn't corrupt in the beginning when they dedicated ground zero, everything you saying. So they were right in what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what
the foundation of the United States and slavery and all of that was right.
Slavery wasn't there. The founding of the United States, was it?
What?
Yes, it was.
In New
bro.
York, when New York was founded, that was in like 16. What was that?
And there was slavery.
Yo,
yeah, but
bro,
it was still correct. The reason it was correct, is because the words that they put in place allowed for the maturity. Once their maturity got to our maturity, then we could show them the proper way upon freedom.
How did they establish New York? Who they had to kill people there in order to establish New York.
Okay.
So and they did that following the Bible's protocol.
Where does it say to kill people in New York in order to establish America?
They said, bro.
Book, chapter, and verse, brother.
In the book of Exodus, the book of Joshua, in order to establish the land of Canaan, they had to go to war with the Canaanites. And when the Americans came to America and they was doing the same thing, they said that's what they were doing. They were killing the Canaanites and the unbelievers, and this was the destined land of them. That's why they call it, what do they call it?
Pretty good freestyler, bro.
Manifest. No, it's not freestyling. It's called Manifest Destiny, bro.
Yeah, okay. So let's read that, since you think that they were following the protocol of the Israelites taking over Canaan.
They said this, not just in...
Okay, I'm finna read it. Since they said it, let me read it. They said it, right?
Bro. Go ahead, go on, bro. Me and you cannot dialogue, bro.
Yeah,
dialogue
because
with Yami, bro.
you're right. You have to dialogue with the people who don't fact check.
Okay,
so
go
share
ahead.
the screen. It says here the 19th century doctrine or belief that the expansion of the U.S. throughout the American continents was both justified and inevitable.
Justified and what?
Inevitable. Do you want to read the long version of it?
What does justified mean? How was it justified? Crickets.
Yeah, it's
what I'm
crickets
talking
because
about,
you're
bro.
asking for the definition of justified as if I give a damn about telling you the definition of justified.
I said, how was it? If someone says something is justified, there's a reason they're saying it's justified. What reason was it? And you said, oh, you want to read it? So you just said that their conquering was justified and inevitable.
Brother, you said that in the document Manifest Destiny, or the doctrine of Manifest Destiny, that they were citing the Bible of the repossession of the Canaan land by the Israelites. See, well, you keep breathing, try to drown me out when I'm clearly trying to make a clear statement to the audience. You realize that we have people watching, right?
Yeah.
So you said something. So I'm trying to respond to you and fact check your statements because I don't like when you just go on these.
So what did you prove? You just read one sentence that said that it was justified and inevitable. Now expound to the people on how it was justified and inevitable.
No, I want to read whatever you just cited. You said that the Americans
manifest destiny is not one sentence, bro.
How do you do this? You just gotta get that. You can't allow this guy to keep talking over me like that, man. So I'm saying that you stated that the early Americans were using the blueprint of the Israelites taking over repossessing Canaan. Yeah. So I want to read it. What?
Okay. So read it.
Destiny.
Read it.
Okay. Let me find it.
Do you think manifest destiny is encapsulated in one sentence, or was it a whole?
I just don't know where to find manifest destiny as a full.
So you don't even know about it.
I do know about the concept.
The concept, but you haven't even read. Dude, this is what I'm talking about, bro.
Man, there's a hell of stuff that I've read that you've never read, bro.
It's a doctrine.
I know that. That's why I said that earlier. Doctrine.
So then what did the doctrine entail, bro?
Soon as you show me where to read the full doctrine, then I can let you know.
Oh my God, bro, you don't even know.
Right. What's wrong with not knowing something?
So then how are you arguing with me?
I'm not arguing. I'm fact checking you and trying to cite your statement that the early Americans were using the blueprint of the Israelites that took over, repossessed Canaan.
Hey, listen to this, bro. Yeah, I mean, you can just, if you Googled it, you can
don't
get
like to be fact checked.
Hold on, bro. You can get further information just from you Googling. If you would read more than one sentence, it will give you more.
Okay, I think I got something here. Manifest destiny. Expansion westward seemed perfectly natural to many Americans in the mid-19th century. Like the Massachusetts Puritans who hoped to build a city upon a hill, courageous pioneers. So sounds like a biblical citation here.
Exactly.
Right, but it doesn't say anything about the Israelites repossessing Canaan. So I'm trying to get to it since you said it, but I don't feel like reading forever. If you could just, since you said it, you should be able to cite it. Anything you say out of your mouth, you should be able to cite.
Bro.
Yeah, get mad. Who cares? Yeah, you annoyed from a fact check because you don't like to be fact checked because you constantly lie.
Okay, brother. All right, go do some research, bro. You'll run into it, bro.
Right. I'll never run into any lie that you say. You can only run into reality. You know what I'm saying? Something actually recorded, and then you have to vet that to see if it's true or not.
Right, that's true. But yeah, it's definitely related to the biblical reference, and you'll see, bro. Just do some more studying.
Do some more studying. Okay, so let me go to the Bible and cite that little biblical reference, city on the hill. Okay. City on a hill. Now, it's here 4 times, occurs 4 times in one verse. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Matthew 5:14 has nothing to do with the Israelites repossessing Canaan land.
You're right.
Yeah, so that's what you stated out of your mouth, and that's why your minions just blindly follow anything that you say because they don't know what the hell you're talking about. And neither do you. So that's why I like to fact check stuff that you say. And then that's how I concluded that you're a liar.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can't possibly not know the information. You just continue to lie about it because it's all mixed up in your brain, along with the thousands
So
of
what did I
movies
lie
that you
about?
watch. You said that the early Americans used the Israelites a blueprint of repossessing Canaan land in order to produce America. I mean, in order to conquer New York. That's what you said. They
No,
killed
not
everybody in New York
just.
based on the Israelites taking over Canaan land. That's what you just said, you idiot. You just said that. So I said, you got to cite that. You said manifest destiny. It said manifest destiny. So I looked up manifest destiny and I saw a biblical reference saying a city on the hill. I just looked up a city on the hill. It said Matthew 5:14. It has nothing to do with the Israelites conquering Canaan.
Yeah, you might have to do some more studying, bro, than just a 5-minute Google search.
Hey, claim
Yes,
unless he thinks America is the new Canaan land.
Okay.
That's what they was calling America the new Canaan, bro.
Yeah, that's an argument. You know what I'm saying? But he did.
You
gave him that idea. You know what I'm saying? He's not smart enough to come up with that idea.
Bro,
But a lot of people say that Canada is Canaan.
You came up with the idea. What I just said,
Thank you,
the
Elder
Americans viewed
Yara.
themselves as the Israelites conquering Canaan.
No, they
They
didn't.
even at some points were calling the Native Americans Canaanites, bro.
So, well, why you ain't cited it yet?
Oh, now Yara was intelligent for coming it up. Now I didn't cite it, bro. You're all over the place, bro.
Right, yeah, that's a real argument that people say that this area is Canaan land. The autochthonous community says that, but I'm talking about your exact statements, bro. You just making up shit as you go.
No, how did that? If I wouldn't have had the information, I wouldn't even be able to bring it up, bro.
Hold on, let's get some clarity real quick. So you can refer to then people calling this Canaan and then refer that to the Bible. But if somebody referred to this place as Egypt, we can't refer that to the Bible.
And that's the alley-oop I was looking for.
Ooh,
that's
I saw you when
hold
you let
on.
it up there for me. You know what I'm saying?
Now, why are you getting all excited? You understand that's a totally different conversation, though.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you why. Is
it a totally different?
I'm gonna tell you why it's completely the same.
It's not the same conversation we're having in terms of what Claim was just talking about.
You seem to be getting a little defensive. I understand. Just relax,
bro. Y'all. This is what I mean by immaturity, bro. It's immature, bro.
I'm being very
trying
mature.
to cite your statement.
I'm being very mature.
Where you could cite.
It's another argument whether that has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. If you want to have that conversation, fine, but don't mix these two conversations as, oh, well, why are you saying that America can't be eat? That's another.
You act like
I'm not the one that said
the concept is completely diametrically opposed.
No, it's not, but it's different conversations.
Right. So if it's the same, why are you getting so upset?
I'm not upset.
Drop it.
Hold on. I'm not upset. Me saying that the colonists viewed themselves in light of the Israelites conquering Canaan does not mean I agree with them. I said that was their view. They said it. They used it. They used that example.
Where did they say it?
It's in more than one place, bro. That's why I said you got to do some studying.
Only in manifest destiny.
Yara, there's no way you can study American history and not know what I'm talking about. So you're going to correct your boy or not, bro?
Slow down. There is some instances where the Puritans did refer to the Indians as Canaanites.
The Puritans were not the conquerors.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying, fam. The Puritans in the 1600s did refer to the Indians, some Indians, as the Canaanites.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what he said that
who do you think the people that came over here and started establishing colonies were, bro?
Silence. The conqueror. He said the conquerors came over to New York and took over New York based on the blueprint of the Israelites taking over Canaan.
Not just New York, the whole damn country, bro. That's why I refer to you.
New York.
Manifest. No, you brought up New York, bro.
That's
so
right.
New York was one of the colonies.
Was founded in New York.
It wasn't the only colony, bro.
I said it was dedicated in New York. That's what I said.
All right, and I said that same thing.
At ground zero.
Yeah, it wasn't just about just New York. It wasn't the only colony. In order to establish New York, they had to what? What did they have to do?
Ground zero get hit when they dedicated?
Now you're going to something, and this is what I mean, bro. When I say y'all just can't, the cult type stuff, bro. So I'm in your house, so that means you're gonna be immature and cultish about a conversation.
Well, that means
Flav say you in his house.
Yeah, that means I'm allowed to speak anytime I feel like.
Yeah, that don't mean you're making sense, bro.
It does make sense.
And your brothers, this is what I mean about y'all. Y'all claim don't know what he's talking about, and y'all just
about?
because
y'all having a conversation, bro. Y'all having a
right. But claim does not know what he's talking. And we're just having a frivolous argument right now.
Puritans referring to Indians as Canaanites has.
It wasn't just the Puritans, bro.
A Puritan. Well, then cite it. How many times I gotta ask you to cite it?
Bro, I already gave you the key.
Exactly. So, like I said,
that's like saying, and this is what I mean by ignorant. When you say cite it,
to talk over.
Because, bro, you keep saying things that make no sense. When you say cite it, are you looking for me to go to like a book and say page 30 something? I'm having a random conversation with you, and when I'm telling, it's a body of work. It's a doctrine.
You always say, "Show me that."
I know, but that's inappropriate. I mean, I could take the time right now and go shuffling and looking for.
You never show anybody anything because you're not telling.
You just pulled up Manifest Destiny and what it was. Man, it was a divine. They're saying it was divine. Basically, it's divinely decreed by God. That's what it means.
Okay, that's great.
All right, now was yes. Now was the Israelites' conquest divinely decreed by God?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Like, you're not on my level, bro. Like, talking to you is, I'll talk to Anonymous even though he's crazy, even Yara's crazy ass at times. Bro, you're way out there, bro. You're spaced out.
Way out where?
Well, you always
all I'm doing is separating.
Like, you make no sense, bro.
Like, you the same.
That's because you talk too much. So like
no, you don't talk any sense.
Good. Quiet.
You don't talk any sense.
Stop talking. So you got the Puritans, right? Are not the conquerors. That's what I was explaining to you. So you not understanding that is clearly placing me well above your level.
Okay.
Get it clean.
The Puritans are not the conquerors, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who are the conquerors?
The Masons.
The who?
Holy shit. You don't
Did he just say the Masons?
Oh my God. Every single one of the founders were Masons, you idiot.
Were they Puritans?
No.
So
Puritans were the religious religious faction.
Who were the people coming over here setting up colonies, bro?
This kid got a rapid fire. You stay in the rapid fire round.
You see what I'm saying, y'all? And y'all allow this to go on. And that's what I'm talking about, bro. Like, you're just dishonest. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bill, bro.
Huh?
Y'all having a bill, right?
Nah, no, we're not. We're having a bill. Who were the people coming over here to conquer? Who was setting up colonies?
So if y'all having a bill, why would we jump in? We're not jumping in on neither
because
side.
because y'all know that this conversation with him will go nowhere, and you're not correcting him.
Stop asking for help and just bring out the
No, it's not help. How's it help, bro? See, this is the
you're trying to sully us. Because you don't know how to deal with claim. That's not our fault.
Well, I can't have a conversation, any type of progressive conversation, and this happens when y'all say I'm so contentious and all. That's because when I try to build, you don't want to do it.
No, that's only with certain.
You don't want to do it, bro.
That's only with certain brothers, and that's because you always.
We want to cite Me
and
personally,
you
I'm the
hardly
type
ever
of
really have
person
contention because I don't
that
really give a
that
damn
makes
about
you
you speaking.
prove
Like
your
I be wanting to deal with the
statements.
information.
So that's why I win debates, because you have to prove the shit that you say, and you can't do it.
Okay.
And since I know
Stop.
you can't
Just
do
make
it,
it
there's no way
stop,
for you to
Elder.
meet me in any
Just
debate
make it
ever.
stop. He
Okay.
obviously asking for help. Just make it stop.
It's okay. So it's okay. It's the covenant of disposition. That's what it's called. I'm trying to. I should have looked it up. I think I might be wrong, but it's the covenant of disposition. The Puritans did refer to the Native Americans as Canaanites. The reason why they refer to them as Canaanites is because
Some of them were. They were Hittites already over here.
No, because
Hittites are Canaanites.
No,
They
because
seen themselves as the people of God, bro. That's why.
But this came from this came down from the Catholic Church, like 200 years prior, when they were going into into the west coast of Africa. They were claiming land for the Catholic Church that was in Spain at the time, and claiming their land, but they only did it to go in and remove slaves. I forgot what they call it. The Papist Bull. When they came down through the Catholic Church in Spain, they were going around to what they call heathen. They felt that they had a religious right to land that didn't belong to them in the name of God. And if the heathen didn't convert to their way of religion, Catholicism, then they could either be enslaved or they were killed to remove them off the land. So this is what you saw when you saw Ferdinand come around circa 1435. He got on the west coast of Africa, the wind coast of Africa. He went in and he found these slaves, 8 or 9 slaves in the slave markets in the west coast of Africa, took them back to Spain, and then this is where, in some accounts, these people were those slaves that were brought back and presented to Queen Isabella and Ferdinand, that they were believed to be the Israelites or the lost tribes of Israel. Hence the conquest, hence the immense and the quest of years later, like Christopher Columbus, who thought he was going to find the lost tribes of Israel and landing in these particular areas. So this is the history we can get into. I mean, that's a whole nother different conversation. But they did think that some of them later on, they did call them Canaanites. And that was only
that's because the Hittites were already in the Americas.
The Manifest Destiny, a phrase coined in 1845.
I got it on my screen as well.
Yeah, that was to go across to take territory from people that were already living on the land.
Is the idea that the United States is destined by God to expand its dominion and spread democracy and capitalism across the entire North American continent.
Right. And when they did that, that led all the way up close to the Civil War period. So
that's a fact.
That's
a whole fact. Indisputable fact.
So I joined in a little bit late. So he's comparing that to Israel's conquest of the Canaan land.
Yes, he's attempting.
He said that they consciously used that blueprint of the Israelites repossessing Canaan.
That's and they have certain writers and people who stated it.
They did say that.
You ain't said it yet.
Hold on, wait a minute. But does that mean?
So I got the Hittites on my screen.
What is the indictment then on the Bible because they chose to use that?
It was. See, this is what the conversation wasn't about indicting the Bible.
Okay, then not
And
okay.
Anonymous,
Okay, then
was you
relax. I came in late. I clearly said that I came in late, so I'm trying to get
Yeah, he
clarification.
said
You
he
gotta
came.
relax, bro. You gotta relax, okay? If there is no indictment on the Bible, I'm trying to understand the nature of the conversation. Like, where's the contention in the conversation? We clearly know
let me
that.
explain to you why the conversation came about, because he came to me and said, you want to burn the Bible, but the people who use it are in power. So when you burn the Bible, you're burning your own power. And I said, no, bro. If anything, I would burn the thing that they're using to enslave me. And they use that, the power you're talking about is what they use the same narrative that was in the Bible to justify what they were doing. Now, whether you consider that an indictment or not, it was to his logic saying that if I burn the Bible, I'm burning the power. But he said the people that still hold it still got the power. And I said, well, what power do they have? It's the narrative in the Bible that they use to come into power.
Yeah, but you can't burn it
So
for
he
them.
made no
You only
sense.
burning it for yourself. You're only burning the power for yourself. They're
Oh
using
my
it
God.
to
What do you
hold
mean? What do you
power
mean
over
when you
you.
say you're burning the power for yourself? What does that mean?
Okay, listen carefully and don't allow this man to keep saying, oh my God, every 2 seconds.
I ain't worried about
All
him.
right.
I'm trying to build
I
with you,
got
bro.
you. No problem. So the Bible, they use the Bible in order, because the Bible has prescriptions to build cities and to build countries. So that's what they use it for. And so eventually the people get corrupt and they start abusing the populace. So that's what happened. But initially, the Bible is used in order to build cities and build countries. And in order to have a country and a city, you have to have people living in it. So this is something that he wants in his life, is to rule the earth, right, and rule the people in it. So he thinks that can happen without the Bible. So I said, by you burning the Bible that gives you the perfect prescription to do that correctly, you're burning your own power.
Oh my God. He said that when they started off with the Bible, the things they were doing was right.
That's correct.
He said it was right. What the United States was doing.
You believe what the colonists did was right?
I said that by them establishing locations, that was correct. Except for that the corrupt people like himself in any area will always try to corrupt the rest of everybody, and then they'll start doing crazy things to people and start killing people. Like how
In
he
order to establish those
tries to get
locations,
people
what
to
do they have to do,
every
Claim?
day. He begged the government to pay him enough money to kill all of us.
What did they have to do to establish these locations and build these cities you're talking about?
And they just had to move in the area.
Move in the area where people already have established cities and locations.
No, it was enough room to do that initially.
You see what I'm talking about? And y'all don't say nothing, bro.
Bro, you need to stop, because I ain't even had a chance to say nothing. I listened to the conversation. I just got a grasp of it. So this is what I say, and this is what I've been trying to say to you or to anyone else.
I got the Hittites on my screens if y'all want to know.
Well, this is what I would.
Since
I
you're
just let me say
unaware
this.
of the information.
Let me say this real quick. As it pertains to taking over lands or anything like that, the only area that the Bible suggests that we have the quote unquote right or the destiny or whatever it is we try to prescribe to that is in the area where that happened, and that would be in the Levant, like in the area that we know to be their promised land, right? Anyone trying to take this and use the Bible as their prescription to go and take over another area outside of that, you're abusing or misusing the scripture, right? This is the only prescribed area that they were told to do that in was in the area that we see that happening. Now you can say that you disagree with that, and that can be contentious or whatever, but as it pertains to manifest destiny or any other purpose used to colonize people and therefore trying to prescribe it to being inspired by the Bible, it's dead wrong. It can be considered
Well, that's what
eisegesis.
Claim just
It's a
said.
manipulation of scripture. So that's
No,
that's
I said that I asked you why
You said what they did was
I
right,
asked
and they
you
were using the
why
Bible to build cities, bro.
I asked you why did they dedicate uh why did they dedicate America to God on September 11th, whatever year that was, and then in New York City at Ground Zero? I asked you that, and then they planted a tree there in commemoration of that event. And
So you're
then
saying that was correct, right?
you said they had to kill everybody in New York to do that. So you took it there, not me.
So you were not just saying you didn't say that what they doing was right, and they were using the Bible to do it. You didn't say that.
Yeah, I said, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because every time I try to cite anything you say, I can't find it. You can't tell me where
Now
to
you're
find it.
going into what I say. That's what you said. And Anonymous just told
No,
you it was wrong.
you said they killed everybody in New York
I didn't say
in
they
order to
killed
do that.
everybody in New York. I said
Oh
in order
my
to
God.
establish those colonies, they were killing and enslaving people because there was people already there. How are you going to establish a colony with people there that say this is our land?
Anyway, so that's the complete history of the Hittites. The Hittites were already in the Americas. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you're a idiot, bro.
That's how that works. So that's how that works. And they're considered red hair and have white skin or something. 6 fingers or some shit. So you got to read about that in order to realize that the Canaanites were already here. So the people were interacting with Canaanites as well as Israel all over America.
All right.
Forgive me for going in and out, man. I don't know what's going on. I keep booting myself like a dummy.
Yo, it's crazy. It's funny, man. Y'all are interesting, man.
So yeah, I'm back though. So I came in late on that conversation, but if anyone is trying to use the Bible as a reason to colonize people, is wrong. With the exception of what we see happening in that time period, which I believe is the 14th century. And that was something that they were dealing with their God and with their situation. And if you disagree with that, then you got that right. But
yeah, it's not wrong. They did the same thing. They was ordained by the God of the Bible.
Right.
They
So now that's where
they
we
were
have a contention. Like that's where you're saying like it's okay to just take the Bible and just say, hey, we can use this and use
No,
it.
they were guided by God.
No, they chose.
They were guided by Jesus, by Yahushua.
They chose to do that. There's nowhere in the Bible that it would support that. There's nowhere in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
There's nowhere in the Bible that it supports coming to the Americas, colonizing the people that are on this land, attacking them, enslaving them, then going back to Africa,
I can tell you how it supports it. I can tell you exactly how it supports it.
Now you can sit here and try to create things just like them.
No, I'm not going to create anything. Yeah, according to y'all, it was part of.
Bro, I just told you.
According to the Bible, and what the doctrines y'all say, it was part of biblical prophecy. So God ordained it.
Mm-hmm.
How would there be Israelites coming into America to pay for their sins if God did not divinely ordain white people to do what they did? So manifest destiny would be right and exact.
That's right. Bring it out.
You gonna let me finish?
You're dead on that, bro.
You let me respond now?
Yes.
So that's why they'll be punished for it as well. See, when you talk
that's
about
another conversation, Anonymous.
Let me finish.
Whether they'll be punished or not.
I asked you to let me finish. That's it.
See,
you spoke your piece. I allowed you to speak your piece, and I made sure you was finished, right?
So, and then you went to another. But go ahead, bro. Go to another conversation, bro. Go ahead.
We can't do this all day, bro. Like you got to.
I know.
You got to be able to follow the conversation. All right. So if we're talking about, because what you did was move from comparing it to the conquest of Jerusalem to saying now we're dealing with Bible prophecy. So if we're having that conversation, you literally progress the conversation. Let's be honest with that one at first, right? So as you progress the conversation, then it has to progress to proper interpretation. And this is not my personal preference or what I personally think. This is what the Bible says. So if we're talking about what the Bible says and you start talking about prophecy, if we're talking about, oh, they were prophesied to come do that, therefore then they're going to be prophesied to be punished because they did what they were not supposed to do. Right? The promise was not given to them in terms of coming to the rest of the nations, right? The promise was given to a certain set of people that went into that land. As they decided to be disobedient is what set everything else into motion. Once those things get set into motion, people do too much. They do what they were not supposed to do, causing them to be punished. And they will be punished.
Okay.
I mean, that so
now, how does that relate to whether or not the white man was divinely ordained to do what they did in order for the rest of the prophecies to happen?
Because when you say divinely ordained without giving qualification, it comes across as though you're saying he wanted them to do that because he was pleased with it because they were on his side. There's a difference between how he uses people to accomplish his will, i.e. how he
okay, well, that's subjective.
Let me finish. No, it's
I mean, I'm not even arguing that whether he was.
I'm going to explain why it's not subjective, though. As we see the Assyrians conquering Israel, any other people that we see used to be a conquering people, they were doing that to punish a nation, not because he was happy to just go around and destroy people, but because as he chooses to give people blessings or however you want to view it, and then they do what they're not supposed to, the way that he chastises them or the way he corrects the situation, he allows another nation to come in and then subject that current nation, subject the people that he's dealing with. So once again, if you're going to talk about it in a proper context and a proper scope, when you just say they were divinely inspired or divinely ordained, it becomes a buzzword type of game where you're just saying these things in order to try to create some form of a reaction without giving the true, complete context. That's my only concern whenever you say these things. This is why I don't necessarily get mad at you, because there's
all right. Let's go to the Bible. Let's go through the Bible.
Truth to the things that you say, but then
let's see. Rat poison in the cake mix.
All right, now can I respond to that?
Go ahead, bro. But can you at least admit though, like you gave partial context?
No.
Since you want to talk about being honest, right?
I'm not saying nope. I didn't give no partial context. I'm gonna prove it right now.
Let's go, bro.
Just as it pleased the Lord to make you prosper and multiply, so also it will please him to annihilate you and destroy you. And you will be uprooted from your land and you are entering it to possess. So yes, when the Lord used the white man and divinely destined him to take over America and enslave you, it pleased him to do it.
That's right.
Okay, can I finish?
Bring it out.
So you want to keep going? Will they be punished?
Hold on, you said,
will they be punished?
Bro, wait a minute, Anonymous. See, you said that I gave the wrong.
I hate how we have these conversations, and then you try to abuse the conversation when you find.
How am I bruised? I addressed what you just said. You said I gave the wrong.
Watch this. This is what you mastered. Listen, just listen, bro. This is what you've mastered. You've mastered the art of taking one portion of a person's statement and saying, "Oh, this is what you stand on." So now let's go back to my entire point. My entire point was when you say that they were destined or ordained to do it, you say that as if though that was just what he wanted and he was so excited about that. Can he be pleased?
That's what he just said.
Allow me to please finish, brother. Can he be pleased about chastising his children? Of course. But that doesn't mean that that's what his overall plan was, meaning he was excited about it, right? When he allows these things to happen, that's him allowing it to happen because you were disobedient. But just like I said, these nations or whoever is guilty of doing this, they will also be punished for the things that they've done, right? If you're going to quote me, quote my entire statement. That's all I
Bro, I did. And you the statement
about him being
because he was just but a little displeased with us.
You said
the nations furthered the affliction.
You said the problem you had was the way I was framing it.
Right.
Is that if God was happy that the white man was going to do what he wanted to do, and yes, God was happy, and pleased that what he was doing according to the Bible.
And you're gonna really make me.
And on top of that, you still switched
You're not
it.
this simple, but since you want to be this simple, then let's get into it.
And I said that it was God's. When they said manifest destiny, they were exactly right.
But you're
that they had to be right because God ordained them to do this. Bro, let me finish. You spoke, and now you don't want me to speak.
Let me finish.
No, you cut them off.
So let me be very clear, and I've been very patient with you, but now let me be very clear and succinct then, since you want to play very, very minute, weird-ass word games. As it pertains to these people, what I am saying is they are not his people. They are.
I didn't say they were.
Let me finish. They are a nation that he used to accomplish something. But the way they are speaking it, since you want to talk about how they are putting out there, they're putting it out there like they are his chosen people and they have the right to go and do this. They are simply a tool that he used to accomplish to chastise his people. Whether you agree with that or not, I really don't care, because you obviously ain't one of those people. So as we address this, all I'm asking you to do is address it in the sense of knowing the context overall. I could care less about how you feel about him being pleased, because you aren't the people that he's pleased to chastise.
All right, so that's totally subjective, and that was the point.
Subjective. It's completely.
You say they're not the people.
Once again, it's completely relevant to the conversation, because now
you're interrupting I'm trying to address what you just said, bro.
Brought it out about them doing way more than they were supposed to do, and now they will be punished for it. Now go ahead, brother. Go ahead and misrepresent what I said again.
You saying whether you believe they're the people or not is your opinion about the Bible. They say they are. They were fulfilling destiny, and God was behind them.
Okay, now let's deal with it. What did they fulfill? What in the
Bible?
Hold
on.
This is where he died.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Where in the Bible? Go back to the verse.
Babylon to subject.
Go back to the verse you just quoted. Go back to the verse you just quoted to prove that they had the destiny to do this. Go back to that verse.
What do you mean? Why would I have to go back to that verse?
Because you're gonna kill yourself, right? Because here's the point.
No, I'm not gonna.
If they were
kill
the
myself.
people, if they were the people that he chose to bring the punishment on, then they couldn't be his chosen people, i.e., the apple of his eye. These are just people that he chose to attack.
No, that's your narrative.
No, that's what you just read. Watch this. Read it again.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I read that.
I'll read it.
Hold on. Why did I? You're taking what
I am very sore displeased with the other nations that are at ease. For I was a little displeased with the Israelites, and the other nations helped forward the afflicted.
All right. Now, the reason why I had read that in the first place was a response to you saying that I have framed something wrong and made it sound like God was just pleased.
Said that those people are his people.
You
said that those people are his people.
All right, bro.
Did you or did you not say that?
You said I framed.
Did you not just say that?
You said that I framed.
Did you not just hang on to the point that
bro? Why are you trying to cause confusion now?
I'm very clear.
Every time I be
backed into a corner.
Every time I begin to talk, now you are not
misframing, and I want you to be honest for once.
When we go back,
demonic life, please be.
When we go back to the conversation,
all right, I'll go back.
You claimed that I framed it wrong. That's why I brought up that scripture. That's the main reason why I brought up that scripture, because you said I framed it wrong, because you're trying to act like God was pleased with what they was doing. And I was showing you that according even to your own narrative, if you believe that you were the people being punished, that he would have been pleased. That's why I brought that up. Now, you going into whether you believe these are the people or not, and whether they believe it, is a whole nother subjective conversation that I can find plenty of white people that can debate you about that and eat your ass up, according to history. But the point I'm making is that you're deflecting and you're mixing conversations now. The point is, that these people were ordained by God to do what they did. They see America as the new Canaan. They were ordained by God to crush the people who was here. They used the Bible to do it. They said that they were Canaanites. Whether you believe that or not is totally subjective. Y'all are the only ones who believe that you are the chosen people of God. According to what they reap and the benefits they reap, they're the chosen people of God.
Therefore, thus saith
hold up, please.
I am returned to Jerusalem with mercies. My house shall be built in Jerusalem, saith Yahweh of armies.
And America
And
is
a
the
line
new Jerusalem.
shall be stretched forth upon Jerusalem.
That's why you need to study the doctrines. You'll find out that America is the new Jerusalem.
We are Jerusalem.
Okay.
Yeah, according to you, okay, you're the new Jerusalem, or whatever, the Jerusalem, bro.
Yo, can I
but the people who set up this country said America was the new Canaan, the new Jerusalem.
Hold up,
I think you should read William what's the name's book, the new Jerusalem. Dealing with America. So just like you have a doctrine, others have a doctrine, and honestly, their doctrine is way more solid than yours.
Not at all.
Because there's proof.
Set me up with that debate with that
There's proof and evidence.
You can't just keep rambling, bro. Okay, I get your point. You're going over and over again. Now please respond. Thank you. All right. So number one, you say you brought the scripture out because I was upset with the way you framed it. I was, and I'll get back to that right now. The reason I'm upset with how you framed it is because you're doing just like right now. You're condoning an obvious nation who cannot be the chosen apple of his eye, and doing what they're doing under the guise of being the chosen people. Now,
why?
Hold on. I'm gonna read it to you. Claim. Go ahead and read that verse to me again, please.
It says here in Zechariah 1:15, it says, and I am very sore displeased with the other nations that are at ease. For I was but a little displeased with the Israelites, and the other nations helped forward the affliction.
Thank you. So that's number one. The other kill.
Okay, hold on. Let's deal with that.
Stop, bro. I let you speak. Please allow me to finish. All right. then you can come back and do all.
So we're just gonna read and just speak towards it.
I'm trying to actually give interpretation of scripture, and you won't let me speak. So please just calm yourself down. Calm that spirit in you, and just relax. So as we understand,
I talk directly to the spirit.
As we understand what he just said, and even the verse that you read, here is the kill shot. He's clearly talking about using another nation to punish the people who are his people. So therefore, by your logic, the people that have been used to punish the quote unquote chosen people cannot be the same said chosen people.
Okay.
It is ridiculous. So therefore, the people who have been chosen to go around and enslave all of the people who were being disobedient according to the Bible, those are the nations, the said quote nations who were sent to do all of these destructive things to all of the indigenous people around the world. So therefore, that is your kill shot. Right?
All right. Let me explain to you why that's not my kill shot.
Hold on. One last final point. This is why I wanted you to read that last verse that you had read, but you refused to read it again, because that verse then clearly points out my point, which is he uses other nations to punish his people.
Right.
But then these other nations took it too far and they will be punished.
Right. And
I need you to address what I'm saying and not just
I'm going to address it right now.
Past the red light.
This is the fulfillment of the promises to them. What these white nations, the European nations, they were punished by other nations. They were the least of people all through history. And God chose them because they was the least of people. Black people have never been the least of people. White people were the minority. They were enslaved in Spain. They were enslaved everywhere you go. White people were at the bottom of the barrel. So this, what you're interpreting as today, as white people enslaving punishing Israelites. That's why it's false. No, white people are doing what the Bible said they were going to do. They're punishing the Canaanites and other people that had been rulers over them before, and now they have come into the kingdom of the Lord Jesus Christ and fulfilling what they would do. The same thing they're going to do, it said the Israelites are eventually going to do, that they was going to subdue all nations, that all nations would serve them. So they fulfilled that prophecy. So this is not you being in this condition is not the Israelites being punished, but you're being punished for what you did to them. How about that?
Okay, so number one, this is where you die again, because you notice how you jump to them being enslaved in Spain. That's the Berber slave trade, right? That is what, 8, 7, 10, 1100 AD. When we go back to BC time, when this is really being spoken about, these number one are black people fighting black people, right? We have archaeology to show this. We don't deal with the white conquering nations probably until we get to Alexander the Great, unless you want to play the game that the Assyrians were white, but you really have a hard time proving that.
Asiatics, bro.
Okay, so now we're dealing
with
the
Israelites were white.
When we deal with the Asiatics, this is why they're called quote unquote Afro-Asiatics. Any real serious
That's a language. That's a language.
Every serious
not a people, bro.
So as we move forward, then right.
Afro-American.
Hold on, there's no people called Afro-Asiatics, bro.
Afro-American is the
language. You're gonna have to learn how to have your chance to talk and then have other people.
Well, don't
right?
just make statements that and try to say
statements and I'm addressing them. You told me it was my turn. Allow me to make.
So who are the Afro-Asiatics?
Have enough decorum to wait until it's your turn to speak. Thank you, sir. So now, as we move forward, once we deal with these indigenous people fighting each other, especially when we deal with the conquest of Jerusalem and things like that, these are not white people.
They're Asiatics.
Watch this. This is not white people coming in, and these people, whoever it is that are today's white people, are the people who came and took over the Americas and took over Africa. They have no relation to the people that came in and did the conquest of the nation.
So they come from the Eurasian steppe. That's false.
And these people that came into Jerusalem in the 14th century during the quote unquote conquest of Joshua were coming out of Egypt. They did not come from the Eurasian steppe. As you keep saying,
that was the Hyksos being ran out of Egypt, bro. Get it right.
Once again, this is not wrong. I mean, this is wrong. We can show you where the Hyksos went. They were not the people.
They went to Jerusalem.
They were not the people who went and set up
and were pursued all the way to Jerusalem,
so
bro.
Now, as we once again, you keep saying these things, but you have not been able to prove them, right?
They got ran into Jerusalem, bro, all the way to Shirazin, bro.
As we continue to look at the understanding, the quote unquote Hyksos would have been closer to the Mitanni people or something like that. Those are
the Hittite people that came from the Eurasian steppe.
Those are the people. So then they're Hittites or Hyksos.
And the Hittites and the Israelites and all those people is the same stock of people.
They're Hyksos or Mitanni or Hittites. Now, Hyksos is just an amalgamation of Semitic people that are
exactly.
Are you going to stop talking or are you going to get educated? Because you clearly don't know what you're talking
about. Bro, I know all of this stuff you're talking about, bro. And you're not saying nothing.
You're making things up and trying to conflate, right? So
pull up a picture of the Hittites.
Right, how about this? Hey, Elder, put him in the bosom for a second and then let him back.
Nah, I'll just bounce, bro. Put up a picture of the Hittites.
Biden.
And then, that's how you know they're getting it.
No, because you can't stop talking.
That's what I thought.
He's done.
Your feelings
He's done, bro. You're rambling on.
You never want to let anybody talk.
You're rambling on, just saying rambling things. And there's so many points in your conversation that need to be addressed.
You're gonna be left to cry every time.
You gotta start.
I'm laughing.
You're gonna cry, bro. All you gonna do is get off and cry.
I'm laughing.
All you do is get off and cry.
I'm laughing, bro. You're mad right now because you've been confounded,
bro. I just want to.
You got confounded on the fact that you said that the Most High was not pleased. I burnt you on that. You got mad. I burnt claim on who they said they was God ordained. I burnt you on every point, and now you are upset.
You say that
every point.
But you won't set up no debate.
The white man is God's chosen people. and y'all are jealous of them, just like the God of the Bible says. Your envy of Israel is pouring through your pores.
So therefore, they could not be the chosen
people. Hold on for a second, Clay. As we clearly see once again.
No, because he don't want to hear it. He's just going to keep over talking.
Go ahead, Canaanite.
Please show some decorum. You can.
He's not going to stop. You keep begging him to please stop talking.
Hold on.
He's not going to stop.
And I'm clearly exposing how he doesn't know what he's doing. Right? So we clearly see that the people that he's claiming are the people he read in the scripture, how they are the people used to bring the punishment. Therefore, they cannot be the people who are the punished. This is ridiculous. This is revisionist. This is silly. And so all he wants to do is try to claim victory because he know that he got confounded. The same tool that he always uses.
Whose kingdom is set up right now?
He knows it's not working.
Whose kingdom is set up?
So as we look at this is the kingdom of Satan right now.
The kingdom of Jesus Christ.
We're getting ready to go.
They didn't come in the name of Satan. Get out of here. You're a liar, bro.
How can you say that this
is the kingdom of Jesus Christ?
No, they can say that, but this has no resemblance of the kingdom of Yah. So no matter what it is,
yes, not for you. It's not for you.
Even for them.
Yeah, for them it is.
Even for them, they're violating Torah. If this was the kingdom that was supposed to be set up, they wouldn't be mistreating people. They wouldn't be treating the people.
Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't.
You mistreated people in Canaan the same way.
In the Bible, what the kingdom is supposed to look like. Right?
No, you misread, you misinterpreted that.
There is no, of course, now it's misinterpretation, right? When you start to get beat up, then you lean on misinterpretation. So back to the point. It's not subjective, it's clear. It's very clear if you properly exegete the scriptures, what is being taught. Now you can ramble.
Does it say?
Now you can ramble and run off and try.
Does it say that all nations will come?
Try to run off and keep cutting me off. But it's not going to change the fact.
All right. Does it say that all nations shall come and change, serving Israel?
That
exactly. You don't want. He knows what's coming. He knows, bro.
You don't want to let me finish speaking.
Are all nations coming to serve Israel in the Bible, bro?
As always,
all
you never want to let me finish speaking. Every time I start to put you in the bag, you never want to.
You said it don't look like the kingdom.
That's what happens. This is how I know you get beat up every time. So
do all nations come and change to serve Israel?
You run away and you call us ignorant and dumb because you got confounded. Exactly. There you go.
Yo, the cult bubble is being busted. People, free yourselves.
It's the same thing. Or then you get mad and say you're punching.
Do all nations come to serve Israel?
Here you say you're gonna punch me in the face.
Do all nations come to serve Israel, bro?
In the end, yes.
Okay. All right. All right. There you go. And all nations are serving Israel right now.
You're an idiot. Now. No, all nations
right
do not.
Now.
This is why people.
Yes, they are.
This is the very point. This is the very reason why people are getting.
Why are you arguing with him?
All nations serve the Jewish bankers.
Right now, bro. What are you talking about? All nations are not required to go.
This is useless.
This is why
let me finish their deal.
Oh, you think it's literal?
This is why they are at war constantly.
This fool thinks it's literal. All nations serve Jewish bankers.
If everything was settled,
all nations serve Jewish bankers. And the fact that you take the Bible so literal, then you think nations are. So you think nations are all that? That's really talking about. All right. So you think that all nations. Now watch this. Watch this. So you telling me?
Y'all keep saying that people don't know how to have a normal. We don't know how to have a normal conversation.
We're having a normal conversation. You're getting upset, bro.
We can't. We can't,
bro. You're over talking.
So
listen to you.
Right.
Every time
he's been rambling for 15 minutes. He don't want me to address anything that he said.
Every time you get confounded, you have to interject and try to create a red herring because you know that I'm making a point. It's been happening. Look right now.
All right. So finish up. Finish up, bro, and let me respond.
Thank you, sir. Finally. So, as I said, every time the brother makes a point, I'm showing you.
Now it's about a brother making a point.
I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that you was gonna let me speak. I don't know.
Because I thought you was gonna finish your point. Not every time the brother makes a point.
No, why I thought you was gonna let me speak? Like, what's
you see this? And this is the now he's causing confusion to make it look like I'm causing confusion.
Now we're gonna go through the accusations. Now we got to go through the same problem. But when you go back, if you ever go back and play the film, go back and play the tape, you'll see. Once you start getting confounded, you have to interrupt and you have to try to claim victory because you know the point that I'm making is true. So now to speak to your final point, if these things were true about you saying these people are the people and it's this and it's that, we would be at peace. People would be, you just said this on Judah Nazareth's channel, but now you act like you didn't say it. People would have beat their plow hooks, or they would have beat their spears and the plow hooks and all of this. Like, people would be farming, things would be a completely different. We wouldn't be at war. Instead, we see the world getting ready for the next world war. We see the world massively moving and positioning itself to enter into the next world war. That is not the end time prophecy. If we were talking about being in the end time where everyone was going up in Ezekiel to make themselves a service to Israel, which once again means they're coming to learn of them as well, then we wouldn't be seeing these things. But instead, we see a massive campaign going on for misinformation in the cause of war. Dog whistles on every front to try to create a massive world war. You have to address that and stop conflating scripture and trying to interpret it the way you want to because you're an anarchist. So go ahead and tell people more lies and try to interrupt me some more. But as I said, if the people who have done all this conquering and enslaving were supposed to be the quote unquote enslaver of the people who were doing wrong, that thereby completely removes them from the position of being the chosen people, because they were the ones used to do the enslaving. Therefore, the enslaver cannot be the enslaved by simple logic. So no matter what the next weirdo point that you jump to, because you're never going to address the points that I'm making, you just jump to new points and try to keep lying. The clear matter is that he used these nations to come and conquer people, and they will be punished in the end. And then that's when we start to move into peace. If we're moving according to the prophecy. Go ahead and lie now.
All right. Isaiah chapter 60.
Please give context. Don't just read it.
Isaiah chapter 60. Please don't interrupt me now, brother. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. If we go to Isaiah,
read the rest of the chapter,
brother, you're interrupting. Okay. You're interrupting me. Then if we go here,
that's insane, man.
For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob.
It's unreachable. I don't know why y'all even speak to the guy.
And will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them.
Tell me the scripture you're reading, please.
Isaiah 14:2.
Thank you.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. They shall take them for captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors.
Okay, when were they our
brother? Let me please finish. The problem y'all have with this Bible is that, first of all,
they our captives.
You take it way too literal.
They are the people.
It's just like when you read in here.
They our captives.
Hey, I thought it was my turn, bro.
When were they our captives, and when did we take them, the people, take them to the place where they belong?
So, what I'm trying to explain is that the first problem
you're trying to explain that Bible verse relates to them, and that is talking about them. So I'm trying to get clarification to figure out when were they captives up by us, and when did we take them to the place they belong?
I'm being censored right now. Huh? So what I was saying is the first problem is y'all take the book. Anonymous, you went on for 20 minutes crying and complaining.
I just want your Bible verse you read.
And
like
now
to read one verse and then go on a pastor sermon.
When I start to talk,
a 2-hour pastor sermon.
You just cried about interruptions, such and such.
Yeah, and that's why I'm interrupting you on purpose.
So now
you won't allow
the first problem you have
and it's very hard for me to even do this. It's like very difficult for me to even.
I know it's difficult. The truth is very difficult for you.
No, it's very difficult for me to try to interrupt you. It's just
all you got to do is correct me when I'm done, bro.
I just asked
the first problem
for correction for you to correct
yourself. I'm not done. The first problem y'all are having. is your childish minds take this book way too literal. You think you don't understand that what's going on here. What's going on in here is not going to literally happen in these ways. These are allusions to plans and purposes. Just like when it says every nation shall be brought in chains, that's not literal. All the nations around being chained up and brought to literal chains can mean all type of different things.
Oh, yes, it
and
is.
so when you read that all the nations shall serve Israel, and you're reading Ezekiel like they're going to be walking up to this mountain to serve. No, bro, those are all mountains. Mountains represent governments. You dumb motherfuckers. So when you look at what's going on, the mountains that all the nations are coming to is the kingdom on this earth that you see right now, where these people are ruling all nations. They're all under the banking financial rulership of these people. So that's number one. Then he started talking about World War III and all of this. It's all being orchestrated. The peace that's being spoken about in here is not for you. I mean, it's not for everyone. When you talk about the king that's in rulership are the ones that said peace. They're the ones that make the other nations beat their weapons in the plowshare. That's why they can't fight them. So you don't even know the symbolism of the book. You take it too literal, like a child. So the question becomes, who is ruling all nations and who's serving them? Whose kingdom has been set up under the rulership of God in the Bible? The white people, and especially what you call the Jews, who rule the financial world. And when it comes to wars, they're manipulating the wars. They're at peace. These goddamn people that's manipulating these wars and not fighting in these wars, that's for the Goyim. That's population control. They're just manipulating these other people to do that. They're going to be completely safe. And if there is a World War III, they got bunkers that they can go live in for up to 150 damn years and wait till everyone die out and then come up out of them. So this is what I'm talking about. This is childish. The way you guys understand this book is straight childish. When it says all nations shall serve Israel, they're not going to serve him in the same way they did back in 4000 BC. So obviously the world has changed. How are all nations serving Jews today? They're serving them through their financial institutions.
It's so simple to
respond
to your incredible dumb passion. It's so it's so simple.
Bro, why everybody else got disciplined? You just heard Anonymous said, "Let him go," and this fire is hurting you. How are your children being took? Now today,
I'm saying that
your children,
understanding is so
did you not hear your boy say, "Let him finish"?
To respond to
now,
but
how
you
are
just
your children?
Cry and rant for hours.
Now, how are your children?
So he can get it out. That's why he's on the panel. Let him speak, and then
exactly
correct him after he's done.
How are your children?
Know
he never stops talking.
Okay, that's fine, but just let him get it out, bro. He gonna
right
already, bro. Let him go.
So it tells you in this book that Christ will return, and he's going to set up and that's exactly what happened. Y'all think the sky is going to crack when they know that Christ is a symbolism of their kingdom, and they went around in the name of Christ, conquering the world and set up a kingdom in the name of Jesus Christ, where that they think is going to last forever and ever. And they the authority behind it. And the church is the vicar of that Christ. That's why the Catholic Church and the Christian Church is behind this kingdom. They're behind the politics of the world. And the Jews run the goddamn Christian churches, period. They run the banking system. They run the religious systems. They run the political system. They control the wars. They control the drugs, everything. And guess who your black ass is? The servants. That's what you are. Now, in your reality, you created a narrative where one day you think that you're going to take their place. And the hypocritical thing is you'll say, well, they can't be the people because they're the ones going around conquering. But you're supposed to do the same thing that they're going to do.
It's not true.
Israel's going to enslave all the nations when Christ returns, so-called, and they're going to go to war with the world and enslave the goddamn world. But they already did it. That's what you don't get. They already did it in the name of Christ and by Christ's power. That's what you don't
So can I please
get.
respond?
What you're saying, and this is my last statement, is a figment of your childish imagination. You're thinking about skies cracking one day that you're gonna go back to Israel. Some of y'all believe you're gonna get superpowers, and no, that's a slave
Nobody on here
talking.
teaches that.
That's a
Nobody on here teaches
slave
that.
talking
Nobody on here teaches that.
straight
So please retract that
fantasy.
statement.
The reality
Please
is
retract that
that
statement.
you're not in power.
I got
You're
you.
not in power. There are people that's ruling under the
Bro, I
rulership
swear, if you're not
of
gonna
Christ.
stop and just stop hogging the mic, then we will remove you. So I think we
I
got
don't
your
give a
point.
goddamn
All
about
right,
being
cool.
removed,
All right, so
bro.
we got your
Just
point. So,
remove
You're
yourself.
already confounded. Good
please
night.
respond.
Right, he gonna leave on his own because he said what he wanted to say because he don't want to be addressed. That's what I'm telling y'all. Y'all got to know Lex. He
No,
wanted to
it's
get
cool.
that.
So
You know what I'm
I
saying?
wanted it to happen so we can
Right,
go ahead
and then claim victory as soon as he leaves.
look,
Right,
look,
that's
so yeah, so
right.
let me go ahead and deal with this. All right.
Right,
So number one,
exactly.
right. So Isaiah 60. Right, let's start with Isaiah 60. And you notice like he'll pull one or two verses, you don't want to read in context.
One verse caused
So
an hour-long rant.
but before I even do that, let me deal with Deuteronomy 30.
That had nothing to do with the verse.
All right, let me deal with Deuteronomy 30 first, because this is the whole point I've been trying to make the entire time. The people that you want to say are the quote unquote people, and I'm not, this is not no form of anti-Semitism, but I don't want to make this, I want to qualify this. Like, this is not me attacking any one particular race or group of people. Okay, we're just speaking about what we clearly see in history. When the people that we know today that are in the land of Israel first came, I guess we could say in 1943 or 47, whatever year it was, these people were brought strictly from what he knows to be the Caucasus Mountain regions, right? Or from the Eurasian steppe and areas like Poland and all of these areas, right? They were not gathered from the four corners of the world, number one, right? Number two, they did not have a history of them being in these places actually keeping Torah, right? And then he said that this is the kingdom of Christ. The people that he is talking about that run this, the bankers, are not messianic believers, right? So these are three major compounding points upon what he's saying. Right, but here's the main kick. Deuteronomy 30. This is talking about end times or end of the age prophecy. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon you, the blessing and curse which I've set before thee, and thou shalt come to mind among all the nations whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee. He has not driven these people to the four corners of the earth. Okay, like I said, they came from one section. And then they're going around now trying to create converts. And they all admit this. Everybody admits that they've been trying to create converts. This is not them being spread. This is them going around trying to create converts. There's a complete and total difference, right? Now, the next point.
And what's so confusing, though, is that Satan emulates God's kingdom. So it looks similar to a dummy like him.
No, but then, so let's go to Isaiah 60. He didn't even want to deal with this. So Isaiah, let's start in verse 1. Right? This is how you properly read and get context. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and the gross darkness the people, but the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. These people have not had gross darkness upon them. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings of thy brightness of thy rising. If they were being so bright, there wouldn't be us fighting. We wouldn't be so angry with them, right? We would have came to them. We would have said, oh, you know what? You're doing the right thing. You're taking care of people. You're doing what you're supposed to do. But no, that's not what we see happening. We see them manipulating things, taking things, and using financial institutions to further affliction on people, right? This is not what the Torah teaches you to do. Number 4, lift up thine eyes round about and see. All they gather themselves together, they come to thee. Thy son shall come from afar, thy daughter shall be nursed at thy side. Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee. The quote-unquote forces of the Gentiles, as they see it, are still trying to kill them. This is why Iran, Syria, all of those people over there are constantly trying to bomb them into oblivion. Right? That's it. Game, set, match on any of that ignorance. He did Isaiah 14:2. Well, I don't even know what he was doing with this. Like, let me see. What was his point with this?
I didn't have a clue. That's what caused the hour-long rant.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. Okay. Verse 1, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. when these people came into the land, I want you to know this, they ran the indigenous people off. This is why they're still over in Palestine fighting now. They call them the Israel, or they call them Cushi, which is their way of calling them niggers over there. It's exactly what they're being called. You have people who have ties to that land for 4,000 and 5,000 years. They have the records over there saying who they are, explaining their attachment to us. Right? This is what
is it
and they've been
the
ran
Philistines,
off of their
the sons of Cush?
What was that?
Or isn't the Philistines the descendants of Cush?
Some of them. It depends on how you start to. It depends on what time frame you're looking at. But yeah, you do have descendants. So, but when you look at this and understand what's going on, these people have went and conquered that land as well. So once again, and this is the final point that he didn't want to deal with, how can the people who have been chosen to be the conquerors of said chosen people then turn around and become the chosen people? That makes no sense. And this is why the brother ran. This is what
and another thing.
This is what
we understand about Esau. Esau is a great conqueror.
Let him finish.
Was finished.
Hold on. Just let
No,
me.
he's not, bro.
I got this final point to cook. Now, this childish about we're literally. It's okay for him to be literal when he wants to be, right? But then when we deal with it and show you the real context of it, now we're childish. So he's talking about mountainous governments. Everybody knows that a mountain is a government. Anybody that deals with this Bible knows that mountains are governments. But what we're talking about is building a righteous mountain, a holy mountain. And I'll tell you where it comes from. Let's go to Genesis. Genesis, I want to say, is it 17 or is it 18 when it talks about the mountain of justice and judgment?
I think that's 17.
Judgment. Hold on. We're going to deal with it because he don't deal with the book. He play games. Bet. Genesis 18. This guy, man.
So Esau was a great conqueror. That's all I was trying to say. So that's what he's been describing.
A great and mighty nation, and all nations of the earth shall be blessed. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, that they shall keep the way of the Lord and do justice and judgment, and that the Lord may bring upon Abram that which he spoke of him. This is what the quote-unquote blessing is supposed to be, is that we bring righteousness to the entire world, right? He's supposed to come a mighty nation, and all nations of the earth shall be blessed. We shouldn't have the largest slums in the world over in Mumbai, India, right next to the most rich people in the world, right? This is economic inequality. We should not have people in situations where they are exceedingly rich and everyone else is exceedingly poor, where they can't even meet their basic needs. That is not what this Bible prescribes. Instead, we see people using this thing to their credit and to the detriment of other ones. That is not what we're supposed to see happening. So as we talk about the mountainous government that is supposed to be created, that mountainous government is supposed to cause peace. And you're not supposed to cause peace by saying, oh, I got peace, so you don't. Even when it talks about the nations coming up to serve, that's only one portion of it. They're coming up after they've witnessed everything else that happened. After people started to make war with the people who were doing the right thing, and then all of a sudden they got wiped out. But those that remained were allowed to come up and start to learn of this, to start to grow of this in a session of peace. Because it was clear that we, or whomever it is, were a wiser nation. So anytime you really want to sit down and have this conversation and do more than like a Christian pastor and open up 1 or 2 scripts and then eisegete forever, we can do that, brother. But you will not be allowed to come on and just loud talk people in there and run off and try to claim victory like a child. That's what children do. I got your childish and your dummy and all of that. All of this miserable childhood ignorance is about to cease. Because we do have access to the financial capital now. We do have access to the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We do have access to the unity needed to move forward as a people. And that's what scares the hell out of your wicked ass, because you know we're not going to stop. Go ahead. Anybody else got anything else they want to bring up?
Nah, I was just saying that as you're describing all that illegal conquering that we consider illegal, biblically speaking, that it was perpetrated by Esau, right? So he was given the sword as a blessing, and so that he would experience the fatness of the earth. You understand? And so this is why in our dietary laws, we're not even allowed to eat fat because we're not supposed to think in gluttonous, greedy terms. You understand? So the conquering is not our thing. We don't do that. You understand? So whenever he is referencing Israel conquering Canaan, that was the land allotted to Israel. And so that was a repossession. You understand? So there were squatters in our ancestors' land, and they went in to repossess the land from the squatters. So that's a very clear distinction from their talking point that they just went in there and slaughtered them for no reason at all. You understand? So that's the main thing I just want to say about that.
Now, indigenous black men saying that we have no solutions. This is why you need to shut your mouth and pick up a book or listen to some people or give us a call. Now, let's deal with this, okay? As it pertains to solutions, we've given them. This is why the Torah specifically lays out how we are supposed to do this while we are in our land of captivity. This is why I keep telling you, you need to become financially educated. You need to understand finance. You need to understand group economics. You need to understand morality, which means once I get it, I'm going to take care of my people. I'm not just going to take it and run away with the bag. I'm going to make sure I show everybody else how to do it. And then we practice how to make sure that we all get it. Make sure that we all do the right things. Make sure that we all are practicing and living correctly. Because when you understand the laws of Torah, it's not just some supernatural voodoo. I'm taught to eat right so my body is healthy so I don't die at 50. I'm taught to live right so I don't make enemies with people so somebody don't gun me down in these streets. I'm taught to think right so I don't have emotional and mental stress in my body, thereby not releasing improper levels of cortisol into my body that causes me to die and end up dying of cancer. I mean, I can keep doing this all day.
Yeah, same happens with worry and anxiety.
Right. This is where you understand the real knowledge of epigenetics. Trying to properly take care of yourself so it doesn't just affect you, but it also affects your children. And then your children's children to the third and fourth generation. Obviously, this is what epigenetics teaches. If you understand the works of Bruce Lipton, which you seem to talk about, but you don't really understand them. Anybody really want this work, fam? I'm here all season. I'm talking about solutions for our people, not just sitting up here trying to run around and play games and pontificate. I want you to understand how to get yourself together, get your finances in order, get your money in order, and move into a position where you can then move into authority and become the lender, not the borrower. Because yes, all praise to the Most High, I have now been put into a position where I can be the lender and not the borrower. If you want to understand that, get at me, fam. I can give you some lessons. I don't want you to have to work for anyone because that's not what we were prescribed to do. Stop playing games. Bring solutions. If you want a soapbox and you want to play soapbox war, bro, I got nothing but time for it now.
Got time now, cuz.
But we are not going to continue to play this game and tell people that non-participation is the answer when all you're doing is leading people to homelessness, anger, and lack of resources, which is causing us to kill each other right now.
Right, and murder. That's what he does. Pray. He prays with an E. We pray with an A.
So, moving
and
forward.
And we work with an O. He works with a T.
Moving forward. The way that we move out of this situation is get to understanding the law, statutes, and commandments, properly applying them, properly living in this society, doing what you're supposed to do, removing yourself from the silliness of arguing with these people in the middle of these streets. I guarantee you, if you learn how to create the proper situation in your community, then you won't have to sit here and worry about them killing you because you will set up the proper infrastructure where they can't come into your community and kill you. But instead, you want to play non-participation and get revenge when you have not been equipped to get any of that. The first point we need to do is love ourselves enough to fix ourselves, which is what the Torah teaches. I yield.
Okay, you heard it here first. We thoroughly go ahead.
No, Con, I was just gonna say, man, if anybody else, man, wanna chime in on that, man, I'm gonna close the show out. We've been on for about a good solid 6 hours this morning, but y'all need y'all Shabbat classes though. I see that clearly. So y'all definitely need that, bro. So
I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, man. So they need it, bro. In the chat, they need Shabbat class. That's the only way they're gonna get that word. So
right.
Man, shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to the tanks, man, for showing up. Shout out to the guest on the panel today. Man, let's get it. Shout out to Solar Mind for showing up, man. And you know, let's get it, man. Let's get it. God isn't punishing us, Lex. Again, we're gonna say this and gonna close it out, man. Deuteronomy chapter 28. Just can't extrapolate a verse, man, and people build a whole belief in religion on that and say God is punishing you and that's why you're suffering financially. He gives you the financial answers at the very beginning of the chapter, Deuteronomy chapter 28. Right? Eat the whole roll, fam. Eat the whole roll.
Keep the laws.
Come.
They perform the prophecies.
Come. So, man, signing out, man. Peace and blessings to your family. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. You know, peace and blessings upon you, man. May your households be blessed. May you prosper. And
I accept that.
By God.
Hallelujah.
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 Peace.